Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. Just getting the game fired up right now, and we are going to be approaching the top four here in just a minute. So very excited. What you guys are going to be seeing here today is going to be the top four players in the world in Total War Warhammer right now. So going to be quite a bit of fun. Welcome, welcome. And we're just waiting. So basically, we started the tournament with the top 16 players in the world at 10 a.m. today, a little bit earlier. And they play all the way through up until the top four. And then we start casting the top four series. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll try and reduce downtime in between games by alternating between the series. So far, we have two players who've reached top four. The other ones should be here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So that's probably when we'll start our game. So consider this a bit of a pre-game show for us. We're just going to kind of hang out and chat for about 10, 15 minutes before we get rolling. All right, so let's switch over here. Looking good. Wow, why is the volume so loud? Oh, it's because I was listening to some music. Okay. That explains a lot. All right, so let's take a look at the bracket real quick so we can give you guys a teaser of what happened. And also the matches that did take place in the earlier rounds that we're not casting today. We are going to be taking a look at those as replays on the channel over the course of the next 2 weeks or so. So you guys will see that. So, taking a look at the tournament here, Oishi defeated Grombrindle 2-0, Ash defeated Rusto 2-1, Outer Region defeated Ulrich Rahl 2-1, Anticity defeated Martinius 2-0, Alexander was defeated by Navigator 2-0, Hitman Hippo lost to Berserk, Berserk winning 2-0, Tim the Wilder, who goes by Own Goal now, winning 2-0 against Via Anime, and Boss Toss defeated Catholic Alcoholic 2-0. So, on the second round, very close series between Anticity and Outer Region with a 2-1 victory for the Kraken King. And he's going to be playing the winner of Oishi and Ash, who've been playing for a while now. So I suspect that they're going to be ready here in a moment. And Navigator and Berserk are still playing. And they've been playing for a while, so I suspect they're almost done. But the games could have gone the distance. All the matches, by the way, in the semifinals and grand finals here are going to be best of 5. Everything else in the earlier rounds is best of 3. So hopefully that's helpful for you guys. Tim the Wilder defeated Boss Toss 2-0 in a clan civil war between them. And now we're just going to be hanging tight for a couple minutes while we wait for these mighty champions, which is going to be fun. So yes, let me check and see. Looks like we have an update here. Great. You're up. Okay, so we have our first match. Navigator actually defeating Berserk. Oh, impressive. That is a very, very tough feat. And we're going to get the lobby set up right now, and we're going to do this. So this is going to be Navigator v. Tim. All right, so I'm going to host this as a spectator. Let's get in there, and we're going to invite the players now. So let's get you, and let's go ahead and get Tim the Wilder also. All right, you're up. All right, so this is going to be our first best of 3 series of the day. Players are going to be joining up, and it's go time. How's Twitch? Everything's good, man. Yeah, we're having a good time there. Making a lot of new friends. Lich Lord, thank you for giving out 5 community subs, man. Greatly appreciate it. Hell yeah, getting us going strong. Pre-game show right now. Yeah. Sub for the finals. So yeah, this is the best players in the world playing right now. These are the top dogs. Andrew, Goku, thank you for subscribing as well, man. Really, really appreciate it. And let's get it. Any prediction on who's going to take the whole thing? You never know, man. You know, the previous champion has kind of taken a bit of a break from the game. Solasora has won the past 2 seasons of Total Tavern, so the grand finals. But so today's kind of up for grabs. You know, we don't have anybody who's a guaranteed karate chop master here today. You know. All right, so players have been invited. Pings are going out for everybody. Good, good. And once again, want to thank you guys for joining. Yes. Rooting for Professor Pone as a ride-in. You know, that's always a safe bet. You know, the GOAT himself, I believe he's lurking in chat here somewhere. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. Let me tag the players to make sure they really see it. So that's going to be goal versus, what the hell is his name? Navigator, yes. Go time. All right. All right, they're booting up the game right now, both of them, so they should be on the way. And the map for round 1 is going to be what? Let me go ahead and double check here. And the map for, this is the top side. No, this is bottom side series. So this is going to be top 4. It's going to be the Dried Floodplain is going to be the first map. And there we have it. So now we just kind of chill out and let the players do their things. It's going to be a little bit of time. They have to do their picks and bans and get into the lobby and everything. Kate Conjurer, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch, man. Greatly appreciate it. You guys are really enjoying the Warcraft games. Me too. I mean, there's so many good games to play right now. It's if only I didn't have these bum ass hands, I would be playing everything. Tempest Rising, the works. Yeah. So the pick and ban system. Okay, I can even just straight up read you the tooltip right now. All right. So the pick and ban system. So basically, before the series, each player goes and meets with the other player, and they use a tool which globally bans one of the 25 factions, or 24. So there's going to be essentially 2 factions that are eliminated from the entire series, and they can't be played. So if there's really something you're not comfortable with, or something that you feel is very overpowered, you can simply ban them out of the series, and you don't need to worry about that. From there, they do I believe a 3x3 matrix. So the 3x3 matrix is a little bit tricky, but on Total Tavern, we have a description of it. So I can actually pull that up for you guys real quick and show you the old pick and ban system. So this is, once the global bans are done, it uses a system called the 3x3 matrix, which is very good. It's been used for a long time. Let me show you guys what this looks like, and here we go. All right, so step 1, both players pick 3 factions they want to play in a match. So you'll pick Vampire Counts, Bretonnia, and Beastmen. They pick Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Dark Elves. And then from there, you create a grid, okay? So you create a grid with your opponent that lists all the possible matchups. You can see them over here. And from there, it's a system. I could get into a lot of specifics and tactics about this. But basically, you just you go through the list and you just start banning matchups. You alternate with your opponent, and then by the time you're done, there's only going to be 1 left. So then you guys it's a really good system. It gives you a lot of control and a lot of agency as to what matchup you want, right? So it's very, very good. Yeah, it's a great little system we have right here. So that is the 3x3 system. Yeah, it's good. It's tricky, pick and bans in this game. It's with 24 playable factions, it gets really complicated. And that's definitely one of the bigger elements of things. But yeah, it's fun. So, all right, let me switch here. Going to need to update the nameplates here. So this is going to be, okay. So let me just do this and update the plates here. That's from the last tournament. So that's going to be Own Goal. And yeah, he changed his name. It is now Own Goal. Formerly Tim the Wilder, the artist formerly known as Prince. And this is going to be Navigator. So Navigator just defeating Berserk. I mean, that's got to be a big, big one right there, guys. That's a solid victory. Okay. So 0-0 series between these guys. And yeah. So happy to see how the ban system works. That immediately makes so much sense. Yeah, it's a good system. Tim the Wilder was a better name. No. Yeah. No, it's we'll get used to it. Yeah. Own Goal is Tim the Wilder, though. I will remind you guys. I like this map, has a nice Total Tavern. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good map. Dried Floodplain is good. Could you do something similar for where you played? Like, yeah, no, I do plan on doing something like that, Tom. I do. Yeah, so we got some fun plans in the next couple weeks. I'm going to be traveling out of town from May 5th to the 9th, so only a 4-day trip, and then I'll be back. But when I get back from that trip, we're going to be doing a bunch of fun shit. We're going to be pulling in other streamers who haven't played Total War competitive, like RTS streamers from StarCraft and other communities, and we're going to be training them in like a 1-day training session of Total War, and then having a little show match with a prize. Also, we're going to do another fun Warcraft event where we're going to get our Discord. So we're going to get our Discord community, which has high-level players from Total War, Age of Empires, a bunch of different RTS games, but people who haven't played Warcraft 3. And we're going to have a fun community showcase where they get like a couple weeks to practice on Warcraft 3 champions. And we have like a big show match at the end. Very similar to, obviously, pretty much the same thing as what Grubby did, but very much in-house and within our community as well. So a lot of fun stuff. Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm very, very pumped. So if you guys haven't played, it'll be a good chance. So we're going to be bringing new people into Warhammer and new people into Warcraft 3 as well, which is going to be good. Yes. Okay, let me check here. Okay. Yes. Okay, and checking here. And we have the Chaos Dwarves versus the Beastmen in the first round. Okay, that's very fun. I like that. And so you can see the factions here. Tim the Wilder, or Own Goal, is going to be playing Chaos Dwarves. Sorry, I got to get used to that. I've been calling him the other name for like 4 or 5 years. Super cool. Maybe grab Tyler one if he's willing. Yeah, I don't know if he'd be interested in Total War. Total War is a weird one. It's a very weird one, but it's very fun. It's very fun once you get into it. Warhammer Tourney with Grubby would be fun. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think you would enjoy it. I think Grubby could appreciate the complexities of the Total War. Chaos Dwarves versus Beastmen. Beastmen are very fast, very mobile, but Chaos Dwarves are coming off the heels of a couple buffs. A very, very strong faction at the moment. Show Tyler one Khorne and he'll be hooked. Yeah, Khorne's great. You don't need to worry about a wizard. You just get a fat army and just move forward and just like blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. I mean, what's not to love, man? Painting the new High Elf Reaver models. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's go, Jay Phoenix. Warhammer stream all day, man. Today's going to be a long one. We have 3 best of 5s. And best of 5s in this game do take a long time. They're very, very ponderous and deep. We're still waiting on the topside bracket. So let me check here and see if there's any progress with that. Doesn't really matter. We're going to cast, but we will alternate between the 2 series to reduce downtime. Because it does take... In this game, there's no like base building or early game period. You just load in with a big ass army that you spent a lot of time building and then you fight. Yeah. All right. Hadries, Falcon, Anticity were my boys in Total War Warhammer 2. Yeah, Anticity's still going strong. Hadries is taking a break from the game, and Falcon hasn't really played Warhammer 3. Yeah, so there's still some OGs around. You know, we still got some OGs. Is he on Bretonnia, or is he just not picking Beastmen? I don't know what's going on with him. Okay, he Beastman? Okay, so just making sure. Okay. Oh, he banned Beastmen? Oh, those are the bans. Oh, I read it wrong. That's not the matchup. Oh, okay, so those are their bans. So the Chaos Dwarves and Beastmen have been banned out of the series. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because Navigator is a Chaos Dwarf main. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I was a little bit perplexed that got through the picks and bans. Turin, have you ever hosted a tournament where each player takes the same army comp? Oh, it's happened before in the community. We've done it. Yeah. I don't think Falcon's playing much of anything anymore in terms of Total War, yeah. Well, he was a menace. Who's my best faction? Nurgle is my best faction. Yeah, Nurgle. Nurgle and the Empire. I'm pretty good at Empire. Can hold my own with Nurgle. I've won a handful of tournaments with Nurgle and with the Empire as well back in the day. Yeah, Glorious Rod all day, every day. Oh, the Death Guard are getting a new codex right now. Speaking of, how many of you guys are 40k enjoyers out there? So Death Guard getting a new codex, going to be sweet. I was a Soothsayer fan, but Falcon was a close second in the tournament scene. Yeah, they were very fun. They were very fun players to watch. I really don't miss God, I remember back on some of the sweaty Warhammer 2 tournaments before we had domination mode and just like people sitting in boxes in the woods and it was like actually still legal in like major events and shit. Like, oh God, it was so suffering. Hell yeah, for the greater good. Did you know there's actually like on the cover of the Death Guard Codex, there's like Typhus just crushing the Tau. It's great. My worst faction is probably Grand Cathay. Yeah, I don't know how to play them. Or Dark Elves. No, Dark Elves are probably my worst faction. I'm pretty trash at them. Are vampires weak? No, they're not. Vampires are extremely good. Yeah, they're extremely good. Vampire counts have like a 55-60% win rate right now. Shino, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you. Not even started yet, man. We're still in the pregame show a little bit. Like I said, we need about 10-15 minutes to get everything set up here. And carry on. Keep army building to 10 minutes, one set. Click have fun. I'm just giving the players a little bit of a warning to not take like 45 minutes to build their armies because that is a problem we run into in this community. People get really, really kind of in the nitty gritty of it. Yeah, Grand Cathay is fun. You know, they got some cool units. I just suck with them. I don't know. Their style doesn't click with me. I don't know why. Just a single player, but could you say what the strongest multiplayer factions are? Probably Slaanesh and Beastmen. Yeah, Slaanesh, Beastmen, Ogre Kingdoms are really, really strong as well. I mean, we do have data on it as well. So if you head on over to our esports website, which if you guys haven't seen this before, this is Total Tavern. This is a website that myself and several developers made, and it is in the process of being updated slowly, but it's getting there. Got the Chads taking care of business, which is good. But yeah, this is a website. So you can see the best players in the world on the leaderboard. You can see all the upcoming tournaments that are scheduled within the community, which is really cool. So yeah, like everything's kind of consolidated in one spot for Total War here, which is good. And you can see the stats as well. So Slaanesh has a 65% win rate. Vampire count 63 at the moment. Pretty nuts. Beastmen 62. Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, that's making some sense. And then you can see some of the more mid-tier factions here. And the Pit Lord factions, which are my factions, Nurgle. So we got Nurgle, High Elves, Dark Elves. Yeah, the Elves not having a great time, except the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are doing very good with the 55% win rate right now. But yeah, if you head over here, you're going to be able to see all the data. And honestly, like considering we have 24 playable factions, the variance of balances is pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. You need your daily Dreadlord fix. There are Dreadlords in this game for sure. I mean, there's vampire count characters, and they ride around and they cast like There's literally an ability that's Carrion Swarm in this game. It's called Winds of Death, and you just cast it, and it goes down the pipe and just kills a ton of shit. So, like, you can absolutely play Dreadlord in this game. Okay, so we got Slaanesh versus Wood Elves. So Slaanesh, of course, incredibly fast, aggressive faction. And Tim the Wilder are going to be playing a very fast and aggressive faction as well, but a little bit more on the defensive end of the spectrum. Of course, they have a lot of archers, and they want to protect those archers, accrue value, and do it. We have the same win rate? Hell yeah, dude. I have 69% win rate in tournaments, a blessed number. Yes. It's fun, man. You know, some of the win rates are a little bit skewed in our community because you have players who are just super good maining factions and bringing it up. And even if that like faction generally is weaker, that's what's cool. Like, you can take the shittiest faction in this game and, you know, win against the best faction, you know, if you really are a main and know what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, the Dark Elves do have a character called a Dreadlord in this game, but he's not a Dreadlord. He's not like a Haggard Vampire. He's like a Corsair. It's not the same. Oh, dude, Slaanesh is a menace. They're so powerful. You're going to see Slaanesh in every single series today. I mean, this is a competitive event, so we can't obviously fault the players for that. Hey, Siegs, thanks for being a member for 48 months. God damn, dude. That's ages. 48 months of awesome times. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, the rampages and the cav are really brutal. Thank you again, Siegs. I appreciate that a lot. And Sad Sarah, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. All right. Who is the best Lizardman main? The one that comes to mind is Own Goal here is really good at Lizardmen, the guy who's playing here on the bottom side, aka Tim the Wilder. And also on top of that, Bob That Builder is someone in our community. He's really good. He tends to meme sometimes and bring fun builds, but he's like extremely good. Yeah. Where do you start for multiplayer and building armies? Join our Discord. Our Discord channel has, we literally have forums within our Discord. And it has like in-depth discussions for every single faction. On top of that, we have high-level players that will answer your questions in Discord. Just message people, don't be shy. And even I can help out with that as well. So if you hit me up, you know, if my hands are feeling good, I'll be good to type you some info. Like I have like generalist information about every faction. I'm a jack of all trades a bit. I like have topical knowledge of every faction in the game. So if you need help, I can hook it up. And yeah. The dreaded Tim the Wilder Lizardman buildup. Oh, I know. Yeah, so we're loading into the Dried Floodplain. It is going to be Azazel, the Lord for Slaanesh, versus a Spellweaver of Flock of Doom. So the Spellweaver are going to be casting Flock of Doom on the Slaaneshi army. And it is go time. Can the players pick the same faction? I mean, you can't play the same faction twice in a best of 5. But, like, if he wins this best of 5 and goes to the finals, one of these guys, they can then play the faction again. Yeah. But usually in the hyper-competitive format, it's best of 5, so you can't just be good at one faction. You know, you have to be good at a couple. All right. And perfect. So players are loading in. So here's the map. This is very much like an Insta-style map. You have 3 objectives right down the line here. So again, each of these objectives is going to be giving you 1 victory ticket per second, which when you reach 1,500, you win the game. But again, you could just beat the brakes off your opponent. Then you don't need to worry about the objectives. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the Slaaneshi army in the front, it's going to be Hellstriders and Hellstriders. So these guys are insanely fast, insanely furious, and they know how to party. Very good against Wood Elf Light Cavalry, so if they're fighting Glade Riders and Wild Riders, they can trade relatively well. On top of that, you know, they're okay at chasing down archers. They are an anti-large unit, so they're better against bigger targets, but there's going to be a standard Hellscourge here from Navi as well, aka Navigator. Now, Azazel is a really squishy target. He only has 5 armor and pretty much barely any mitigation against missiles, so only his Fizz Res. But if he does get locked down with the Prey of Anathrema, he can be sniped, but also is a very good assassin and scalpel. He's going to be bringing the Pavane of Slaanesh, which is a rampage ability. You target an enemy unit, and it makes them lose control and get a little bit crunk. They're going to be, you know, listening to some Little John. The rest of the army here for the Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh is going to be Chaos Warriors, so heavily armored infantry with silver shields. Obviously, having big tower shields against the Wood Elf army is going to be quite excellent indeed. All right, guys, so looking at the Wood Elf army on the other side for the legendary Own Goal, aka Tim, Dryads in the front line. Now, Dryads will lose to the Slaanesh infantry, but they're respectable fighters, and if Slaanesh does call out like light infantry, like their Marauders and stuff, the Dryads will trade pretty well. So we do have those. We have a Waystalker with Arrow of Kurnus. So this is a hero character for the Wood Elves. He's lurking somewhere in here, and he can shoot some nice long arrows from downtown. We got some Wildwood Rangers. So Wildwood Rangers, we'll show you those in a moment, and War Dancers with a Flock of Doom caster. So Tim not really using too many archers. He does have a couple on the outside with the Glade Guard Hagbane tips right here, 1 and 2, but also very, very heavy melee core for the Wood Elves as well. So yeah, these are the Wildwood Rangers. These are great open infantry, and they're the counter against the heavily armored Chaos Warriors. They've got these big badass swords, and if they get in there on top of those guys, they're going to do some serious work. Hey, Cultist, thank you for resubscribing, man. Greatly appreciate it, and yeah, the good times are rolling, man. Back to you. Here's your Twitch money. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. All right, so out of the gates, Slaanesh is going to be using its speed to get all the objectives. We do see Objective 2 going here, Objective 3 going to be taken, and Slaanesh does get Objective 1 as well. So immediately, Slaanesh is going to be getting some points on the board, as we do see the Dryads and War Dancers moving up, and Archers putting a little bit of firepower downtown, so they're just going to be shooting and blasting away into the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. All right, guys. Let the games continue. Dryads and War Dancers are here to cackle, but they're being very conservative. What it looks like is going to be happening is Tim's going to be forming a battle line here, or own goal, and he's going to be setting up his archers and just kind of poking a little bit. Like, you're not in a huge rush, you know, to rush all 3 objectives, right? You have time to value trade. You have time to try and pick things off. And look at this. Azazel already down to like 70-80%. That's really not good for Navigator. It looks like the elite Wood Elf hero was sniping him from downtown, and some of the archers shooting him as well. So yeah, having Azazel get popped like that is very rough. Ooh, nice arrow of Kurnus, able to pick off some of the Chaos Warriors. That was the Wood Elf hero character back here. And now it looks like the battle lines are going to be clashing, as the Dryads and the Chaos Warriors are going to be meeting in the front. And Chaos Warriors will win that fight decisively. Dryads just don't have good armor piercing, so they're going to kind of struggle there. And to the back, we do see some heavy shock infantry coming in. These are going to be the Forsaken. These guys hit really, really hard against Wood Elf infantry, but are a little bit squishy themselves. Now here, Pavane of Slaanesh activated on the Glade Riders, which rampages the archers and pulls them into melee. But the Wood Elves going to be moving in their War Dancers to try and saturate there. And now a very heavily favored fight for the Wood Elves here. It is going to be the Wildwood Rangers versus the Chaos Warriors. And these are just the basic Chaos Warriors. They're not the Hellscourge variant. So the great weapons and the anti-infantry bonus for these Elven Rangers should be very effective. And you can see massive casualties on the Chaos Warriors, as they're also being shot by some of the archers as well. So big macro look at the battlefield. We do see Slaanesh maybe preparing a little bit of a flankaroo around here. Coming around the Wood Elf flank, going to be trying to pressure into the archers. 2 of the archer units are running, and there is going to be some Slaanesh cavalry coming in the back as well. So Hellscourge, and Hellstriders looking to really penetrate into the backfield of Tim the Wilder here. So own goal sitting at 2,400 and Navigator sitting at 1,000 value. So Wood Elves are definitely value trading. Beautiful Flock of Doom. Nails everything. Flock of Doom, that big AoE spell, you know, calling down the evil birds, definitely gets some good value there. But now the archers are going to be compromised. Forsaken get on top of the archers, some of the light cav as well, so certainly not what they want to be doing. And in response to this, I cast Force of Will, exiling a card from my hand here. No, but the War Dancers move again, and they're going to help kind of push back some of the Slaanesh infantry. And the Spearman units trying to catch the fast cavalry, but they're a little bit too quick, and the Slaanesh cav are going to be coming in and getting on top of the archers. But there is a response. The Wood Elves ambushing from the woods, calling out the Christmas cavalry. So the Wild Riders clash with the Hellstriders here, and that's going to be a crushing victory. The Wood Elf cavalry are much more elite, and catching them in the back like that is going to be a really, really brutal, ladies and gentlemen. So we do see these guys getting pushed back. Nice defense there, stabilizing the archers, and the Wood Elf front line is holding very well as Own Goal continues crushing it on value right here. So the Glade Guard with the Hagbane tips. The archers are still very much functional, just laying a ton of peppering fire right there, right into the Slaaneshi cav. And honestly, it looks like the Wood Elves are crushing in melee too. The War Dancers and the Wildwood Rangers are ripping apart these heretics. You can see them just getting cut to pieces, massacred, and left to the carrion as they get pushed back and looking like Tim, Own Goal. Sorry, I got to use that. Own Goal is his name. We're gonna try and focus here. Oh my God, the Slaanesh Lord coming in out of desperation, getting focused by the arrows here. Oh my God, he's gonna be going down here. Oh, Azazel gets picked apart by the Wood Elf archers. Brutal, brutal stuff right there. The Waystalker, you know, doing his nice little anime victory right there. As we do take a macro look at the battlefield, it looks like the Wood Elves are down on objectives, but they are crushing the forces of Slaanesh so hard on the battlefield that it's not really going to matter. He's going to be able to move across, get all 3 objectives, and just close out the game. And with that, Slaanesh is going to be tapping out. Glory to the Wood Elves. Victory for the Wood Elves here in Game 1, as Own Goal able to get a crushing victory there in Game 1. You came to the wrong woods, that's right. Yeah. That was I mean, Slaanesh is considered to be stronger than Wood Elves, by the way, and considered to be actually a counter to them, sort of, like a soft counter. But that just goes to show how good of a player Own Goal is. Yeah, he's very, very good. And yeah, Navigator, also a very strong player, but yeah, was caught off guard there in a couple of those engagements. GG, well played. All right, so that's going to be updating the score here. Oops, sorry guys, I forgot to pull up the tourney one there. There we go. I was on the wrong score. That's going to be 1-0 here. And it is a best of 5 series. Yes. Looking at the value, nothing in Slaanesha's army really got good value. Just kind of in the pits everywhere, really. Flock of Doomcaster did good. 2,000 value on the Arrow of Kernus character. And Wilder Rangers and the War Dancers also were able to get some decent farming in there as well. Yeah, very fun. All right, so let me check the other side of the bracket and see. Looks like they're still going. Okay, that's fine. So we'll just hang here. Tim own goal said he's very under the weather today. He's like super sick. So I wonder if he's going to get the blessings of Nurgle. You know, Nurgle, the Plague Father, blesses his champions. I was able to win a tournament about a month and a half ago when I had a 100-degree fever with Nurgle. Now, I wonder if we're going to see it. Yeah, the reserve, the Cav ambush from the trees was really good. Because Slaanesh thought they had an easy backfield penetration, then the freaking Wood Elf Cav popping out of the trees and ambushing, just chef's kiss. You only missed one game, Victor. Yeah, you only missed one game. So welcome to the party as we are getting in there. Yes, yes. Man, how many of you guys, I'm curious, this is totally off topic, and we have a little bit of time while we wait for the players here. How many of you guys are a fan of like doom metal or like sludge and that kind of like genre? I love that genre. I think it's also like called stoner rock a little bit, but yeah, like doom metal, sludge, like kind of like early Black Sabbath, those kind of things, you know, like that kind of style. Yeah, you guys like that stuff? I see there's a couple people in chat who've enjoyed it. But man, I discovered a band a couple days ago called Electric Wizard. I know it sounds absurd, but like I've always loved that genre, and I have just been cranking some of this music. Holy shit. Their stuff is so good, and it's so like underrated. They have like 60,000 people on their YouTube channel. They've been going since like the late 80s, early 90s. God damn. They have some good stuff. Hey, Ruin My Holiday. Thanks for becoming a channel member on YouTube, man. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Holy shit, though, dude. Yeah, they're so good. I was listening to the song this morning called "The Chosen Ones," and oh, dude, they got so much good stuff. Yeah, I actually happened to put on Electric Wizard yesterday. Yeah, I know, and the name is awesome too. I love that music. Like going on like a jog or working out to that like kind of like heavy and those like guitar solos. Oh, that low tuning on the guitars is just like, it's just juice for me, man. It gets me fired up. Yeah. It's so good. A chosen one. No, it wasn't Kung Pao, Pone. It wasn't Kung Pao. All right, so I need to switch the map for game 2 here. Still waiting on the top side of the bracket, so we'll be hanging. And what is the map going to be? Maps and matchups for round 2. It's going to be the Arachnarok Lair, which is very much a brawler map. Usually you're going to see more melee focused factions on this map because there's a bit of line of sight and hills and weird elevations, but should be fun. Should be fun. Is the music electrifying and magical? It is. Yeah, it is. Arachnarok Lair is a good map. Yeah, it's a really, really good one. It's super solid. A band I love to dip into in Doom and Sludge is Goblin. What is that name? Goblin Dong? Oh my god. Okay, I'll look it up. Maybe we'll rekindle the music section in Discord. I think we have one in our Discord. It's not super active, but we could have some discussions a little bit later on. I love Doom and Sludge and that kind of like, yeah, that sort of music. It's fun. Goblin Dong. Oh my god. A Chosen Few is the song. Yeah, that was what I was listening to today. Yeah. Yeah, I like the heaviness, but I like melodic as well. I don't want just like, if it's just grindy with no melody and no like guitar I need guitar solos and I need some melody with the heaviness. You know, like if it's just like repetitive grinding, like I don't get into that as much. Yeah. Can we hear the Tattered Sales trailer? It's really, really good. It really is. Yeah. Okay, so round 2, players are doing their picks and bans. How was the movie? Yeah, so we saw the Until Dawn, which is based on a video game. The wife and I went and saw it. It's fun. You know, it's not like a masterpiece, but Until Dawn was fun. It's just like, yeah, it's just like a fun, campy, you know, generic horror movie that had some fun moments. Like I'm very easily entertained with movies. Yeah, they made a movie. It's in theaters right now. Yeah, the wife and I went and saw it last night. It's fun. Yeah, like if you like the game, it's like got some cool nods to the game, and Yeah, it was all right. Like I wouldn't say it's like, oh wow, that was a really real horror masterpiece. It's like has a lot of generic horror tropes. Just really relies on jump scares quite a bit. But it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, very much like young adult. Yeah. Is this with the same actors? No, it's a different. It's the premise is a bit different from the game. My wife was, I believe she played the game, and she was like explaining the difference and everything. So it's quite different, but it's fun. It would be better if it was more related to the game itself. Yeah, I think the game had Rami Malek in it, like as one of the characters. My wife was telling me. Isn't the game Until Dawn already a movie itself? I guess more or less. But yeah, no, it's in theaters now. Did you see Sinners? No, haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Peter Stormare. Yeah, he's great. Whatever he's in is always fun, and he kind of plays one of the antagonists, which is good. Yeah, the newest Alien movie was also pretty good. Oh, you're talking about the Romulus, the Nostromo. Is it Romulus or was it? It was Alien Romulus, right? The one with all the friggin' 20-year-olds, like in teenagers versus Alien. I can't remember. But yeah, that was a fine movie. I didn't dislike it. Try the game sometime. I've never really gotten into horror games, to be honest. That'd be a big change up for what we do around here. That's for sure. You hated it? Yeah, it was all right. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. I was kind of like, just give us Aliens 2 again, you know? Aliens. Just give us the Colonial Marines making epic last stands against aliens. Just give us that shit, you know? That's all we want. But like, give us Alien 2, but with like modern, you know, like more of a grander, more modern scope. Okay, so the new Predator movie, not the newest one that's coming out, but the one before, Prey, dude, that shit was so good. It was so good. Oh, with the Native Americans battling the Predator, that was sick. That movie was freaking badass. And the new Predator movie actually is the same director, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that gives me hope. I know I heard some people complaining about the aesthetics of the new Predator, but like, it's whatever. Just give me some big fight scenes with monsters. Yeah, it's gonna be good. The new Predator looks like it. I have faith. I have faith in the Prey director because Prey was so good that I'm not gonna like just write off the new one. Even though the Predator looks a little bit funky, I'm still gonna give it a chance. Yeah. Anyone playing? It's from the same guy, right? Yeah. It was badass, dude. I want to see a Predator in feudal Japan. That would be, oh my god, how good would that be? Like a Predator appearing in like samurai culture. I don't know if that was the feudal times. I don't really know the history as much, but how good would that be? Holy shit. Oh, that would be sick. You know, because the Predators have like this warped sense of honor to an extent, you know, so that'd be really interesting to see that clash with like the samurai culture. Dead Space franchise. They did make an animated Dead Space movie. I watched that, I think, a couple, like 5 or 6 years ago. Predator going like, omae wa shinderu. Nani? You know what the GOAT of all movies is? Professor Pone's favorite movie of all time? Alien vs. Predator. Dude, that shit was so haggard. I loved every second, though. Like, remember the part where the alien, or the Predator, grabs the alien by the tail and swings him in a circle and is, like, bashing him against the walls? It's so corny and haggard. Like some guy in a big, like, plastic suit. The AVP is so good. I love it, dude. That scene, I don't know, that scene always makes me laugh when, like, it's just like a super haggard fight between the alien and the Predator, and he, like, grabs him by the tail and is, like, swinging him around. It's so stupid. I loved it so much. Yeah, AVP, let's freaking go. All day, dude. All day. Sign me up for that shit. Hey, I enjoyed Freddy vs. Jason. I have really low standards. Like, I love the Scary Movie franchise. You know, like Meet the Spartans, like all those like Joe Dirt, you know, those like haggard early 2000s movies and late 90s. Sign me up, dude. I'm down. Didn't Henry Cavill talk about Netflix making a 40K series? I think it was with Amazon, wasn't it? Yeah. You were too young to remember any of those movies. In the olden days, yes. So we have our next match, by the way. It's going to be, all right, so checking the top side. Looks like we do have our victor on the bottom side. It looks like Oishi was able to win. So that is going to be Oishi with the 2-1 victory over Ash. Okay, so let me tag these guys. And we're going to get them ready so we can start now jumping in between games. So Anticity and Oishi, set up your semis lobby. Prep for game 1 and wait for me. We will alternate between series to reduce... God, I have to like talk as I type now to reduce downtime. Okay. Click have fun. Host and send me code. All right, so Anticity and Oishi are going to be getting set up. If we take a look at the brackets now, we now have our final top 4. So the die is cast, and here we are. So you can see Oishi versus Anticity on the top 4. That's going to be a banger of a series, by the way. And Navigator versus Tim the Wilder, which of course is the best of 5 we're casting right now. So there you have it. All right. Let's go ahead and get this party started and get into game 2 in just a second. All right, the Greenskins versus the Warriors of Chaos. This is a great matchup. It's very fighty. Just 2 factions that just want to go fisticuffs. Granted, both of them can kind of play like weird kind of kiting styles if they want to as well. So a lot of fun times here, man. A lot of fun times. Yes. Anticity versus Oishi. Dude, that's going to be so sweaty. Holy shit. Like, Oishi is a hardcore meta player. Like, hardcore meta. I'm curious to see if Anticity is going to be able to catch him off guard. Oishi has not won a major event yet. The only person in the top 4 who has won a major competitive event in Warhammer 3 is Own Goal here. He won 1 major event. But he's also taken second place in like 3 or 4 of them too. So I think he would probably, on paper, be considered the favorite, depending on his preparation. You know, did he get the prep going? Yeah, we'll see. All right, so readying up here. And I'm going to go grab some water, guys, and we'll be right back. Just in time for the return to the game. You're excited to see pros play. All these folks are on a whole nother level. Yeah, they are. These are the Dark Lords. These are the Dark Lords for sure. Navigator. Oh, look at that freaking Chaos build. What the hell is that shit? Oh my god. It's freaking a Chosen Aspiring Champion with a Rot Knight ROR build? What the hell is this shit? Oh my god, and a Giant? We have a Giant as well? Oh my god, I love it. Okay, guys, this is going to be a fun match. These are pretty off-meta builds, I do dare say. It is best of 5 series, so players have a little bit of wiggle room to take risks. Not a ton. Yeah, a Chaos Elite box with Festus, yeah. So basically use Festus with his AoE healing to keep your elite units alive. Very, very fun stuff. All right, so players are loading in. Let me check in Discord, make sure the communications have gone through here. And they're going to be hosting here. Perfect. All right. Wait for me before you start. Casting all games now. Just responding to some inquiries from the other side of the bracket, and here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let me explain the tactics here. The Warriors of Chaos are going to be using a super elite army, so they have Chosen, which are some of the more heavy metal infantry in the game. Okay, he's still moving his army around. And they're going to be backed up by some anti-large boys. Oh, stacked on top of each other and fighting on the middle objective. Oh, he's just creating like a Chosen Death Star. Okay, so we have Chosen, Severed Claw, to kill big threats, and Festus. So what Festus can do, aside from just healing things, he can also do direct damage, but he has 2 settings. He has the AoE healing and AoE damage, so he can just kind of sit there in a brick and fight. We got 2 Aspiring Champions, which are also elite Chaos Infantry, and they're going to be probably trying to hold the side objective, and then elite Heavy Cavalry on the outside as well. So these are going to be the Rot Knights. They're designed to kill Boarboy Biggins, Trolls, Squigs, all that kind of shit, and they're going to be moving up. So this, of course, is going to be Navi, aka Navigator, and Tim the Wilder on the other side, bringing what appears to be a bit of a monster mash. So we got a Goblin Great Shaman on a Giant Spider. This thing is designed for sniping from a high angle using Vindictive Glare, but is also pretty good against like Armored Chaos Trolls, and will be good against other big threats on the battlefield as well. We got a Giant. Haven't seen one of these in a while, but yeah, Hodor is here. And he's going to be moving up to the middle, and will be pretty good against the elite infantry, assuming he's not surrounded by the halberd unit. So if he's just bonking on Chosen units, not going to be bad, right? Not going to be bad. On the outside, the orcs, the rest of the army is going to be goblins and just archers and kind of chaff-centric units. We do get some pump wagons coming out, so we do get the Snotling pump wagons, boys. Pretty good against infantry if they can get those nice charges. We'll see on how the angles go. Tim going to be calling out the Marauder Horsemen, so Marauder Horsemen are going to be the first call-in for him. 2 of them, and that's to try and keep the Goblin Great Shaman honest. Okay, this is really, I mean, Chaos immediately going to be grabbing 2 objectives, and I feel like in some ways, I mean, this is pretty comfortable for the Warriors of Chaos, right? You move up. Oh shit, artillery for the Goblins. Oh, we got a Doom Diver. So Tim has a freaking Doom Diver catapult back here. That's really good. That's really good. And he's going to be launching Goblins across the map here. So they're going to be shooting into what appears to be the Orcs and the baseline units here. Not the Orcs, excuse me, the Chosen. Oh, is he trying to snipe Festus? Is he trying to snipe the Lord? Oh, he is. So the Doom Divers are going to be coming in. You can see they got their wings. Uh-oh, here they come. And a couple of them do hit the big man. So immediately Festus is going to begin taking some damage right there. So he's down to a bit of health. And we do also see the Aspiring Champions getting dinged as well. Okay, I feel like we're watching. This is like that weird point in competitive play where like the things that look like newbie traps that you see in like casual ladder games and for new players like start becoming good. It's very strange. We're like in that Twilight Zone position, guys. But on the middle of the map, we do see the Warriors of Chaos holding the points, 108 points against 41, comfortably on the 2. But what Tim is going to do is, or own goal, is he's going to be trying to soften up the forces of Chaos. He's going to be trying to poke them a little bit. We do see the pump wagons coming in, isolating these guys, getting a nice ramrodding charge. Aspiring Champions do not want to be attacked by these things, as they do take a considerable amount of damage considering how tanky they are. And now the Spider going to be popping in to help as well. And it does seem like own goal is kind of dominating a lot of the mobile trades. Obviously, you know, he's got a more dynamic army with archers moving into position. The Savage Orc Boys don't do a lot of damage, but, you know, volume of fire against these Chosen will add up. Festus kind of getting blasted a little bit as well. We do see him down to half health from the Doom Diver catapult trying to snipe him, which is very funny because it's exactly what Doom Divers do in tabletop as well. Oh, Vindictive Glare from the Greenskins, blasting him again, and don't even try it as well. A lot of damage going down on Festus. Oh my god, is he going to break right now? Holy shit, that'd be bad. Where's the Fleshy Abundance? Where's the healing? Where is it? He needs to heal himself right now, dude. Okay, so he's going to be casting it finally, a little bit delayed on that. And now it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are tired of being poked, and they're going to maybe move up with some of the heavy cavalry. And Festus, the Leech Lord, oh, dude, if he's paying attention, he can actually hide behind this tree. If he hides behind this tree here, the Doom Divers will not be able to hit him. All right, some Marauder Horsemen of Navigator are going to be moving up and poking into the Morgub's Magi Marauders. On the backside, Orc Boy Biggins coming in as well. So these are the anti-large cap for the Greenskins. They're very good against enemy big targets. So you want them to engage on your enemy horseman units or monsters is typically what they're good at. Another Vindictive Glare coming down from the Greenskins, blasting into Festus. Festus going to be getting nuked. Now, he does have a healing cap, right? So you can only heal so much in this game. There comes a point where you cannot heal yourself anymore. So he is getting pretty close to that point. And honestly, if I were Navigator, I would probably just go hide in the trees. Because that Doom Diver catapult and that Goblin have plenty of ammunition to kill you. So I would probably take Festus and go sit in the trees back here and try and hide him, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, that would be the play. So now the Greenskin Archer is going to be peppering in. Own Goal is an extremely good Greenskin player. He's very good at Greenskins, very good at Lizardmen, pretty much good at whatever he practices. He is one of the most clinical players. Have you ever gone to, like, you know, a competitive Magic card tournament and just seen that Dark Lord who's like knows the meta in and out and just crushes you? That's him. He's like this guy. He knows the game like a freaking science. All right. The Spider's going to be moving in, and it's clobbering time as Hodor moves in, starts battling the Aspiring Champions, and there's going to be the Spider as well. So we're going to start seeing some big damage going down, but it looks like the Giant is going to pull back, not wanting to eat all the Javelin fire from all the Marauder Horsemen, who can throw some nice deeps in there. Warriors of Chaos are holding on to the points, but Festus is getting very, very low, ladies and gentlemen. He is in the dregs. He's in the pits of hell. Vindictive Glare coming in. Uh-oh, Doom Divers from downtown. He's going to be close to dying. 200 HP. Oh my god, are we going to see a Doom Diver KO? Okay, screw the rest of the action now, guys. Oh, he just got killed by the magic. The Goblin magic killed him. And down goes Festus in the dregs. Oh, and the Doom Diver on the corpse. Oh, the disrespect from the Goblins. All right, guys. So the Warriors of Chaos, pure desperation right now, going to be advancing up with the Severed Claw and the Aspiring Champions, trying to clash into the Greenskin Horde. And these Halberd Boys might be able to take these guys, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of Greenskins here. That's going to be very, very tough. So Festus is taken down. Granted, he can be brought back to the battlefield. We see a couple waves of Forsaken being called out for Navigator to try and push. And yeah, Rot Knights are moving too greedily and too deeply. They're going to get attacked by this anti-large spider and probably by some Boar Boy Biggins. Oh, the bacon is coming, boys. Here they come. The Wog is on the way, and it's going to be Wild Hogs, the best movie ever made, as the Squealers get in there and they chase back the Chaos Heavy Cavalry. These guys are being taken apart. Tim the Wilder is putting on such a clinic here, an absolute clinic. Or I swear, eventually I'll get his new name right. I'm trying my best. All right, guys. So objective number 2 belongs to the Warriors of Chaos. Objective number 1 belongs to them. 566 points against 270. I think the Greenskins have a comfortable victory right here, guys. Warriors of Chaos are down by 4,000 plus value, which is incredibly devastating. That means he's killed 4,000 more units worth of gold. So, for example, this Boar Boy unit costs like 850 or 950 gold, something like that. So, like, yeah, that's like that many extra units is what they have on the battlefield. And the Greenskins take over. They could comfortably win on just the 2 objectives right now. It looks like on the low ground, Warriors of Chaos going to be trying to ninja this using some Forsaken. Is there any chance for the Warriors of Chaos to come back? The Wog is realized, and the battle cries down to the valley as the Orcs get fired up. So that is an Orc army ability that basically gives the entire Orc army a massive erection and makes them do more damage. And they're going to be getting in here, skewering down the Marauder Horsemen, forcing these guys back. Massive casualties as they try and retreat. And I just don't see any way. Pump Wagon's going to come down here and dispatch these Forsaken most likely. Depends on the cycle charging, but they do get in there and run over a lot of these heretics. And so this is a matchup I have played against him quite a bit. He's very, very good into this. It's very tough. But the Wog is going down. Objective, it looks like it could be flipping to Chaos. So pretty much the only way Chaos can win this game is by cheesing the objectives and trying to be it's much like in Warcraft 3. When you're super far behind, you just try and rat and scrap your way back by, winning on an ulterior win condition, which in this case would be on objectives. But he is so goddamn far away from winning on objectives that it was like there's no chance because own goal is going to keep pummeling him, and he's just going to kill him to beat him down so badly till he has nothing left. We do see the Lord coming back. It's going to be Festus back for round 2. Nurgle has blessed him with some fleshy abundance, but it's not going to matter. Spiders coming in, and the Boar Boys, the Baconators, are going to be on their way in as well. And oh, look, not the Air We Go, but the Sneaky Stabbin' activated, going to make these guys way stronger, and these Forsaken are going to get skewered. Ragnarok Spider is an anti-large fighter, but it's still pretty okay at just beating down like a low melee defense battle here. So yeah, looks like that's going to be a victory. We do see objective number 3 staying to the Greenskins, objective 2 for the Wog, and objective 3 for the Wog as well. So the boys got all 3 objectives, and I think that is going to be game blouses. Currently, we do see own goal is actually passing the Warriors of Chaos on points soon. He's got a lot. And I just don't think there's anything the Warriors of Chaos can do. They're just kind of desperately throwing in mobility units to try and trade where they can. But this is a pretty crushing victory here. The Goblin Great Shaman being hunted. The Marauder Horsemen of Chaos, pretty good at poking things and chasing. But yeah, if they chase too far, the Bacon's going to get them. So we got some Savage Orc Boar Boys trying to chase these guys down. They're a lot slower, so the Savage Orc Boar Boys will take casualties in pursuit. We're going to see if they can make contact here. And if they do, that's certainly not going to be bad damage. Warriors of Chaos almost getting this low ground objective, but it's not really going to matter too much. Like, Tim has just got too much on the battlefield. We do see objective 1 and objective 2 here looking very good for the Greenskins. And yeah, still a very healthy Giant here. If Navigator comes back from this, that's going to be so impressive. I don't think it's possible, but, it is the grand finals, and these are, the top 4 players in the world playing right now. So, anything can happen any given Sunday. So Savage Orc Boar Boys grinding it out. They do kill the Forsaken. Now they're going to be engaging versus the Rot Knights. But, there is durability to Chaos. They have a lot of healing. Like these Rot Knights, they passively regenerate. The Lord of the Warriors of Chaos also has a ton of healing as well. So, I mean, maybe. We do see the Hellstriders coming in, causing a bit of havoc, but the Orc Boar Boy Biggin should be able to do their thing. I think Festus is maybe going to get bashed by this Giant. Uh-oh, Hodor's coming for that ass. He's moving in. And he's going to start bonking the Lord of Chaos here. So we do see Festus getting bonked. And own goal, immediately Festus has taken a lot of damage. Giants are absolute linebackers. 700 weapon strength is pretty gross. That's going to be able to chew through this HP very quickly. And yeah, Festus is trying to run away from the Giant. He's in the wrong neighborhood. He's actually terrified and running. And the Bacon's going to be flanking in as well. So Savage Orc's going to be, Festus is going to die again, which, he might actually die again straight up. I don't know. We're going to have to see. So the Warriors of Chaos do manage to secure an objective. So very well played in Navigator. Despite being massively behind, he still fights hard enough to get a low ground objective, which I think own goal is just going to get back here. I think he's going to move in with the Spider and the Boar Boys and be able to get her done. So we do see the Orcs here getting kind of pushed, but Spider probably carries it. Yeah, Festus getting absolutely just taken to Pound Town. If you've ever been to the UK, his pound is being stretched here. And Doomdiver Catapult shooting him again. How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man? And he's sitting at 900 HP. The Giant should just keep hunting. Like, getting this kill here is really worth it. But no, he said the Giants are not the smartest things. He's going to turn around and go do something else and decides to bonk some of the Forsaken instead. All right. This is the first best of 5 in today's tournament. We're going to have 3 best of 5s in total. Yeah, so this is the first one. You guys are very, very early on in the tournament here. So Doom diving, Doom Diver Catapult shooting downtown into Festus. He's at 1100 HP, but his leadership is broken. He's actually shattered. So when a unit shatters, it means it's guaranteed to run off the battlefield. He's not going to be able to come back. So this is basically a death sentence. It's going to have the same penalties of him being killed once he runs off the battlefield. It just kind of delays the inevitable, right? Greenskins do re-wrestle the low ground objective. They are able to bully the Warriors of Chaos down here using the Spider. Warriors of Chaos with a little bit of cheeky pressure down here using the Aspiring Champions and whatnot. But the Boar Boys have really good armor-piercing damage, and I just simply think they're not going to have enough mojo down here to get this done, right? Grand Finals today, too. Everything, yes. So we're doing this series, the other best of 5. So we're doing 2 semifinals and the Grand Finals, which is, they're all best of 5 series. Yeah, this game's over, though. I would say pretty damn over. Is there any way for the Warriors of Chaos to get back in this? I mean, yeah, not with Festus running off the battlefield again. You know, because here's the thing. When your Lord in this game dies or runs off the battlefield, it applies a pretty big leadership penalty to your armies. He's still not off the battlefield. Where's Festus? Oh, he's still not gone yet. Okay, he's still waddling. He's right here. But when he does run off the battlefield, the entire Chaos army is going to take a big, big leadership penalty, which is going to be incredibly punishing here, right? Orc Boar Boys on the Wog, hunting down the Marauder Horsemen. We do see a little bit of greenskin buffs activated here. The Sneaky Stabbing is activated, so a short-term buff for the DPS. Low ground objective completely crushed, so the Warriors of Chaos that were making an attempt at this objective here do get run over by the pump wagons, and also just overwhelmed by the Orc Chaff units and the Boar Boys. Very, very cool stuff. And on the middle objective, it looks like Warriors of Chaos had a bit of a play for it, but they're not gonna be able to get through the Spider and the Giant. Although the Giant, oh no, he leaves them with halberds. Okay, the Giant actually being killed by these great weapon and halberd units here. Yeah, okay, a bit of a blunder. That's a blunder by the Greenskins. If the game was a little bit closer, this could be a big problem. I think the Giant's probably going to fall here. He's at 100 HP, he's running, and is he going to go down? The halberds are hot in pursuit. Hodor's in trouble, guys. Oh, he's going to get away with 2 HP. Not that it matters. The Giant is just going to, run off the battlefield now. When you're at 2 HP, you don't come back, right? You don't come back. You just flee off into the Shadow Realm there. So Pump Wagon's moving on in, and points are looking really good for the Greenskins. They're at 1267 against 822. Currently, Own Goal has a triple cap against him here. So that means he's getting 3 victory tickets per second, and the Warriors of Chaos are getting nothing. So he's really, really working towards that. Hey guys, on the bright note, Hodor's gonna live. Our boy. He's gonna hold the door. He's gonna survive it this time. He's going to go back to the mountains or the Badlands, wherever the hell he came from, and he's going to chill. GG, Warriors of Chaos tap out, too far behind, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead here, ladies and gentlemen, for the forces of the Own Goal. The Greenskins getting the victory. The Wog, 2 erect. Goblin Great Shaman, 2,200 value. Giant with 2,000 value. Badass. Pump Wagon, 1,200, really good. Doom Diver Catapults also carried 3,200 value on the Doom Diver. This thing paid for itself like 3 or 4 times over. Absolutely nuts. All right. And as cool as that Warriors of Chaos army was, it just got picked apart. The Doom Diver Catapult, the Goblin Sniping, the Chariots. There was just too much punishment for that army. Yeah. All right, guys. So, yeah, he held the door. So now we're going to get into the lobby on the other side here, and we're going to do it. All right. So Oishi, and now we're not going to have as much time in between games now that the other top side is ready. So I will be back, and let me tell him, wait for me for next game. Casting other side. All right, so we're going to join this. All right, and we're going to spectate that. I don't know what the password is. Hopefully it's simplistic. All right, so they're going to get their game ready while we go to this side, which is already ready. So this is going to be, Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh once again. So let me update the nameplates for this series. I didn't know who's going to be here quite yet, so this is going to be 0-0. And this is between the Kraken King and Ticity, who's one of the all-time greats of Total War. And but this would be his first major event win in Warhammer 3 if he's able to win this, which would be a huge accomplishment for him. Certainly a nice feather in his cap. And he's kind of like the mad scientist of this game. Like, if you guys are coming from Warcraft 3, he's very similar to like Krav. You guys know Krav? He's the undead player who does like the weirdest shit. It's very similar. So this is going to be Ticity versus Oishi. Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. Where is Own Goal's Kryptonite? Solasaur is taking a bit of a break from the game. Yeah, he was the previous champion. He's not defending his crown this season. He could come back. Davok, thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate that. Paul Rodriguez, not today, man. No, the Goblin has remained in check for today. Yeah, this has been a really fun tournament so far. So this is the other side of the bracket for anybody joining. Let me just go ahead and show you what the progress looks like for the day. All right, so yeah, we have Navigator and Tim the Wilder. That was the series we were just casting. They're still playing. they're going to set up for the next match. And now we're going to be doing Oishi versus Anticity's game, and then we're going to go back over here, navigate back and forth. And then we'll do the grand finals afterwards, which is going to be a lot of fun. Very, very excited, and a great time hanging with you all today. Is it this one? Yes, it is. And it looks like, how are they not ready? They've had like 30 minutes to get ready. Just finished casting the AoE 4 tournament since someone refuses to cover it. Yeah, it's your job now. You've taken over the mantle. No, all jokes aside, I will get back to Age 4 someday. But honestly, in terms of what I do, I don't, like, whatever I'm enjoying most of the time is what I'm going to be streaming, right? So for now, it's Warcraft 3 because I'm having so much goddamn fun playing my Dreadlord. So, yeah, just unleash the Dreadlord on me. Did you see Anticity's build versus Undead with Bellacord? No. Oh, I love that. Did he use that in the tournament today? Or was that, like, on a stream somewhere? Yeah. We will get back to AoE 4 someday, though, for sure. Warcraft 3 was, like, one of my favorite games when I was a kid. Like, so I have so much nostalgia, and getting into the competitive element of it is so fun. It's so fun. There's a lot of really hype moments. Like in Total War competitive, we have really big hype moments because of the heroes, right? You have like these big epic lords battling and dying and being taken out. And the same thing applies to Warcraft 3, like these hero duels and like a close fight where they get taken down. I will reach out to Grubby when I get back from Europe in May about doing something with Total War. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. Solosaur came into the game, conquered, and now is taken off. Yeah, he's a beast. Ash took a game off Oishi and Norsky using Doomfire Warlock spam, which was amazing to watch. Wow. Who was streaming that one? Or was one of them streaming it or something? Is Oishi streaming? Or is Ash streaming? That's pretty hype. Hopefully they send me that replay. What are you in Europe for? Visiting family. Yeah. Yeah, my wife is Polish, so we make our rounds out there. Does current competitive Warcraft 3 use original Warcraft? You use the Warcraft 3 Reforged, but most people play with the older graphics. So you can choose to use the older graphics, which is what everybody does. I don't think anybody plays like Reforged graphics, at least from what I've seen. I mean, some people on Battle.net do, I'm sure, but... Yeah, it's Anticity versus Oishi. This is going to be a power sweat match. Are they on the right map? Let me check here. Okay. He said he just needs 3 minutes. Oh, so he had to go AFK for a second. Got it. Okay, no stress. And what's cool is by the time we're done with this game, the other players on the other side will be ready, so we just get in there and it'll be... You think Tyler would like this game? Tyler 1? Would he? The only problem is, like, I know Tyler likes to grind games, and we don't have a good ladder system, so it'd probably, I don't know how that would go for him. Yeah. The prize today, it's a surprise. I'll tell you guys at the end. He would lose his mind over units not responding. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Warcraft 3 Deforged. Yeah, Reforged was a pretty big disaster when it launched. I remember that was so haggard. They like took away all the cool features that we had on the old Warcraft 3 client. All right. So, Kraken King versus Oishi, the Dreadlord of Korea. I believe he's one of the only, at least, I'm sure the Korean community has their own like casting and tournaments and stuff, but he's one of the only Korean players who plays in at least our tournament circuits, I think. There was a couple people back in the day. Kark was very good. The True Bretonian was fun. We had a couple of those guys. May I ask why the folks are using the old models? Yeah, so people use the old models in Warcraft 3 because the new models look like different units. So unit assessment is very different. It's a little bit tricky in big battles to like recognize what's what in Warcraft 3 Reforged when you use the new graphics, unless you get really used to it, right? So people prefer what they're comfortable with, right? Yeah. Will you play the 3 other races? Oh yeah, eventually we will, Zoomer. Eventually we will, yeah. Meow meow, that's funny. Is there? No, he doesn't lag too much. So there's a couple tricks. There's some forbidden arts you can actually use in this game to solve the peer-to-peer lag issues. So if you and your opponent are having lag issues, which is very common because it's a shithouse peer-to-peer client, you can use a VPN, which is really funny. So you use a VPN and you connect to whatever. Like if Anticity's in Canada and his opponent's in Korea, like Oishi could get a VPN and connect to a Canadian VPN, and it like often fixes the lag. It's very weird. So that's been something that has really helped in the community since people have learned that. You know any Polish words? A bit. I can say a couple sentences and phrases and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, so we're loading into the battle. Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. So, like I said, you're going to see a lot of Slaanesh today. The Dark Prince is quite strong. Ooh, and Kari. Oh, shit. Greater Demon of Slaanesh, the named one, mind you. God damn. This is going to be very fun. And then we have Setra the Imperishable for the Tomb Kings. All right, let's get this going, man. This is going to be very, very fun. Anticity doesn't really play Vampire Coast anymore, but the reason why we call him the Kraken King is because he was the GOAT of Vampire Coast in Warhammer 2. He was playing them, winning tournaments, like super fun to watch. Yeah, it was great. He knows how to order more pierogis. God, I love pierogis. They're so good. If you could just like give me pierogis filled with like some sort of a good meat with like potatoes and onions and just like I could take a bath in those, dude. Just sign me up. They're so freaking good. Just feast, dude. Just feast on those. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get dedicated servers for this game. But I am actually fairly confident we're going to be getting dedicated servers for whatever the next title is, which I suspect is going to be 40K. I think we're going to get Total War Warhammer 40K, and that's going to be super hype. And I bet you that will be a big enough launch that we're going to get servers for it. I think it can happen. Because, you know, they want to promote the multiplayer campaigns as well. And I have been, you know, talking to folks at CA and kind of like whispering it in the ears. You know, I'm going to do my best to make it happen. Yeah. I'm going to do my best. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break down the armies. And taking a look here at the forces of the Tomb Kings, it is going to be a massive battle line of spearmen and halberds. So that makes sense. Slaanesh likes to use cavalry and present some big threats. Tomb Guard are really, really cool, by the way. I wish they were good in tabletop, but yeah, I'm like Grima Wormtongue whispering in CA's corrupt ear. Yes, of course. And just like I'm like Grima, but I don't get listened to quite as much. You know, I've been asking for servers for a long time. Optisoft, thank you so much. No, all jokes aside, though, the CA folks have been really receptive to multiplayer feedback. They've been absolute chads. You know, considering it's such a small aspect of the company, the multiplayer, like the amount of like love we get with like multiplayer patches and balancing is like, this was originally a single player game, right? But we've kind of created a multiplayer scene that is now respected by the company. So we've made a lot of progress. We've come a long way. Setra the Imperishable is going to be on horseback, which is interesting. He's going to be a decent little anti-large sniper going after fiends. He has Usirians and Curse Blades. Archers are going to be pretty useful for poking down, you know, any number of things like fiends and seekers, although I think seekers and heart seekers are banned in the tournament. That's right, I did ban them, so. And a lot of mobility coming in for the Tomb Kings. A Skeleton Horseman Legion. Very nice. I mean, these guys do lose the Hellstriders, but numbers are numbers. You could definitely drag people down and do some work. So we will have to see how it goes. Make this happen. Yeah, I know. I'm trying, Cham. I've been trying to get all the factions unlocked for multiplayer. That's been one of the big agendas I've been pitching to CA. Pretty much every like 3 months I'll say something. I'm working on it. All right, guys. So Tomb King's army going to be advancing. Now looking at Oishi. Oishi, of course, Korean powerhouse here. It looks like he's going to be moving through the woods to pressure his opponent's back objective, which I really, really like. But Slaanesh infantry do dominate Tomb King's infantry, but Tomb Kings have other advantages, like they're ranged and they're monsters and things like that. But it is going to be Forsaken and Marauders moving through the trees back here. And on the other side, we have one of the cooler characters in the game. It's going to be Inkari. So this is a greater Demon of Slaanesh. Very squishy against arrows, but dude, this thing is one of the most disgusting assassins in the entire game. If it can isolate you and catch you slipping, it will kill your lord in like 10 seconds. It's really brutal. And it looks like Inkari is going to be teamed up with some of the Fiends of Slaanesh as well. Fiends are just a good generalist unit, good against Ushapti, good against most things, honestly, that they fight. They have a nice debuff, so when they do hit you, they add the Soporific Musk, and that gives -5, -5. So that's going to be lowering your stat line when they get you in combat there, which is quite fun. All right, guys. This is the semifinal match. The grand finals we're not quite yet there yet. We did 2 games on the other series. They're prepping their game 3 over there. Currently, Own Goal, a.k.a. Tim the Wilder, is up 2 games right now. So he's up 2-0 in the other series. So if he wins that, he'll be going to the finals, and we are going to do it. So currently, as it stands, Tomb Kings have Objective 3, and they have Objective 2. Oishi going to be making a play for the back objective here. Anticity, probably pretty damn good at Tomb Kings. You know, they play kind of similar to Vampire Coast in some ways, so I suspect that he'll be pretty comfortable. They're undead, they're unbreakable, a lot of similar mechanics. It's Okoi. Did I say Okoi? Oishi? No, it's not. It's a different person. Melee Shopti being called out by Anticity, the Kraken King here, able to get these big killers in there. So these are a hard counter against Forsaken and Chaos Warriors and Marauders. The Shopti will just absolutely butcher infantry. Very, very strong there. I like that quite a bit. All right, guys, the battle soon to be raging on. We do see the Tomb Kings getting a little bit of dominance over the battlefield on the objectives, and they're going to be entrenching their back point. Look at this. This is like the 13th Warrior, although, no, they're not coming from the mountain, so not quite the case. But Slaanesh is preparing a massive, massive push in the woods, hiding all these units. We do see the Lord of the Tomb Kings scouting forward, seeing what's in the woods, providing a little bit of vision by getting close. But yeah, this is going to be an all-out collapse. The forces of Slaanesh are just going to alpha strike all at once. They're going to build up, and they're going to bust a quick one there. Yeah, that's going to be the plan. XO, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it, boss. Welcome to the party. Hopefully you guys are ready for some of this sweaty action. As Inkari lurks, the greater demon of Slaanesh, playing with its sword here. That's how we all roll, I suppose. And what is the target going to be? Is Inkari going to try and kill Cetra? Probably. If Cetra gets rampaged, Inkari will absolutely crush Cetra in a fight. I mean, Cetra on the Sphinx would be a little bit stronger, but on horseback, the HP isn't super high. Back objective held comfortably by Slaanesh. They have some Marauders hanging that one, so they should be able to hold on to it. But, you know, in this situation, the Tomb Kings are hanging on to objectives 2 and 3. They're just like, come at me, dude. There's no reason for the Tomb Kings to attack. If you have the objective advantage, typically, unless you're doing what I call a stuffing strategy, where you're just trying to triple cap your opponent and win on points, you just sit back, take the defender's advantage, because the defenders are going to have closer victory points back here. So they're going to get their, not victory points, but reinforcement points. So they'll get their reinforcements quicker, right? This is a dangerous game with Cetra here, guys. A very dangerous game. And the forces of Slaanesh continue to gather. Jupiter and Chumba, thank you guys so much for subscribing on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, shit's going to get crunk here in a minute. You're going to see Slaanesh advance out of the woods, and it's going to be pedal to the metal. Okay, he rampages Cetra. Cetra's out of control for 13 seconds, which means Inkari can go in and get some nice attacks. Okay, another 7 seconds. The greater demon of Slaanesh going for the kill. Going to be moving through the ranks and attacking in, but it looks like it did miss Cetra. No, it makes contact. Willing Prey activated. And is Cetra going to be taking this fight? Okay, Cetra's melee defense holding firm. Very, very good for Anticity here. Okay, but another connection is going down as Anticity does start to take some serious damage. Are we going to see another attack? We do see Cetra trying to run away from the Greater Demon. The Greater Demon, hot pursuit. Another big attack right there. Cetra is going to be losing about 20% of the HP. Dude, you got to sacrifice some of these Skeleton Horseman Archers maybe to buy some time. And Cetra does get away, but like, man, that could have been way worse. That could have been way, way worse. So Slaanesh still not, calling the horns of war, still sitting pretty idle in the woods, not moving out. So you can see all these units are sitting and waiting. Slaanesh is trying to get a favorable engagement, but we do have some cav fights. It is going to be Hellstriders battling against Skeleton Horsemen, which is going to favor the Hellstriders. And also we do have some Fiends of Slaanesh in here as well. So the Fiends of Slaanesh are going to provide some very, very good DPS, and the Skeleton Horsemen are 100% going to be losing that fight, 100%. So, out of the gates, pretty good play here for Oishi. He takes about, 20-30% HP off the enemy Lord. He kills a couple Skeleton Horsemen. Takes some damage on his Lord, but there's a bigger HP pull on Inkari, and one Hellstrider does get beat up, but really not going to be the end of the world. And the rest of the army here just waiting in the woods, being very, very cautious. And Inkari giving just the tip, that's right. Just the tip. And now the middle objective is going to be taken by Slaanesh. So Slaanesh able to wrestle it and pulling in a couple Marauders and just some baseline Spearmen. So these guys are able to get up and provide the capture weight necessary for the objective. So they're going to be hanging out and waiting. And now the Tomb Kings are going to need to move up. So Anticity is going to need to do it. And look at the Envelop coming, guys. The Horn of War has been sounded. Forsaken going to be moving in, clashing with the Skeletons. But the Ushapti of the Tomb Kings immediately answer the call of Nehakara. They move in, start bashing through some of the Forsaken. But on the other side, we get more Marauders moving in. Tomb Guard Halberds also going to be engaging, so some elite Tomb Kings infantry back here, and more Forsaken going to be coming around the back, getting a nice flank here, a devastating flank, some dare say. So that's going to be very, very good. And we do see the back objective being stolen by Slaanesh. So Slaanesh may be going to be forcing Anticity into a triple cap situation. On this side, Hellstrider's going to be rushing forward, but going to be rushing into Spears, which is going to be blunderous. We do see some magic going down, so that's going to be Anticity casting Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. As Forsaken do move in from Oishi, more and more Forsaken trying to penetrate through, but going to be engaging against Skeleton Warriors, which is going to be a crushing victory. Forsaken are one of the best chaff-killing infantry units in the game. Very, very good at killing those type of units. Okay, Anticity does stabilize his back objective, which is very important. If he had lost that to Slaanesh, it could have been very problematic. We do also see the Ushapti doing a great job. So normally Forsaken would be very hard for the... Oh my god, that one Forsaken just got absolutely crushed by that Ushapti there. They're really cool. So they're like animated Egyptian statues. Super badass. Really good at killing infantry there. So on the back point, we do see objective number 3 being held by the Kraken King. And the Greater Demon is in the mix, though. We do see Inkari prowling. Inkari probably looking for some juicy hunting. But Anticity knows. Anticity knows, guys. He's hiding his lord all the way back here, because if you get too close to that Greater Demon, you're going to get your bread buttered super bad. Now, looking at the value, though, Oishi is a little bit ahead, and Slaanesh is really keeping the pressure on. Back objective stabilized here. We do see Anticity up on points. You know, he had the double cap on his opponent for quite some time. But the Tomb King's front line probably going to start faltering, although those are just Marauder Spearmen, so maybe not going to be too bad. Yeah, Fiend's able to get some work done, rear charging into the skeletons here. Inkari going to be coming in as well. Oh, and Inkari getting the frickin' heal. So when a unit is fully destroyed near Inkari, Inkari can actually heal itself. So when it kills something, oh, Cetra, Narcissism activated on Cetra. And Cetra's probably a narcissist, right? A little bit, makes sense. But it is going to be Inkari coming in. Snare down for another 6 seconds. Fiends as well as the Greater Demon. Will this be the kill? So the Greater Demon is here. Cetra immediately going to start getting punched in the face, attacked by the dreaded evil demon anteaters. And Cetra is... Oh my god, he's getting karate chopped. Willing Prey, Soporific Musk, 29 leadership right here, ladies and gentlemen. And this could be the end of the Lord of the Tomb Kings. Weak binding, yeah, that's definitely an understatement. And he's going to be running into the trees, and Inkari's going to be on the hunt. Inkari has freaking so much speed, 90 speed on this demon, and maybe going to be a rampage right now. Okay, so we do see a debuff going down. Acquiescence lowers the speed down to 44. The Greater Demon of Slaanesh is coming in. Oh god, it's like Jurassic Park, look at that shit. And Cetra's getting bumped a little bit, and Kari needs to re-angle those attacks. But the Crumbling is active, 200 HP, and the Greater Demon of Slaanesh is going to finish the job. And Cetra is going to be going in the trash can here. 104, 84. Yeah, he needs to give the attack order, like reissue it, but it doesn't matter. Gets the kill anyways. Cetra is going to be going down. He got boned indeed, and that's really bad for the Tomb Kings, because now the entire Tomb Kings army is going to take a leadership penalty, which means they're going to be crumbling. And we have a full health Inkari running around. This is a big problem, guys. All right, so we do see the Greater Demon moving in, and now there's like nothing to really like oppose this Lord. I mean, the Ushabti Grapos can put some good pressure on it, but man, oh man, that's going to be a freaking disaster. I think you need some Sepulchral Stalkers and some Ushabti Grapos maybe to put some pressure on this demon, because otherwise it's just like there's only 2 archers, right? Like, what the hell is going to stop this thing from just running around with an erection, killing whatever it wants, you know? Which is kind of what happened. Anticity does hold his back objective. Forsaken are still fighting over there, but yeah, the Greater Demon of Slaanesh, I think, is going to be a little bit too much. There is a chance Anticity could re-summon Cetra and maybe get some good picks here, but this demon has also been healing. We do see a lot of debuffs going down, and Kari going to keep ripping shit up. Fast Cav coming in. And Kari hits so freaking hard. Almost 600 weapon strength, can go up over 1,000 actually with the Wit Stealer sword, which is one of the activated items right there. And on the backside, Forsaken trying to fight, you know, but they're being overwhelmed. But you see this like effect, this like orange dust rising from the Tomb King's units. That actually means that they're crumbling. So they're going to be taking damage over time because their leadership goes below 0. When living units and mortal units go below 0 leadership, they run. But undead units and demons, they start to disintegrate as their leadership gets below 0. So that's a little bit of a fun tidbit that some of you veterans probably know, but some of the new folks might not. All right, so looking at the call-ins here on the backside, we do see some devoted marauders here. It's going to be Hellstriders. I do think it would be prudent for the forces of Slaanesh to call in some more infantry to make sure they don't get kind of out-wrestled by mass. Ushabti moving into the middle. Anticity not giving up. Now, here's the thing, guys. Tomb Kings have pretty insane healing. The Tomb Kings army, they have this ability, which you can see at the top, called the Realm of Souls, which means when they hit different thresholds of units dying, they actually get army-wide healing. So Tomb Kings do have a lot of healing on their roster. Definitely would like to see some infantry being called in for Slaanesh. He's only calling in light cavalry to just try and overwhelm his opponent, but like there's a chance Anticity might be able to win on points, guys. Okay, that would be an epic comeback for sure. Yeah, sometimes if you go a little bit too hard on the Lord sniping and the mass mobility, like capture weight is very important because in this game, infantry have 5 capture weight when you're wrestling somebody from an objective, and cavalry only have 4. And cav are also much squishier. They're not going to be able to sustain as long as like a full regiment of infantry, right? All right, guys, so Inkari back here battling versus the Nekar Horsemen, but the middle objective taken by the Kraken King. He's back on the board. Here's the thing, guys. If Anticity is able to hold this middle objective for the remainder of the game, if Slaanesh does not wrestle it back, that's going to be a victory for the Tomb Kings as it currently stands. Oh, and Cetra, you know, he is a Tomb King. It makes sense. It looks like the Mortuary Cult has been busy, and they have repaired Cetra. He's coming back like the hero that Gotham needs. And is he going to die again? I don't know. Now, here's the thing. When you resummon your Lord in Total War after he has died, it does give your army its leadership back, but it's also a bit of an expensive investment that takes away your agency, not agency, but your ability to capture objectives, right? Because Cetra costs about 2,000 gold probably, maybe like 1,500, 2,000 gold. So, you could have gotten 5 or 6 infantry units out in the battlefield to hold the objective, whereas if you call Cetra back, yes, you get your leadership back, but you give up a lot of capture weight. So there's pros and cons to resummoning your Lord. By God, is that Cetra's music? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Here comes Cetra. He's coming back in. Middle objective is in flux, being fought over pretty heavily. So far, the Greater Demon of Slaanesh has been causing a lot of havoc. This is a new Shopti summon here, which is going to be crumbling and disappearing. I feel like Cetra could be killed again, but guys, this is a knockdown, drag-out game. Oh my God, I know how Slaanesh wins this. They take all their mobility and they rotate on the back objective. With the Greater Demon, there's nothing that the Tomb Kings could do probably to get that back. I don't know if he's going to see that opportunity, but what you need to do if you're Oishi, call an infantry unit out of the woods, okay? Move up here with some Forsaken, and when the Forsaken are close, you maneuver and do a big objective switch. Although maybe he can win the fight here. I don't know. Tomb Kings still have a lot of units, though. They got Halberds, they got Ushapti. Fighting over the middle isn't a bad idea either, but you really gotta, gotta be careful. The Tomb Kings are grindy. They're a grindy faction. So for anybody who's coming from 40k and maybe hasn't seen a lot of Total War, the Tomb Kings are basically the Necrons. They're like fantasy Necrons. Yeah, like they have their Tomb World and Nehekara, very similar in flavor. Very similar in flavor. I believe the Tomb Kings came first before the Necrons too. So yeah, Necrons are probably inspired by Tomb Kings, right? Tomb Kings were, I think, late 80s, early 90s. Were they early 90s? I'm not actually sure which one came first. All right, well, on the middle, guys, Anticity has passed them on points, guys. It's getting really dangerous for Slaanesh. And this is a problem. People who play Slaanesh get such a hard-on for summoning in only cavalry units that sometimes they lose out on objectives. Slaanesh is one of the best factions in the game, but Tomb Kings are a very underrated faction, and a faction I highly recommend for beginners. I think beginner players who have good RTS fundamentals, Tomb Kings are like one of the best factions you can play. All right, so middle objective still not flipping. We do see Oishi pulling the defenders off the back objective, which means Anticity could make a play for that at some point. But the Kraken King did not hear any bell whatsoever. He is a grindy Tomb King himself. And we do see the Tomb Guard Halberds fighting it out. Couple Skeleton Spearmen on their way back. Yeah, this is what needed to happen earlier with the Greater Demon. I think that would have been an easy capture for Slaanesh, but he's going to keep bashing his head in the middle, which maybe is going to work. But he's running out of time, because if Anticity holds the objective a little bit longer here, guys, that means he's going to be able to win on just one objective in the back if he gets enough of a points lead. All right, guys. So we do see the Hellstriders versus the Skeleton Horsemen. Middle objective is being held. Anticity is going to be maybe losing the objective here as Slaanesh does arrive with its reinforcements. Capture weight is going. Cetra is being hunted again. Witstealer Sword active. Cetra gets punched in the face super hard. And is now going to be running through his spear units to try and survive as that Greater Demon chases him with the full erection. Oh my God, the objective still hasn't flipped yet. Tomb Kings are barely holding on, but it is going to flip right now, guys. It is going to flip. The Tomb Kings have had favorable trades in a lot of the battles, right? The Lord sniping has been favoring Slaanesh, but Slaanesh's army has not been trading as well into the Tomb King's army. So Anticity will win on just one objective, ladies and gentlemen. The Tomb Kings are going to have to triple cap him. So now what you do, if you're the Kraken King, you start spamming everything on that back objective. This is Helm's Deep time. This is where you sound the horn of Helm Hammerhand once more in the deep. You got to go to that back objective, and you got to hold it. Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble. Yep, he's pulling everything back. He knows. He's going for the back objective with his Lord. He's spamming in Horsemen, probably going to get some baseline skeletons coming over here as well. Oishi knows this as well. Oishi calling out some Forsaken to move to that back objective, and Cetra's going to be back there as well. So Anticity is only getting one victory ticket per second, which means that Slaanesh has about 90 seconds. So they have a minute and a half to get this back objective. Not going to be easy. With Cetra back there and these unbreakable undead units and Anticity calling out more and more horsemen. Yeah, that Greater Demon needs to get back here very quick. The last of the undead army is going to be crumbling in the middle, so the forces of Slaanesh have gotten the job done there. Forsaken coming in, guys. Currently, as it stands, it's going to be 70 seconds here in a minute, so it's going to be a minute and 10 seconds for Anticity to get this. To hold it, I should say. And Kari's going to be coming in. Obviously, the Slaaneshi Cav are going to be favored against the Tomb King's Cav. They're going to be very strong here. Forsaken and Fury's coming. Oh my God, what an epic match. Will the Tomb Kings hold? Will they endure? Okay, guys, 50 seconds, so we have under a minute left here, but there is a lot of nasty Slanesh reinforcements coming in. Those Forsaken going to be arriving on the objective pretty quickly, but another Skeleton Horseman on the way in to provide capture weight. Slanesh Cav getting a little bit smashed up. We do see some Hellstriders coming in. As it stands, 40 seconds left here for the forces of the Tomb Kings to hold this objective. Furies are going to provide a lot of DPS Forsaken as well, but the objective still favored for the Tomb Kings here as Furies do descend, and Kari going to be trying to take things out. And now we have 25 seconds left. Objective is going to start flipping here as the Forsaken arrive. You're probably going to see the capture weight start going for Slanesh. And it does. So do they capture it in the next 20 seconds? Can Slanesh kill these units off the objective with the Forsaken and Hellstriders? Okay, the objective flipping, albeit very, very slowly. The Kraken King holding on to the back objective. It's flipping very rapidly. We got 8 seconds left, guys. Is he going to be holding? It looks like he is. Slanesh barely going to be losing the game. The Tomb Kings endure. GG. Well played. What a sweaty, freaking awesome comeback. You know, most players, when they lose their Lord like that, are going to buckle under pressure. They're going to give up. They're going to start playing worse. But he knew his path to victory. Anticity read the battlefield, and he played it super well. GG, well played. What an awesome match. That was so freaking good. So the Kraken King going to be going up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Oops. Let me adjust the score here. And that's going to be 1 for Anticity. Nail biter indeed. All right, guys. So Value Cetra did not much that game. The Tomb King's army performed... I think the Ushopti were very good. The melee Ushopti carried a lot of that game. And Kari with freaking 3,400 value. Yeah, crazy stuff. All right, guys. So now we're going to switch back to the other series, which is going to be Navigator versus Tim. And these guys are going to be ready to go. So this is the good part. Now we can just switch back and forth between these series. Oh, Vampire Count's getting played. Yeah, first time watching competitive Total War. What a game. Yeah, isn't it cool? It's good, man. Competitive Total War is freaking awesome. It's very fun. It's a really good RTS. It's not like a true RTS. It's like a hybrid battle simulator RTS. Like you manage your army in a RTS manner, but you don't have like base building and stuff. It's very similar to like Company of Heroes and those sort of hybrid RTS games. It's your first time watching, you love Warhammer Fantasy Battle? Well, this is like the spiritual successor to it in some ways, with Old World, of course. How many of you guys, this is your first time watching Total War Competitive? Let me know. And what do you think? What are your thoughts? I love when we get new people in the family to check out the game. Always fun to see. All right. This is your first time? Nice. What do you think? You enjoying it? Yeah, Heinrich Kemmler's coming in, guys. My first time live. Nice. We got a lot of first time people here. I'm seeing it in both YouTube and Twitch. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I just bought it. Don't understand anything. Yeah. Join our Discord. If you are new and you actually are getting the game, join our Discord because it's a little bit hard to navigate. The multiplayer quick battle system sucks ass, but we have a really good community that makes up for it by running good events and running in-house Discord stuff. Yeah. That sounds good, Maximilianaire. Well, I'm excited to see, man. First time watching live, and it's a damn blast. Yeah, isn't it fun? It's a great game, man. It's really good. I think it's a great game, but it needs more love from the developers. Agreed, 100%. I've been fighting for years, tooth and nail, to get... Like, when the game was... We had Warhammer 2, the second version of this game. We didn't even have a competitive multiplayer game mode. We had to literally make house rules to even play competitive games. We had house rules basically like, okay, you can't sit close to the edge of the map. There was no objectives. It was basically just two armies spawning in and fighting. So like, let's say for example, you load into a quick battle, right? Okay. And your opponent beats you, but that doesn't kill your army. And you have a faster unit than your opponent. You could literally run in circles around the map for 30 minutes and just, they can never get you. It was so haggard. But now, you know, thankfully the developers did create a competitive game mode for us in Game 3. And yeah, it's been great fun. As a beginner, you had to fight Anticity in like the 10th match in the tournament. Yeah, I've been watching 8 years now. Yeah, man, we've grown a lot. It's been good times. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a battle between two very cool factions. It's going to be Navigator. Now, Navigator is down 0-2 in this series. If Navigator loses this, the shit is over. So going for a chaff-centric front line, using the shithouse Noblars to just get massacred by the vampires, and bringing the double Hunters on the Stonehorn. How cool is this shit? Oh, God, yes. So these are giant monsters that wreck infantry, but also have guys on top who throw spears that kill big stuff. So they're kind of like a generalist unit that are very, very tanky. I can't remember if I banned Thunder Tusk for this event. I think you're allowed to bring one. On the back, we got double lead belcher. So lead belchers are long-range artillery units. So the vampire counts are basically going to need to find a way to shut down the shooting, right? That's going to be the big thing because these guys have great range. They can blast vampire count units from downtown and do some serious work. Now, looking at the vampire count, so anybody coming from Warcraft 3, these are the undead in this game. They don't have any range. They're like, they have some range magic, but typically are all melee. So we have the Lord, which is going to be Heinrich Kemmler. He's just going to be raising the dead and healing units. We have two White Kings, which are hero units. These guys are badass anti-infantry fighters. Crypt Horrors, big, scary, grindy, regenerating monsters. Pretty good against most things. And the rest of the army is going to be zombies and skeletons and very, very chaff-centric. We do, of course, have the Corpse Cart, which is the statue of this game. It gives AoE buffs. The Corpse Cart, it's like being piloted by a haggard necromancer. And it also heals your units, gives them stats. A lot of fun stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. Objective number 1 is going to be opening, and the Ogre Kingdom is going to be grabbing this. Hunters are cackling. They do not have any items, so they're not going to be the invisible hunters. You can make these things invisible for a short time, which is very, very fun. And moving on up, we do see the legions of the lead belchers getting in position. So ogres are going to take the initiative on the objectives. Vampire count's going to be very cagey, which makes sense. So vampire counts, what they like to do often is envelop you. So instead of just bro charging and unga bunga forward into your opponent's gun line, use the terrain, use the woods, use the map. Move through the woods here, pressure your opponent's back objective, collapse on their back line, and then push. Or even come around this way and maybe do a little bit of an envelopment, right? There's a lot of cool tactics. Because vampire counts have some of the best healing in the game, very, very tough to kill. Looks like the White Kings are maybe thinking about moving up there. But this is going to be probably a long time before the fighting starts. These guys are going to feel each other out. So this is very similar to like other RTS games where you have your base building, right? You know, you're building your initial buildings, whether it's Age of Empires, you're setting up your mills and your farms and things like that before the fighting really gets going. You're building your towers, your mining camps, or in Warcraft, this is you building your crypts, your altar, your ziggurats, all that kind of good stuff before the fighting starts. I mean, some armies will go balls deep and just rush people. But oftentimes there's a bit more build up here. Hey, Prime, Spada, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it, man. All right, so it looks like the ogres are going to be trying to push the tempo. This is risky because when you attack into your opponent's spawn zone, they can call in reinforcements really quick to counter what you do. So fighting, there are tactics where you dive your opponent in their spawn, but it's risky. So now we get to see some zombies getting massacred and enjoy the beauty of this game. This game looks so freaking good. Oh, God, I love it. So Stonehorn able to just kill a couple of zombies, and he's just going to casually be leaving. He's like, you know what? I've had my fill of this shit. I'm going to be running away, and there you go. Yeah, because you don't want to fight these guys. The Crypt Horrors are really good against these type of units. They have huge armor-piercing values. They hit super hard and have good mass. So if these monstrosities, abominations essentially, were able to surround you, you would have a pretty bad time. So fleeing back is the Hunter, and on the other side, we see the other Hunter fleeing. I mean, here's the thing, guys. The Ogres have the objective advantage, right? So Navi has the objective here. He's got the objective here. He doesn't need to advance on the vampire counts. You only need to advance, really, if like you're kind of in a precarious position on the objectives. And, oh, we had an aerial fight. We had the Blood Vultures battling the Bats. And Blood Vultures will win that fight every day of the week. And the Vultures of the Ogres are insanely busted. They're very strong because when they kill shit, they get permanently stronger. So as the Vultures feast on carrion and kill things, they get a permanent melee attack buff and a leadership buff. It's pretty nasty. So yeah, they were able to win the fight up in the skies. But we do see the vampires creeping through the tree line. They're getting ready to press the back objective. If we take a look here, you can see the legions of the zombies and the Crypt Horrors. The dead march again. Oh, man, I just love all. I got to start playing vampire counts more. I love just the undead aesthetic in games. It's so fun. I think the only game where I don't enjoy undead too much is probably Heroes of Might and Magic 3 because they're overpowered and I don't like OP shit. But yeah. Anyways, a discussion for another day. So yeah, very cautious play from the vampire counts. But now, this is kind of a cool tactic, right? Like by fighting in the woods here, see how he's got this big army threatening this back objective? We do see a huge reaction from the ogres. He's sending everything over there. But now, when your opponent does that, you maneuver over to the middle. So Own Goal is going to be moving in here. And we do see the Lead Belchers, putting a little bit of firepower down. The Ogre Lead Belchers will definitely be very good against the Crypt Horrors. So there they go. Firing their forks and knives. These guys have really funny lore. They basically load these cannons with like scrap metal, and they just like launch it at you with these huge cannons from downtown, which is always very, very fun. Yeah, you have trauma from getting stomped by... Necropolis is very overpowered. In vanilla Heroes of Might and Magic 3, they're super disgusting. Horn of the Abyss fixes that problem. By the way, we're going to do a home stream soon. I'm loving that game right now. It's so fun. So the vampires are fighting in the woods, and we do see the vultures descending on the skeletons, which isn't a bad idea. Skeleton spearmen are not very good against these type of units. They have spears. Oh, the vultures are descending. You see the feathers flying and shit? And zombies will also not be super good against them. So this This is a really good play by Navigator, by the Ogre Kingdoms player. Using the vultures to kill low tier units makes them stronger. So targeting the weak is very, very good. So the ogres have gotten into the woods. They're bringing in their goblin laborers as well, and they're bashing the undead back. So the undead trying to play the backfield push. Obviously going to get canned pretty good. Looking at the other fights here, we do see the ogres cleaning up. And here it's a little bit of a more cagey fight. The vampires actually have a corpse cart back here, but the Stonehorn hunters are getting in. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very hard one. It looks like the vampire counts are going to be losing the fight in the woods versus the ogre kingdoms. Ogre kingdoms are a very mobile faction, but here's the thing, guys. Was this all a tactical gambit by own goal? You know, yeah, the vampires maybe lose the fight over here, but during all this, the vampires overwhelm the middle. And they get on top of the lead belchers. Oh, I love it. Heinrich Kemmler summoning zombies. Oh, he summoned Krell? No, that's the White King. We haven't seen Krell quite yet. Krell will come eventually, I'm sure. Saber Chest Pack sent out. And now zombies are going to be pushing forward, and the zombies are going to be shambling after the missile units. Now, if the zombies make contact with these ogres, the ogre units are not going to be able to really shoot. So that's a really, really good play. Using a shithouse cheap unit to chase down an expensive gun unit is very, very good in this game. But yep, the undead do secure the middle objective, and now we have a Mortis Engine arriving. So Mortis Engines are crazy good. This is like a super heavy weapon for the vampire counts. It drains the health of all nearby units and basically heals your shit. So it slowly drains the soul of all nearby units. It's really, really good. And like if there's nothing like shooting it, it's going to win this fight. Although maybe with the two Stonehorn hunters here, we have these two big monsters for the Ogre Kingdoms. Maybe they're going to be able to get it. We'll have to see. But, you know, as this is all going down, we do see the vampires being pressed. One White King trying to shut these guys down. Ogres know that they need some anti-large to win the fight in the woods, so they're going to be calling in the Man-Eaters. So Man-Eaters are a rather expensive ogre unit. They're pretty cool. They have these like big bonking hammers, and anything that is a big target, they're very, very good at killing. So they're going to be able to get into the big hammers and do some big bonking. But remember, guys, during all this time, the vampire counts are winning on the middle objective, and they do have the points advantage. So, like, it behooves the vampire counts right now to just grind and just grind. Because if the status quo remains as it is, the value trading is pretty even, actually. Remember, vampire counts have better healing. So as a matter of fact, vampire counts are probably well ahead on value. We do see one hunter moving in. Hunter's trying to chase the Mortis Engine. It's going through the woods. We have a kaiju fight here. But the Stonehorn will for sure win. The Mortis Engine is a support unit. It's not really designed to like fight things. It's more to just sit there and drain. But it's not going to drain the health of big targets very effectively. It's designed to drain like high model count units. So not going to be super good against the Stonehorns. Yeah, this could be a blunder by own goal here. If he lets the Mortis Engine get killed by these two big monsters, Navigator might find a way back in this game. So the vampires looked like they were maybe making a play for the back objective. You see some undead units waddling this way, but I think Tim is diving too greedily and too deeply. I kind of like Tim just hanging on to the middle point now because the ogres are coming to get you, dude. They're going to be sitting here, and yeah, the Man-Eaters are going to bonk through a lot of the big targets. Vampire Count Cavalry coming in. The Black Knights have arrived, but they're arriving into a bad situation. It's Crumpin time. You can see the Black Knights are going to start taking huge damage from these big Man-Eaters. Man-Eaters are absolute giga-chads. Oh, the hammer. Oh, the Black Knight getting bonked off the horses. Not having a good time here at all. Mortis Engine able to escape. Two Stonehorns a little bit trapped up. A bunch of vampire trash units are tar pitting them, but eventually the Stonehorns probably will win that. Tim is going for the stuffing strategy. So this means he's sacrificing his position in the middle, which was comfortable, to try and triple cap his opponent, getting all three objectives, where even then, if he starts to lose on value, he's going to be so far ahead on points, he wins the game. So that is a stuffing strategy. There's a lot of dynamic tactics in Total War Competitive, but that is certainly a popular one for undead factions. They really like to tar pit you. But, you know, there are some things that are going very well for the vampire counts here. Let me explain. So we do have the Mortis Engine, draining all the nearby ogre units, and also, yeah, Heinrich Kemmler has an item called the Chaos Tomb Blade. It's this little sword right here. So it heals and resurrects nearby units. And we do see some of the vultures moving over to try and kill the corpse guard. But the Black Knights immediately see the air units landing, and they're going to be lancing into them. And those vultures are going to get their bread buttered. Do we see any cheeky plays on the backside? We see Saber Chest Pack maybe going into the back objective, but Tim is paying attention. He calls in Skeleton Spears to defend that point. Crypt Ghouls coming in, so we have the Golems coming in. The little gremlins are sprinting for the back objective. So these guys are squishy, but they hit very hard, and they have really good capture weight. So they're going to be bringing 10 capture weight to the battlefield between those two units. And the stuffing strategy of the vampire counts is working. Okay, I mean, Tim is way better at me, but way better at this game than I am. So, you know, I was worried about him diving the ogre's back objective, but apparently he's comfortable enough. You know, and sometimes if you go too big, like bring too many big, expensive monsters, the downside of that, yeah, they're going to be insane and hard to kill and really bullies, but you also will not have enough capture weight. because these big monsters cost like 2,000 plus gold, and they have only 3 capture weight. Whereas this little ghoul here that costs only, what, 500-600 gold, has 5 capture weight. So a 500 gold unit is going to have more threat on an objective capturing than, you know, a 2,000 gold unit. But, of course, the bigger monster is harder to kill, more sustainable, causes terror, which, again, doesn't matter against the undead. But you guys get the idea. There's a lot of tactics there. So on the back objective, we do see a theft attempt. Some Saber-Tusk packs are trying to get this. A little sneaky guys. They're trying their best, but when the skeletons arrive, yeah, Tim is not going to let this happen. So own goal is going to be moving up. We do see the Vampire Counts Heavy Cav coming out. So these are the Black Knights looking super cool. They're not the most elite cavalry unit that the Vampire Counts have, but they're very, very strong. And they're going to be heading there to knock the Saber-Tusk pack off. So here's the thing, guys. Vampire Counts are getting 3 victory tickets per second right now, right? And even if he were to lose back here in the fight and the ogres were able to push him back, he could fall back to his other points and still win on just like 2 objectives and eventually just win on 1 objective. But the vampires are cackling pretty hard. The ogres are being dragged down, and legions of the dead are just swarming on the ogre units, and the ogres are just being overwhelmed. The vampire counts have an insane amount of healing. Like, these Cryptors, these big mutant monster beasts, they passively heal. The Mortis engine is healing everything. So when you look at the value up in the top, you can see the vampire counts have about 1,000 more value damage done than their opponent. But remember, the healing is going to be subtracting value from their gold damage value. So the amount of healing that the vampires have done is pretty nuts. This game is textbook on how to play vampires. And yeah, the ogres know it's over and they tap out. GG, guys. Own goal with a 3-0 crushing victory there is going to be advancing to the grand finals. So the only person in the top 4 who has won a major before is Own Goal, this player here. And he is showing the reason why he is a grand champion. You know, it's not easy to win these these are the top 4 players in the world playing it out right now. Sweating it up, dude. And he won 3-0, super convincing. All right, so with that being said, the score is going to be 3-0 for him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Own Goal is going to go to the grand finals, and we are going to be moving on over to the other series, and we're going to stay with that series until the grand finals, and then, yeah, we're going to go from there. Navigator played like a champ, guys. Navigator defeated freaking Berserk earlier, okay? Berserk is super powerful player, very, very good, and shout out to Navigator for the great show. But, I mean, dude, when you play against him, it's like playing a different match, or Own Goal is what he calls himself now. It's so different. All right, let's get into this. Let me join here. I believe it was this lobby. Yeah. So we're going to be getting in there. And yeah, so we have Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins here. So we're back to the series between Anticity and Oishi. And now we're just going to play this one through. Let me tell Tim, GG, set up that final lobby. All right. Talking to old Own Goal here. It's pretty fun. He's a really nice guy, by the way. He's super nice. You know, a lot of new players have come into the community, and he's been very helpful with them, and yeah, great person. Yeah, so how factions work in this game is we have 24 playable factions. Hey, 007, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, man. Greatly appreciate it. 24 playable factions. How it works in a series is in a best of 5, you can play a faction once only. So when you play Warriors of Chaos, for example, you can't play them again in the series. So you're going to have to pick from some of the other 24 playable factions, so every high-level player, like top 4, top 16 in the world in this game, typically will know how to play at least like 7 factions, like 5 to 7 factions pretty comfortably. They probably are really good at like 3 to 5, but they can, if they're pushed to their limit, you know, they can play more. But yeah, like knowing a good entry point is like pick 3 factions. Like for beginners, I recommend just learning 1 and then branching out. But like once you know 3 to 5, you can start competing at a higher level. Yeah. So yeah, Chaos is split by marks. Yeah. So Chaos you have the Warriors of Chaos, which are the mortal followers. You have the Demons of Chaos, which are the demons. You have the god-specific Chaos factions, which follow specific gods and have very unique playstyles. Tzeentch, Khorne, Nurgle, Slaanesh. You have Norska, which is like a Viking kind of Norse-inspired Chaos faction. You have the Skaven, which are just rat chaos people. There's a lot, you know, there's a lot of variants. Yeah. And they all play pretty different. I mean, there's some similarities. Warriors of Chaos plays kind of similar to Khorne in some ways, I suppose. No, I don't know. Khorne is pretty unique. Yeah. Yeah. Beastmen. You have the Beastmen too. Yeah. So you got a lot. Hey, Aqua. Thank you for subscribing, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying a little Total War competitive today. It's been super fun hanging with you guys. Skaven are not the most popular faction, but they do get played. Skaven can beat good factions. Skaven are very hard to play, right? And when you're at the peak of competitive play, people are going to gravitate towards the strongest and easiest thing to play. Like whatever is the strongest and most effective, they're going to play. Skaven is like a struggle because they're very low leadership and very, very like, yeah, you have to be constantly rallying your units because everything's running because they're cowardly little rats. Yeah, but Skaven are fun. No, they can for sure win games at a high level. We don't have anybody who plays Skaven in the top 4 really though. Did we have any Skaven players in the tournament? Let's look. Hey, Nakamura and Doom Train. Thank you guys for the raid, man. Oh, dude, the whole party's coming together. Oh, by the way, Nakamura, are you in chat? Do we have Nakamura in chat? Are you in Twitch? I see you raiding right now. Let me check over here. Yeah, so Skaven players. No. Bostos can play Skaven pretty well, but he was eliminated. Oh, well, okay, let me look. The full field. Yeah, not too many Skaven players. Maybe there's like one in there. Okay. Well, anyways, back to this. Let's go here. Okay. So I don't know if Nakamura is in chat, by the way, but shout out to him. So he, the gentleman who just raided us, Nakamura, he's an awesome RTS streamer. And he used to work at the company who made this game at Creative Assembly. And he created the competitive, with the team, of course. He spearheaded and created the competitive game mode we're playing here today. So without his efforts, you know, we would just be in the dregs of hell. Yeah. So shout out to our boy Nakamura, man. Yeah, he was always a big advocate of multiplayer when he worked there, and like, so he created the game mode at the company, and then over time worked with us to make it what it is today, which is a solid game mode. Yeah. So shout out to our boy Nakamura, man. I don't know if he's still lurking here. He probably just finished his stream and left, but absolute Giga Chad. As somebody who's been recently getting into RTK newbie tournaments as greenskins, I'm watching with a massive interest. Yeah. All right, guys, we're loading in. Let's get it. Yeah, Frost, could you do a shout out for Nakamura as well? And for our boy Doom Train. All right. Thank you guys for joining. And let's go. You did? Awesome, dude. Awesome. Yeah. Dude, Domination's in a great spot right now. It's very, very good. It's really good. Okay, guys, it's on cooldown. Okay, we'll get it. So it is going to be Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos, a very fun matchup. You can see that, you know, we've had, how many factions played today? So we've had, well, in the earlier rounds, we had Chaos Dwarves. We had a lot more diversity in the earlier rounds, but it seems like some of the players at the upper rung, they know what they like. We see a lot of Greenskins. We see a lot of Warriors of Chaos, a lot of Norska probably. Yeah, we got the Fat Goblins. That's right. RTK is one of the clans in Total War that's very receptive to beginners. So if you join them, there's a great training pool. Lots of good opponents, lots of beginners to practice with. They're great. Hey, Nakamura just in YouTube and Twitch, like an absolute hero. I love it. All right, guys. So for the Warriors of Chaos Army, it is going to be Anticity, who's up 1-0 in the series. And he's going to be using the Soul of Damnation, which is basically a giant dildo cannon. It's got the 2 balls down here in the shaft. And yeah, it has great range and shoots hellfire at your opponents from across the map. So Warriors of Chaos are pretty good at defending their backfield. So if the Orcs try and get this, I think they'll be able to screen them using Hellstriders. And aside from that, we do have, it's literally what it is. It's literally a dildo cannon. Look at this thing. It has the 2 balls and it has the shaft. Am I wrong? All right, come on, look at that friggin' thing, all right? All right, guys. So we do have Forsaken, Aspiring Champions, and Forsaken. So Forsaken are relatively glass cannon units. They have armor, which helps, but they have very low melee defense, which means when they fight enemy infantry, they defend themselves by killing you. They're like the classic, like, the best defense is a good offense kind of unit, which is, you know, the expression goes both ways depending on what area you're talking about as well. And yeah, so it is going to be Forsaken, Forsaken, and Forsaken with Marauder Horsemen on the Vanguard. So you'll notice that some units can deploy outside of the deployment zone. So if they have Vanguard, they can jump on the objectives quicker. And this is going to be basically the main antagonist of Warhammer Fantasy. It's Archaon the Ever-Chosen. He is basically trying to bring about an apocalypse in the old world. So he's super badass. He's like, when you're like a 12-year-old in the 90s, he's like what you think is the coolest thing. Yeah. So he's got magic and is a really good fighter. He can cast his Burning Head spell. He hits super hard, an absolute pimp. Now, looking at the greenskin army of Oishi. Oishi is going to be here with a huge horde. You can see it's 8 units against 16, so the greenskins are very much a horde army. They bring a lot, but it's just all trash house units. We got orc boys, backed up by a lot of archers. The Lord is Grom the Paunch. Now, he is an anti-infantry character who regenerates. So he is basically a goblin who ate a troll, and in doing so, he gained the power to regenerate, but he's constantly bloated and just like, yeah, he's a pretty ridiculous character. So he's very hard to kill. Granted, Archaon can bully him in a fight. We do have some artillery in the back. It's going to be the Hammer of Gork as well. So the Hammer of Gork going to be launching it from downtown. It's just a cheap budget catapult, shooting some rocks over here. And yeah, look at that. One boulder takes out freaking 11 horsemen. Pretty damn good. So who said the greenskins didn't have technology, Who thinks it? Oh, Burning Head coming down from the Lord of the End Times. Oh, that's going to be cooking some goblins. Oh, no. The whole crew gets eviscerated. Oh, no. Oh, man. Anticity using the Lord of the End Times to drop a Burning Head on the Hammer of Gork. Oh, God, that was so savage. And that unit is just straight up gone, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, objective number 1 here is going to be going to the Warriors of Chaos. And now Chaos is going to be contesting here. The Hell Cannon, the Dildo Cannon, going to be shooting in. And that is a relatively direct hit. It does take down a couple of the Orc Boys. Not bad at all. But that was a fat Burning Head right there, guys. Yeah. So obviously the Warriors of Chaos have a bit of a smaller army. So what they're going to be doing is just kind of slowly pushing in, because you don't want to engage a small army versus a wide army and get enveloped. So you notice how he's taking an angle, right? He's like working from the outside, because if he went straight up the middle, the orcs would be able to surround him and envelop him and like flank him easier. So that's very, very good. Dude, that Burning Head. So Anticity is, he's also a streamer. He's awesome. He is so good at wind spells. Like at casting magic, he's just one of the goats for sure. So this objective hasn't been captured by anybody yet. Objective 2 still in flux, and the outside objective belongs to the orcs. So both players have one objective right now. The Warriors of Chaos did get their objective quicker, which means they are up on points, 105 against 19. And it looks like the Lord of the End Times is like, come at me, you fat sausage. He's challenging Grom the Paunch to come. And yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. The Hell Cannon's still doing good work. We do see a lot of casualties here from the Orc Boys. Hell Cannon has insane range. Like I said, it can shoot from, about halfway across the map. I'll give you guys a nice cinematic shot. Another bombardment's going to be coming in here as well. And here it comes. Oh, Hell Cannon. Is it going to miss? Okay, it did miss that time. They don't hit guaranteed. There is a little bit of action going there as well. So we do see the Orc Boys getting plowed, though. The Lord of the End Times able to bully them. Forsaken and Hellstriders are positioning. Anticity just trying to value trade here. So, he's going to let the orcs have the objective. He did get it, but now the orcs are going to be getting it back. Marauder Horsemen are skirmishing and poking where they can. And are we going to be seeing Archaon get a fat vortex here? He maybe could, like a fat, juicy one. In the meantime, another Hell Cannon shot going to be dropping it like it's hot on those Orc Boys. Beautiful one right there. Marauder Horsemen still harassing. So Chaos is playing like a very mobile game. They're not really engaging except with their heroes and their skirmishers. And yeah, they're throwing javelins into the Orc Boys and using that cannon to really soften up the Orc army before moving in with the infantry. Oh, direct hit right there, blasting those Orc Boys. And what's really cool about the Hell Cannon is when it hits you, it applies a debuff. It basically makes your units take -8 leadership. And Archaon has a unique ability called, not unique, but he causes terror. So when Archaon gets near a low health, low HP unit, they can just instantly run because he's so scary is basically the idea. All right, so the Warriors of Chaos are chilling out. The Greenskins are getting a little bit nervous. They're actually choosing to engage the Warriors of Chaos when they have the objective advantage. They don't really need to do this so much. But now we are going to see the clash as Grom the Paunch, the Greenskin Lord, gets in, runs over some of the Forsaken, and the Pump Wagon's coming in as well, pumping up the sick jams. And that's a shit ton of damage. Those Forsaken getting run over pretty badly. And where is Archaon? So Archaon kills the archers in the back, and now the Warriors of Chaos going to be counterpunching. One of the Pump Wagons getting absolutely freaking destroyed by the Hellstriders, and another Hellstrider unit going to be Surge again. So these are Chaos Light Cavalry that are really good at killing enemy chariots and cav units, and they do get in, and now we're going to be seeing the Pump Wagons pay the iron price. All right, so one Pump Wagon down in the trash right here. Other Pump Wagons taken to Pound Town, and the Kraken King Anticity trying to just take over this game. And we do see the Greenskins going for a dive, pulling in some Spider Riders and some sneaky Goblins. So these Goblins are invisible until they get close. And he tried to get the Assassins back here to kill the enemy artillery piece. But the Warriors of Chaos are all over it. The Kraken King taking no mercy, swarms in, and the Marauder Horsemen are now just going to be running down the Goblins. Brutal, brutal backfield defense. And the Hell Cannon is able to move away, ladies and gentlemen. Crushing losses here for the Greenskins in the backfield as they lose 2 units for pretty much no gains whatsoever. And now the Lord of the End Times is going to be hunting down Grom the Paunch. Oh, fat burning head. He's casting it down the pipe. Beautiful one there, cooking a lot of orcs and going to be surging through and getting more orcs as well. Man, Anticity is running away with this game. He is absolutely dominating Oishi in this match. As we see 4.3 value against 1.8, Greenskin's really looking to be in the dregs of hell as the value trading is just doing so much work here for the Kraken King. Now, orcs do have the objective advantage, but they're down so hard in value. Man, it's going to start really adding up here. The Aspiring Champions and company fighting up here. Forsaken and Hellstriders trading into the Orc Boar Boys, who are going to get wrecked because they're not the anti-large variant. So yeah, this is going to be a disastrous fight for the Baconators. And yeah, this is, you know, if Anticity wins this, he goes up 2-0 in the series. And then he just needs to win one more to get to the Grand Finals against Own Goal, aka Tim. So Hell Cannon, a good choice. You know, the archers are problematic for Chaos since Chaos doesn't have good range. So using the Dildo Cannon from downtown to just launch into the Ruggled's Armored Orc Boys here is a very, very good call. See, the goblins are fleeing nearby, and Warriors of Chaos are still sitting on just one objective, but, like, the objectives, you don't need to rush them. Sometimes it's better. Like, I think the Orcs made a huge mistake. Like, the way that Oishi attacked into the Chaos Entrenched position, you had the objective advantage. Make him come to you, you know? I really don't like the way he engaged like that. But, you know, sometimes when you're being bombarded by cannons and out-harassed, it can create a sense of urgency, which can be very stressful. So the Orcs calling in some Orc Boar Boys. A good AP unit, but when is Chaos going to make the play for the other objective? I don't know. They still haven't done it yet. Okay, now they're going to do it. We start seeing Forsaken getting called in as well. So the Forsaken going to be rushing down. Another unit arriving to the middle. Forsaken are brutal against chaff units. They don't like getting hit by like shock cavalry. And where the hell are the squigs? We are not seeing any squigs, which of course are really good against Forsaken. But yeah, Forsaken going to rip apart these orc boys and these goblins. Like this whole orc position is going to get shreked pretty badly. In the meantime, Anticity holding on to the objective here. We see another Orc Spear unit wavering, which means their leadership's about to break, and now they're going to be breaking and running as the Marauders run them down. So classic skirmisher tactics. Soften them up, and as soon as they start running, run them down. That's some good shit right there, guys. Hey, Red Pandium, thank you so much for resubscribing. You're always so passionate about commentating, the experience of watching while hearing this. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, man. All right, so objective number 1 held by Chaos, and now the Dark Gods are surging through, Burning Head, cooking those infantry, and the archers are going to be compromised now. So the Orc archers are going to get hunted down by these mutated warriors of the Dark Gods. And of course, Forsaken are incredibly fast. They have 44 movement speed right now, which is insane. Mostly infantry have movement speed in the 30s, but Forsaken are exceptionally quick. Oishi is probably going to tap out soon. This is a pretty big massacre. I think Archeon is just going to absolutely give Grom the Paunch the business. We do see some Greenskin Shock Cav coming in, and the Wog is activated, giving a big buff to the Greenskin Baconators as the Orcs move in and try and surge forward onto the Marauder Horsemen. But yeah, not going to be a good time for them. Archeon is on the hunt. The Lord of the End Times is going to butter some bread if he catches him. 3,400. The Slayer of Kings is activated, so that's going to give him a huge damage buff. But, you know, Grom is not slow. He's not slow. Archeon might be able to catch him. I don't know. We'll tune back into this. And, yep, he gets hit. Grom the Paunch, his leadership is going to be very, very low. Archeon does fire damage, which does extra damage against Grom because of his regeneration. So, yeah, Archeon probably going to bully him off the battlefield. That's not going to be good at all. So Warriors of Chaos securing the middle point. Honestly, yeah, Greenskins are dead in the water. He's got like one haggard-ass spear unit over here. This frickin' artillery piece has been cooking all day. We do see Grom. He's slippery. He's slippery. You know, he's using some of these units to screen and buy some time, so his pump wagons did get in front of him. So you can screen in this game. If somebody's chasing you, you can kind of body block them with units, which is very, very good. Objective 2 belongs to the Warriors of Chaos. Objective 1 belonged to the Warriors of Chaos as well. And here we do see the far side objective. Oh, some Armored Trolls being called in. I don't hate this. Armored Trolls are really, really bully units. So yeah, they're going to be able to move over to the side objective and definitely bully those haggard friggin' orcs. Are these Chaos Knights, Marauder Horsemen? Okay. So, oh my god, he called in the artillery piece again, and Archeon Burning Heads it again. Oh, that feels so bad. Guys, he called in a freaking catapult and instantly just gets killed by this Giga Chad Lord of Chaos. Oh, no. That's so dirty, dude. It's just dead. Just dead again. You would have think he would have learned his lesson. Yeah, this is just cyberbullying now. That's right. So Greenskins have a little bit of a resurgence in the middle. The Pump Wagons and Grom and the Boar Boys and whatnot. But Chaos is going to be able to steal this outside objective. Yeah, we do see the Spears trying to hold here. And even though Spears are very good against these units, they're just going to get overwhelmed. Sometimes, even if a unit counters something in this game, if you throw enough of it at somebody and you just outnumber them, you can still win, right? So yeah, the trolls are going to beat the shit out of these guys, probably. Yep, we see them shaken and stirred at 25 leadership. It's only a matter of time before they crumble and die here. So that means Intensity is going to get a triple cap, and he is just going to pull so far ahead. You know, he's up in value by 4,000, which is brutal. And yeah, the Greenskins are in the dregs. There's nothing they can do to win. I mean, the only way the Greenskins could win this game is if Intensity goes AFK. And even then, it would not be easy with the triple cap, you know. Outside objective, the Troll Toll has been paid, so they paid the Troll Toll. And we do see some Baconator Cav on the way in. So the Bacon Cav will be all right, but the Armored Chaos Trolls and the Hellstriders are going to take him apart, most likely, right? Yeah, so Savage Orc Boar is getting a little bit lower. On the outside, we do see the Goblin Shaman. He's trying to cast some magic over here, but not going to be good for him. He's just a haggard little goblin. And yeah, Archaon causing terror is just going to rout a bunch of these units, although Grom the Punch does give ITP, so that won't matter too much. But they're just going to break naturally. Grom the Punch is surrounded, and that's going to be a tap out. GG, well played. We see Grom the Punch yelling and... Oh, no, never mind. This is a great way. He's eating a shank of meat as the game ends. Yeah, GG, well played, guys. No, Greenskins are a really good faction. They're a really good faction, but honestly, Intensity just outplayed him. Like, and there's no squigs. This Orc army is a little bit strange. No squigs in the army. I feel like they're very good, but yeah, that was just an outplay. The Warriors of Chaos just outmicroed him. Decision making was better. He basically played better in every single way. Yeah, in my opinion. All right, so GG, well played. That's game 2. The Depression Eater. That's right, Depression Eating. We've all been there. Value, Archaon got 2,600. Hell Cannon got 15. Very nice. Aside from that, Classic Warriors of Chaos, Hellstriders and Forsaken are super good. Really, really nice composition. So this is game 3 in this best of 5. If the Kraken King wins this, then we are going to be going to, yes, we're going to be going to the Grand Finals. But if Oishi manages to take a game off him, then, we will have a contested series. So far, very dominant victories in the semifinals. The games have been more or less one-sided. Yeah. Do they ever random team picks? Not in competitive. In competitive, you're able to do your picks. You have a lot of control. So how it works is, I'll show you guys. This is always good because I know even a lot of people who've been watching me for a long time don't really know how the pick and ban system works. So we'll show you real quick. So basically, each player before the series is going to be banning one of the 24 factions. So if you look at the stats, right? Let's say you're playing against an opponent who's really good at Slanesh. So before the series starts, I'm playing against Professor Pone. I would choose, let's say I would pick, okay, for the whole series, I'm going to ban out Ogre Kingdoms, and he's going to ban out Khorne. So neither of those two factions can be played in the series. So from there, you go to the 3x3 pick system, and each player will pick 3 factions they want to play. And then you create this little grid, and you take turns eliminating options from the matchup matrix until there's only one matchup left to be played. So you have a lot of agency. There's a lot of tactics here. You take into account the maps, all that kind of good stuff. And then you just do this basically the entire series, the 3x3 system. And once you've played a faction in a game, so we just saw Anticity, the winner of that last game, playing Warriors of Chaos. He cannot play them again for the rest of this best of 5. Now, he can play them again in the finals, but you can't play the same faction over and over in this game. Yeah, you can't. Because it's a little bit tricky, right? Like, it's not like other RTS games where you just have like 4 factions and you main one. Due to balance, you need to be able to play and adjust factions. It's way better that way. Makes it more fair if you know the maps and the matchups. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's a really good system. So that's what the pick and ban system is for today. Okay, yeah, so here we are. Map is going to be Itza. So the map we're doing right now is one of the smallest maps in the game. This is like a knockdown, drag-out brawler map. People usually get fighting like very, very quick. Very, very quick. Yep. Good times indeed. Doing picks and bans is annoying. In Discord, yeah, it is annoying for sure. It's the most annoying part of this game. Realism mode just like takes away some of the UI. It's not really relevant. The only thing you need to know if you're playing multiplayer with the homies is you pick domination mode. You go to default funds, and everything should be fine here. The rest of it doesn't really matter. 1,500 victory tickets and unit caps. You need to click the unit caps thing. Also, we're using a modded, so you know how like on Warcraft 3 Champions or other RTS games, they have community made maps that are just better than what the company makes? We do the exact same thing. So all these maps that have the TT next to them means they're from the competitive circuit, and they were created by our map makers. So if you want to get that, you go to Steam. Let me show you here. I'll pull it up. here, and we're gonna go to total Tavern. No, each player bans one faction out for the entire series. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, so this is the mod right here. If you go to the workshop on Steam and type in Total Tavern, it's the one that has my channel icon on it. So you click here, and this provides you with a ton of competitive maps. And shout out to our boy Waka Waka. He's one of the lead map makers. He's designed a lot of the maps, and they look freaking awesome. So like most of the competitive maps are from this map pack. You can read feedback here. It's really easy to install. You literally just like as you're firing up the game, go to the mod manager, and you just fire it up, and then you're good. So yeah, it's really good. It's really good. That's kind of one of the pieces of glue that holds together the competitive community. Not all the maps are good for competitive. Some of them are more flavorful, but like I would say 70-80% of the maps are designed for competitive play. Yeah. So if you're like new to the game, get the map. If you're going to play with the homies, domination mode, get the map pack, and you should be good from there. And join our Discord, of course, as well. Yeah, I don't really play single player games too much. I like PvP. I like the most dangerous game. What's fun about playing, like in single player, like I figure out the AI quickly and I get bored. But with human competitors, it's like the old short story, the most dangerous game. You're hunting the ultimate prey. Yeah, it's good. All right, so they need to do their picks and bans, and that's going to take a minute. It'll probably take about 5 to 10 minutes for that, and then after that, army building takes about 5 to 10 minutes also, and then we go into the match. So that's basically like the early game is they build their armies. I could show you their armies as they build them, but I don't do it because in case one of them is watching the stream, they would be able to see what their opponent is doing before the game starts. Yeah. I didn't know people played Warhammer competitively. Yeah, absolutely. This is competitive Warhammer at its peak. This is top 4 in the world playing right now. And, we got pretty decent prize infrastructure too, like it's not probably that different than like what is like if you have, yeah, I don't know if it's as much. I'm not sure what the Warcraft 3 prize community looks like, but it's pretty decent. There's not prizes for regular tournaments, but winning regular tournaments qualifies you for money events. So if you win like smaller tournaments, it qualifies you for this event, which usually has between $300 to $500 cash prize usually for these. And then also the company that makes this game hosts 3 to 4 official events per year. So it'd be as if Blizzard hosted official events. And the prize pool for those is good. It's like $2,000 usually. It's like a $2,000 to $3,000 prize pool. So pretty badass, So it's definitely got some decent scratch. Not like great enough to be a pro, and make a living off it, but it's something. Where should I start when trying to build armies as beginners? Says the old now. I would recommend watching a lot of my replays and tournaments, and you can emulate what they do. You can look at the armies. You can go in our Discord where people post replays. Just grab some high level replays, watch them, see what they do. Yeah. So it's great. Dave says I was rooting for you in the Warcraft 3 tournament. Yeah. I was too one-dimensional. My one-dimensional strategy in Grubby's tournament got me pretty far. I got to the grand finals, but I ran into somebody who like did clinical study of my one-dimensional strategy and basically had blind counters and hard counters for everything I was doing. So my lack of dynamic preparation cost me that tournament. I think if I had like developed 3 or 4 different builds, I could have actually contested the finals and had a chance. I only had one style, which was Dreadlord, Ghouls, Necrowagon. And he was just ready for it, Yeah. And he was really good too. Sing Sing was very strong. He was probably the highest elo player in the tournament too, but I think it could have been closer. Like early aggression would have been very good. And I didn't practice that, so. Could you show a greenskin build that could have beaten Warriors of Chaos? Right now I cannot show you a build because I'm in a lobby here, but after the tournament we can take questions. And there's plenty of replays of greenskins beating Warriors of Chaos on the channel and vice versa if you go back and look. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to refill my water, and I will be right back. All right, guys, back in business. Sorry about that. Ooh, one of the most classic matchups in the game. Oh, I hope this is the matchup. We have the Empire, the most Giga Chad faction of the game, the humans, the Holy Roman Empire of Warhammer Fantasy, facing off against the Vampire Counts, the Undead, the Sylvanians. Ooh, boy, it's going to be good. Grimgore is not very good. Yeah, he's very suboptimal, unfortunately. Yeah, there's way better picks. Tamarcon is actually really good in PvP. Tamarcon is great. A lot of high-level Nurgle players, including myself, use him all the freaking time. Worst faction for competitive. Ooh, that, like, every faction is competitively viable, but I don't know. I think that Cathay and Dark Elves are very hard to play. High Elves can monster cheese. You can use big dragons and shit, but I feel like Dark Elves are very difficult. Granted, they can still win, but they're like, there's a big, like, you got to practice them a lot. Bretonnia is actually, I think, like a little stronger than Dark Elves these days. I just personally feel that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Grimgore's a huge meme in multiplayer. Yeah. He's a huge meme. I agree. I do agree with that. Okay. I think we're good. We're about ready to go. Empire has a lot of options here. Great swords, wagons. Anticity is a wagon enjoyer. He's going to be using the wagons most likely. Turin, a burning head and general nuking magic. Yeah, I don't think like they need to be nerfed per se, but I think they should buff other spells. Like buff spells should do more. Buffs and debuff spells should last longer. You could even buff them like the duration of like by 20% on those, 25%. It'd be nice. Turin in that first Anticity game was Cetra's death, as they say, undeserved. Yeah, it was. High Elves are good. Yeah, High Elves are good. We see them. There's some high-level players who play High Elves. I don't know if any of these guys play High Elves. Oishi is, like, very meta. Anticity does... I mean, Empire is considered a mid-tier faction, but Anticity was crushing Slaanesh with them earlier. Yeah, he's very, very good. No, Tomb Kings are very good. Tomb Kings are, like, I would say an A-tier faction. They're very, very good. Don't sleep on the Tomb Kings, man. Yeah. Yeah, Lore of Wog buffs aren't bad. No, Tomb Kings are great. Seriously, one of the better factions for beginners, too. Because your units can't run because they're undead, so you don't have to worry about, like, rallying shit, which is very, very nice. Hey, Kira, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Sorry I missed that. I was grabbing some water, I believe. Thank you so much for the old subscription. And here we go. Yeah, Tomb Kings are great. I feel like there's so much in Warhammer that it can be overwhelming. But here's the thing. There are some armies you can play that you can literally use like one build and it will work against like 80% of factions. It's not going to be optimal, but you can get away with it as a new player. Like the hardest part about Total War Competitive is the knowledge check. Like you can bring like a Dark Lord of RTS over here and they would struggle for a while because of the knowledge check. Just knowing everything and like all these factions, like that's the hardest part for sure. Okay. Sounds good, Pender. Sounds good. I'll look into it. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the classic battle of the Empire versus the Undead. So, taking a look at the Empire build, they love their flagellants in this matchup. So these guys are religious fanatics of the Empire. They're unbreakable, which is badass. So against the Undead, they're not going to run. They're going to stand and fight, despite being, afraid. Well, they wouldn't be afraid, but the other troopers would. Battle line here is going to be State Troopers. We have Spearmen, Spearmen, and Spearmen into the sunset. The Lord of the Empire is going to be the Dark Lady of Null, and it's going to be Elspeth von Draken. Yeah, she's a beast. She's got shadow magic. Spirit Leech is very, very good. And yeah, she's just going to sit there draining the souls of the vampiric lords, I suppose. And the rest of the army is going to be Spearmen. We got some Free Company Militia up in Vanguard. Yeah, she's tall. She's tall. And the Free Company Militia are really cool. They're like a hybrid melee shooting unit. So they can put pistol fire into big threats and also fight zombies in melee if they need to. And for Anticity, the rest of the build is going to be a lot of Free Company Militia securing the high ground objective. Yeah, the Goth. Oh my god. Yeah, but Free Company are good. They can wrestle up that high ground point. They can shoot Cryptors, all sorts of good stuff. Yeah, Elspeth is on foot. Now, for the Vampire Count army, it's going to be a lot of zombies, a lot of skeletons, and we do see corpse carts as well, Fellbats, the dive shooting units, and double heavy cavalry. So Black Knights, they're so freaking cool, with the Lances and the Barding, are going to be moving to the high ground objective. So Anticity is just going to have to pull back. He wanted to move up out of the gates with his Free Company Militia and grab Objective 1, but immediately he sees the Shock Cavalry, the Vampire Counts, and is like, screw this shit, I'm going home. I also forgot to mention the Empire is going to be using the beloved War Wagon. So War Wagons are awesome. They're wagons being towed by horses, and they have a gun crew on top that's going to be shooting nonstop. Now, of course, they do run out of ammunition eventually, but War Wagons are badass. They're going to be shooting at the Fellbats, capturing the outside objective here. Elspeth is going to be hiding in the trees, and so is Heinrich Kemmler. Heinrich Kemmler using Invocation as well as Raise Dead. So both players kind of hiding their lords is actually really funny. Now, what are the call-ins going to be? So on the outside, we do see Spearmen. So the Empire is going to be calling in Spearmen right now. And they're going to be advancing up. These guys do, of course, have anti-large, so they'll be able to fight off the heavy cavalry. And the Free Company Militia, pistols out for Sigmar. I love Free Company. I think they're one of my favorite units in the game. They're just so freaking cool. Just like the farmers and commoners of the Empire, you know, getting their pistols and their cutlasses and going to battle for their land. You got to love the flavor of it. All right, so Objectives 3 and Objectives 2 belong to the Empire. And we do see Fellbats swarming in, so the Fellbats are going to be trying to target the wagons. They're not going to kill the wagons, but they will occupy them and keep them from shooting for a time. Elspeth still hiding in the trees, while Heinrich Kemmler is going to be advancing out. And now we see the Shock Cavalry of the Night moving in. That's going to be some damage there, and we are going to be seeing the Free Company Militia getting punted by these charges. Not going to be good for them. That's going to be a hell of a lot of damage. A little bit of a late reaction as Anticity's Spearmen were not in position to protect against those Shock Cavalry. And we do see the Free Company Militia getting melted pretty badly. Granted, some of the spears have moved up there and will provide a little bit of support. The Empire might still be able to turn this fight around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see. So, on the other side, the Empire is holding, but they're going to lose this fight as well. We do see the White Kings moving in. The White Kings are heroic units using the Scab Scrape, which is basically like Carrion Swarm from Warcraft 3, doing a lot of damage against the Flagellants and the Troopers here. So honestly, the fight looking a little bit better for the Vampires out of the gates. Vampires are going to win this fight 100%. The middle objective is contested. The wagons are, the wagons are designed to like isolate and kill big threats, and they're just kind of having to shoot against freaking Fellbats here, which feels kind of bad. On the high ground, the heavy Shock Cavalry of the Night continuing to run over the Free Company Militia. And do we see Crypt Ghouls being called in? We do. So Crypt Ghouls are really good at killing light infantry, which is going to be the Spearmen here. So they're going to be getting their little hammers and their cudgels, and these Spearmen are going to be getting swarmed by the angry Gremlins, torn apart as another unit of Gremlins is going to be on its way in. So we do see them on the high ground moving forward, and they are going to be engaging against the Free Company. And the Fellbats are also swarming, and as the human units start to run, they're going to get hunted down and chased by the vampiric forces, and that's going to be a lot of extra casualties there. But, on the low ground, we do see Anticity holding. The humans are hanging in there down here, as they do have their wagons in position. Oh, he's trying to snipe Heinrich Kemmler. Oh, shit, that's going to be his plan. So Anticity's going to get all of his wagons, try and snipe the Vampiric Lord, and he's going to use the Goth Overlord here, the Lord of Hot Topic, Elspeth von Draken, to try and Spirit Leech Heinrich Kemmler and get the snipe on him. Okay, Heinrich's going to be running. I think he knows what's happening. Yeah, all wagons are targeting him. As soon as he's in the open field, he's going to get shot at. And he's trying to dodge the bullets. He's going to be eating some of those shots right there as he does flee the scene. Spirit Leech also activated. So Anticity is going to be going for the snipe. Now, Vampires with a crushing defeat on the high ground. The Empire absolutely folded up by the Black Knights. They still have a decent little position down here, but the Undead are also going to be getting the far side objective. The two White Kings right there are going to be winning this fight. So the White Kings are hero units. They're kind of like mini Legendary Lords. Think of it like your second hero, basically, or your second Lord. And yeah, the humans are, the Spearmen of the Empire are just going to be getting absolutely taken to Pound Town here by these White Kings and these heroes. In the meantime, the only objective that the Empire has is Objective 2. The wagon's going to be maneuvering over. Sniping out the Corpse Carts would be a good call as well. You can move up and try and take down the Mortis Carts, or not the Mortis Carts, but the Corpse Carts, which of course buff everybody up. On the backfield, the Empire calling out its heavy barded cavalry. The Vampiric Cav are a little bit superior in quality. Empire Knights are like the bottom of the barrel in terms of heavy cavalry, but they are very tanky and will provide some nice damage here, getting the rear charge. But now the Vampires are going to start wrestling the middle objective. Spirit Leech going down on Heinrich Kemmler, and really, that is going to be the win condition for the Empire. If Anticity can rally and snipe the Lord of the Vampires, then that will take a lot of strength away, because the Vampire Counts are a faction that are extremely dependent on their Lord. Not only would they be losing their Wizard and their Magic Caster, but they would also be taking a huge leadership penalty, which leads to more crumbling. So Elspeth continues to drain. On this side, the wagons do stabilize the point. So Anticity did bring the War Wagons over, providing the capture weight, and now they're going to be setting up shot. Oh, I love, they're so freaking cool. I use War Wagons in Tabletop. They're so badass. And they're going to be taking pot shots into the Corpse Cart. So the Corpse Cart is getting taken to Pound Town. This thing is a mobile buffing station, a very nice target to finish off. And the wagons able to circle the wagons, yes. And down goes the Corpse Cart here in a second, sitting at how much HP? 16 HP. The Flagellants rush in, and the Corpse Cart does get taken down, and the Religious Fanatics will be fighting to the bitter end. On the high ground, Empire looks like they've rallied some troopers. Some of the Spearmen did come back, and they were able to jump on the objective, but the Fellbats are going to swarm them. And Spearmen are designed to kill things that are large size. Fellbats are infantry size, so Spearmen are going to be kind of shit against them and might actually lose this fight. We're going to have to see. In the meantime, on the low ground, the Vampire Counts are taking ground. They are able to maneuver and overwhelm the forces of Sigmar. Empire Knights are trapped up, battling against frickin' Vargeist. Vargeist are a super hard counter against heavy cavalry, these giant bat beasts, because they fly in the sky and they always get the charge off. You can't countercharge them unless you have a flying unit. So that's going to be pretty painful. And the Empire is going to be losing out in the middle. So now Anticity only really has his wagons for sniping, right? He doesn't have a lot of kind of agency on the battlefield. He does have a points lead, which means he has a little bit of time to grind this back, and he is going to be sending some Flagellants to the high ground objective to try and get this. So here they come. Flagellant's going to be moving towards objective 1, and the Empire is going to be securing that. Heinrich Kemmler getting a little bit low, ladies and gentlemen. And if anybody's going to find a way to get this snipe and, find a comeback avenue in this game, it will be the Kraken King. Some more state troopers moving up, swordsmen as well, but the Vampire's just got a huge, disgusting brick of the dead here, which is going to be super hard to crack. Oishi doing a really good job using his Felbats this game, so he's tar pitting the wagons with just crappy units, which basically waste their ammunition, right? You don't want to be using your wagons to friggin' shoot at Felbats. That feels pretty damn bad. High ground objective secured for the Empire. Flagellant's able to get it done, and the Vampire Count's going to be calling in some skeletons to try and get that back, but probably not going to happen. Flagellant's going to be heading towards the low ground. Oh god, it's going to be so bad for these guys. Oh, it's going to be bad. The Flagellants have like no defensive capabilities. They're basically like shirtless homeless people trying to charge you with clubs. All right, so they're going to get run down there, and a lot of damage. Literally half of their formation just gets plowed. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of DPS on them. Those Knights are going to be basically a counter against them. Far side objective, though, the Empire does look like they're able to wrestle this one back as well. We do see the wagons fighting and trying to snipe the White Kings here. Anticity does have time to grind in this game, as the Empire Knights are harried and chased here by the Children of the Night. The Vargeist is very, very problematic. These things are a huge menace. And yeah, very good at punching down these Knights. So chasing them back, and the Knights are going to be fleeing the scene. Anticity does manage. Dude, he's just wrestling these objectives back and forth. He's like bouncing the Vampires here. Look how low the Lord of the Dead is. Oh my god, he's so low. So this is a mistake by the Vampire Count player, guys. You do not want to have freaking Heinrich Kemmler in the open. Go hide him in the trees right now. Because Elspeth is probably going to overcast Spirit Leech and kill him here. He's at freaking 800 HP. If Heinrich Kemmler goes in the trash can, the entire Empire army is going to be just cackling as the undead suffer some massive crumbling penalties. Yeah, I think he knows this. Oishi does have, yeah, he's healing cap. So units do have a healing cap. They can only heal so much in this game. You can't heal indefinitely. There is a point to which your units cannot heal anymore. Some more Flagellants coming up. The Empire fighting, pretty hard up here, but those Black Knights are pretty damn good in this fight. The Empire are going to be losing the outside objective again, so they kind of, wherever the wagons go, havoc follows. That's certainly the case, but the Empire is up on points, 800 point against 500 here. Now the wagon core is going to be moving into the middle, and what are they going to be shooting? Is it going to be the Corpse Guard, or is it going to be the Crypt Horrors? Where's Heinrich Kemmler? Is he dead? Oh shit, did we just miss Heinrich Kemmler getting killed? I think we did. Where did he go? Is he back here? Where did he go? Am I blind? Heinrich Kemmler looks like he's gone. It must have been the magic. So the magic ability that Elspeth has, the Goth Queen, as you guys call her, has really long range. You can use it from downtown and snipe things. Okay, guys, I think Heinrich Kemmler is actually gone. And we can check by looking at the leadership. Yep, he's dead. He got killed. So the Vampire Lord is gone. That is a big win for the Empire. That means that the undead army is going to be crumbling exponentially easier. War wagons still have a little bit of ammunition left, not too much. If Anticity had a freaking engineer to replenish their ammo, that'd be pretty crazy. And we do see the corpse cart getting targeted, so it looks like Anticity is going to be trying to target the support pieces for the undead. As it currently stands, the Empire does have the high ground objective here. Undead are contesting it, but the Flagellants have arrived. And man, yeah, the Undead Lord being gone is pretty massive. So the sniping strategy may pay off here in the late game. All right, epic fight versus the dead and the fanatics of Sigmar. So the hobos versus the undead hobos. Who's going to win this fight? I feel like I'm at Venice Beach right now. It's getting pretty crazy here. But yeah, Flagellants have really good DPS, and we'll be able to cut through these skeletons pretty easily. So these guys are crumbling right now. The wagons are also limp biscuiting through. They're rolling. There they go. All right, so huge deeps as we do see the spearmen get taken. And dude, the wagons are just no mercy running around, running over all these little gremlins, providing a lot of support. That is for sure. So will the Empire find a way back in this game? Here's the thing, guys. The Empire cannot win by just holding one objective. So if they just sit on objective 1, the Vampire Counts are going to be able to win on 2 points here, right? Elspeth is trapped up a little bit, so the Lord of the Empire is surrounded by a lot of undead. She does have some swordsmen nearby, and now it's going to be getting a little bit of flagellant support as well. So here they come. The hobos charging. Yeah, really good against zombies. So the downside of the flagellants is they have really poor defensive stats, but when you're fighting zombies and skeletons who have awful offensive stats, they actually shine really well. Where they don't shine is being shot, charged by shot cav and all that sort of stuff. Elspeth is being hunted by 2 undead characters, actually. Yeah, so there's 2 White Kings in here. You see these 2 tall kind of white undead characters here. They are hunting the Lord of the Empire. If she gets taken out, it's really going to be equalizing the game. All right, and now the Empire is going to be calling in its heavy hitters, the Great Swords, the Launchneck. These guys are so freaking cool. So they're really good at killing infantry. They have high armor values, and they have badass cod pieces and floppy hats as well. Great Swords are probably my favorite unit of the Empire. They're not super competitive, but they do have good niche applications and are really cool looking as well. Kruber's lads, that's right. Elspeth is getting very close to being killed. The Lord of the Empire needs to escape here. Her leadership is broken, and the undead have surrounded and tar-pitted Elspeth von Draken. She could 100% die here. She's sitting at 500 leadership. The Great Swords and the wagons trying to come in and salvage that situation. The objective here is flipping to the Empire, though. The Empire does have better capture weight. With all the flagellants of the wagons there, it's starting to add up. And, oh, the Necromancer's back. He has been revived. So Heinrich Kemmler is back in business. He has been summoned from the altar once again. And will this signal a momentum shift in this game? Will Oishi be able to use his Lord and the momentum there to get back now that Elspeth von Draken is gone? Now, Anticity could, of course, resummon Elspeth. Elspeth has been killed, or wounded, I dare say. You know, legendary lords in this game are only ever wounded, really, and then they can come back later, potentially. Yeah, she's gone right there. We do see the skull and crossbones. Objective does belong to the Empire. Anticity does have a decent little points lead here. Wagons are starting to break, and I think the vampire counts are starting to bring this game back. The Great Swords are going to provide capture weight, as are the Free Company. Is it going to be held? Ooh, it's close. Vampire counts get it. That's tough, guys, because as cool as the Great Swords are, you know, they're not going to be able to get through those freaking Vargeists and those White Kings and those, like, heroic units here. It's going to be very, very dodgy. And it looks like we're actually going to have a contested series. You know, I wasn't sure if we were going to have another 3-0 sweep here. But yeah, the Great Swords are going to get killed by these giant vampire bats. It's going to be a really bad situation for them as the creatures of the night jump on them. And remember, the value is even in this game, which is bad for the Empire because the healing on the vampire counts is pretty nuts. Okay, I mean, maybe Anticity can still win out on objectives, but yeah, this is really good play by Oishi. Seeing the open, unguarded objective here, he calls in Crypt Ghouls and Skeleton Warriors. Anticity making a play for the side objective, but yeah, he's not going to have a good time here. He is not going to have a good time. Can he get a second Krell? Yes, he can. Yeah, so I don't know if did he even bring Krell? I think you can cut Krell. He did not even bring Krell to the battlefield, so yeah. Krell is good. I think he's worth bringing, honestly, but yeah, I think that's going to be it for the old Kraken King. I mean, he is up on points. If he could somehow rat it out in this game and get it to the point where he could win on one, but the Crypt Ghouls are going to be an issue here, right? So, like, what is happening here? We see Spearmen being sent to get this objective, but they're going to get massacred. Spearmen get hard countered by Crypt Ghouls. It's just a super one-sided fight. You would need something a little bit more, like some heavy shot cavalry. Okay, Elspeth is back too, so the Empire has brought back its Lord, but she's on foot. She's not going to be able to get around the battlefield quite as much. Does the Empire manage to wrestle this outside objective? They do. So the Sons of Sigmar are holding. I mean, is there any chance he's going to be able to come back? I don't know. Free Company Militia shooting out here. The remnants of the wagon crew are trying. The giant demon bats, or fell bats, or I dare say Vargeist coming across. This objective is going to be flipping. Anticity is at 1,200 points, and the Empire, oh my god, does the Empire stabilize it? They don't. So now we're going to be seeing these guys getting in. Crypt Ghouls going to get absolute bully beatdown on these Spearmen. These are not even shielded Spearmen, so their melee defense isn't going to be great. They're just so terrible against Crypt Ghouls. You can see they're literally being dismembered by these guys. Yeah, very, very bad fight. Crypt Ghouls going to give them the biz. Looking at the HP, pretty one-sided massacre as the Ghouls continue chewing through. Elspeth von Draken going to be moving to the high ground. And Anticity, does he have any chance? Yeah, he's playing the objectives really cagey, just trying to win on points because he knows he's super far behind. A couple of flagellants down here and rallying units, not going to be enough. So now Anticity is getting no points. The Empire player is getting absolutely nothing on the board, and I think that's going to be GG well played. Frenzy Gremlins, yeah, exactly. They're like Frenzy Ghouls from Warcraft. Yeah, that's right. So how's it looking? The Gremlins are doing it. The Hot Topic Queen is here, and she's got her scythe. I mean, she's a decent fighter in melee. She's more of a wizard, but yeah, she's going to be able to bonk some of these guys with her staff. I've actually not watched her. Oh, that was actually sick. Oh, that was a cool-ass attack animation. So she's going to try and help the boys out, but yeah, not going to be enough as skeletons arrive. And now, for the first time in the game, Oishi has actually passed Anticity in points. So it's going to be 1,300 here against 12.47. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be all she wrote. All right, guys. All right. There we have it. Triple cap. Yeah, Anticity is threatening the high ground cap, but he would need to get multiple objectives here. So the vampires don't even need to give a shit about this. For the vampires, you just hang down there and you chill. Are the points gained by capturing the zones? Yeah, so you get, for every zone you own, you get 1 victory ticket per second. So if you own all 3 objectives, you get 3 per second, and whoever gets 1,500 first wins. But you see a lot of the games today were not even decided by the victory points. They were decided more by one army just beating the shit out of the other. So there's multiple ways to win. It was a cool build. It seemed like the sniping from Anticity wasn't able to get going. The Vampire army was very low to the ground. It didn't present any big targets outside of Corpse Carts. And the White Kings were just too dominant. They just bullied. I would have liked to have maybe seen Elspeth on a dragon. I feel like she could have been a nightmare if she rode her dragon. That is for sure. Yeah, GG. Well played to Oishi, dude. He's a fighter, man. He's a fighter. And now we have a contested series. Again, he's still on the ropes. It is best of 5, right? So they're going to do their picks and bans. We're on the Norskin Rise is our next map. So people just give up when all hope is lost. Usually, yeah. Like if it's just over, most people just leave, right? Has Anticity used his strongest factions? He's kind of unpredictable. I don't know. I think, yeah, probably. He's really good at Empire. We also saw him, was he on Slanesh earlier? I know he's great at Slanesh too. You just won 17k channel points for being one of the 3 people to vote for Oishi? Oh, man, okay. Yeah. Anticity's weakness is always heroes, yeah. Okay, fair play. Good to know. I have played against Anticity many times. He's really good. Oishi also. Yeah, I played against both these guys in tournaments. They're very good. Yeah, Anticity is good at a lot of things. Yeah. He is good at a lot of things for sure. The thing I hate most in RTS games is no one ever leaves. Yeah, that's true. People tend to fight to the bitter end, you know. It's understandable. We haven't seen it. Oh shit, this could be the Kislev. If Anticity gets his forbidden Kislev tech, I wonder if Oishi is prepared against it. These guys run into each other in tournaments all the time. I'm pretty sure Oishi and Anticity have played each other a lot, so they probably are familiar with the playstyles. Oishi is a Khorne main, but I don't know what the global bans were. So before the series started, they both got to ban one faction for the whole series. I assume they banned each other's mains. Oishi probably banned the Kislevites. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's really fun to see Anticity back in the competitive circuit, for sure. He's like, he appears, you know, does very well, and then disappears for a couple of months, you know. You know the jam. Yeah, the Kislev Monster Mash could be on the cards. Could be on the cards. All right, so how are we looking here? Looks like we're about ready. I'm trying to see if there's any updates on the pick and ban process. Let's check. Okay. Thank you, Anticity. He actually sent the picks and bans. So here are the factions that they. Oh, that was from the previous match. Okay, we don't have the most up to date one, which is fine. Yeah, usually people in Total War don't stay too long. It's very clear when you've lost. There are some people, but typically people leave when it's over. Yeah. I feel like Warcraft 3 is a game you can scrap back from a little bit more. I don't know though. Yeah, hard to say. Age of Empires is also one, you know, if somebody forgets a bunch of villagers, you find them out in the open, you can do some work. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. Oh, Bretonia. Oh my god, what if he whips out Bretonia? Holy shit. Bretonia would be so fun. How hyped would you guys be? Anticity streams multiplayer tourneys all day, like 5 to 8 hours. Yeah, he's pretty hardcore. Yeah, he is. He's a grinder. We're going to be hosting some crossover events where we bring people from other RTS to Total War, and where we bring Total War players over to Warcraft 3 also. So if you guys are like Warcraft 3 enjoyers and you're watching right now, this guy, Anticity, he is going to be one of the Dark Lords of the Warcraft 3 crossover. When he gets his paws on Warcraft and starts grinding it, I expect he will be like Sing Sing. Like he's going to be like 1700 elo very quickly once he gets learning on it. He's just very, very good at RTS. Yeah. I'll coach him until he surpasses me. And then we'll give him some proper coaches. I want to work on an event with some other people where we get champions from our respective communities to duel it out. That'd be super fun. Yeah, that's AoE 2 is a weird one to play. Yeah, it's very, very retro. You feel its age when you play, but it's very cool. The remastered Age of Empires. There's so many factions to play, and before they're related, oh, that'd be so funny. Yeah. So we don't know the factions yet. We do know the map. Norskin Rise has an interesting like high ground fight on the side. Nakamura, you gotta do it, man. Did you ever play Warcraft 3? You ever do it, man? It'd be fun to see you in there. I know you're really good at RTS as well. But yeah, when I get back from traveling in early May, we'll do a lot of cool stuff. The global bands are Kislev and Ogres. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Haven't watched in a while, but glad to see Anticity streaming again. Yeah, for sure. Wings, been very fun. I never played Total Annihilation. My like RTS repertoire was Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness, Warcraft 3 as a kid, StarCraft, Brood War, StarCraft 2, Red Alert, Command and Conquer, Tiberium Wars, and then Total War, of course. I played the Total War series pretty early, like Rome. Played Rome, and then I played Shogun a lot. Shogun is so good. Yeah. No. Why would there be? Why would she be upset, Hennessy? Doesn't make any sense. Anticity. I don't think he was Grandmaster in StarCraft. I think Anticity was High Master. So he was like me. I was like very top end of the Masters. I was like the gatekeeper before Grandmaster in StarCraft. Yeah, I was a Protoss player and a Terran player. Tiberian Sun. Dude, I had Command and Conquer on like a 1990s PlayStation. I remember that shit. That was so freaking fun. Oh my god. Oh, those were some good times. I remember I had freaking StarCraft on N64. Or did any of you guys ever play that? Yeah, the freaking yeah, StarCraft on N64 was some crazy shit. Let me pull up a picture of that while we have a little bit of time. StarCraft N64. Holy shit, that would be trippy to go back and play that. Yeah. Look at this shit. Yeah, the N64 StarCraft. It was so hard to play in like micro. Oh god, look at the graphics. Oh yeah, dude, let's go. Take me back to the 90s. Yeah. I know I'm heavily biased, but the 90s was a great ass time to grow up. It was so good. Cuz like technology was there, but it didn't like penetrate every aspect of your life. It was still this kind of thing that was like, you know, yeah, it was something you did, but then you still went outside and did other things, you know. You didn't have your phone on you all the time. It was like, yeah, like when you and the homies in the late 90s would like, you know, gather around and play some like N64 in like the dimly lit room. Yeah, it was like, oh, it was so fun. Oh, dude, early 2000s freaking ruled too. Early 2000s was great. Yeah. I mean, early 2000s was when I was I was 12 years old in 2000, so yeah, those were good times. How many of you guys remember the forbidden Xbox Live lobbies? Holy shit. I remember the first time I got Xbox Live to play some Halo and just hearing, like, I was like, oh god, I must have been like 13, 14, and just hearing like 40-year-old dudes just like shit talking me. It's a spiritual experience, man. Oh, dude, I used to have Halo LAN parties. Yeah, I played football and I would literally invite like half the football team over after practice and on the weekends, and we would just have Halo LAN parties. It was awesome. Those were epic times. Playing Halo Combat Evolved, and we had an Ethernet cable that would run 2 Xboxes and connect them, and we had 2 TVs in 2 separate rooms. My friends would bring over their TV. It's like, you know, pretty big TV, a bunch of football linemen hauling the TV over, and we would play. Oh, it was so fun. Those were, yeah, and then like you order Domino's, and like, dude, that was such like, those were just the times, man. Yeah. I loved Combat Evolved. I liked all the Halo games up through 3, honestly. I didn't play any after that, but... Okay, Slaanesh vs. Tomb Kings is going to be the matchup. So we saw this earlier, right? Wait, didn't they already play this? Or no, that was on the other side, wasn't it? No. Oh, they're playing the inverse matchup. Oh, shit. 2000's internet was really special. It was, yeah. All right, so we got Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings. So we saw these guys played this matchup earlier, but they're flipping roles. So now Anticity is on Slaanesh and Oishi's on Tomb Kings. So earlier, Anticity won this with Tomb Kings in game 1. Yeah. Oh, right in the boomer memories, I know. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Early 2000s, late 90s ruled, man. Gaming sure got a lot less personal. Oh, yeah, I remember hanging out in like 2006 with my college roommates. And we would just be playing Gears of War multiplayer in our dorm. Oh, that shit ruled, dude. The first Gears of War game, the multiplayer was so freaking fun. on Xbox Live, I think. Yeah, that's what we were using. Simon, love the Warcraft 3 tourney, pure cinema. For a while there, you were the Dark Lord they feared. They feared me, yeah. We put fear in them. We put the dread in them, man. The chat. Oh, yeah. Our average age in our streams is probably in their 30s. Yeah. I mean, that's normal for RTS, right? Thank you guys all for joining, man. We got a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch today, so thanks for supporting Total War Competitive, man. And Simon, thank you for the big old donation there, boss. Thank you for the big old donation. Gears of War was fun, man. Gears of War, the original, was so great. I remember when the later Gears of War games came out, and do you guys remember the chainsaw duels when you had to like mash buttons? That's literally like when my hand props probably started. The chainsaw duels when like you'd be on like an Xbox Live game and you'd be like battling another player and just like with the chainsaws, like the tension you would feel and the sweat and how tense you would be. Oh god, that was so fun. That was so fun. I'm kind of happy to feel young again in this chat. Yeah, we'll make you feel young. If you're ever feeling old, just come hang out in our streams. Or you could go over to Artosis' stream and just hang out in the Twilight Zone. That's also another option. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. You're at the bottom of the age bracket, 23. Yeah, so you're pretty young, man. Nothing wrong with that. Chainsaw Duels, Mario Party 6. Oh yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. And born in 2003, what the F is the 90s? Dude, speaking of like crazy streams, Artosis' streams are like going to another dimension. Have you guys ever read the works of like H.P. Lovecraft? You know? My wife is a huge Lovecraft fan. I also enjoy his stuff as well. I enjoy some of the movies that have been made, like the Colors from Outer Space, and there's a lot of cool stuff. But like going to an Artosis stream is like, yeah, it's like looking into the abyss. It's like a void. Yeah, it's wild. You still have calluses from the N64 controller? Hell yeah, let's go. My favorite Lovecraft novel is the guy in chat. The guy in the chat. Oh, that's so good. Oh, man. You're at 51 listening to you young 30-year-old think-year-old does not make me feel young. Hey, Brutalist, we're with you. You know, we're with you. I'm kind of an old soul as well, though. I'm very much an old soul, I would say. Call of Cthulhu, yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of great adaptions of Lovecraft's work. There was a really good one. If you guys like Lovecraft, and like cosmic horror in general, let me show you guys this. Color from Space. Yeah. So this adaptation, let me pull it up here and do this. Yeah, with Nicolas Cage. It's called Color Out of Space. Yeah, that's what it was. It's really, really good. So yeah, it's with Nicolas Cage. I enjoyed the hell out of this. It's one of the better Lovecraft adaptations out there, for sure. Yeah, you enjoyed it? Yeah, it was fun. All right. So Slaanesh vs. Tomb Kings, they should be ready in the next minute. Yeah. Oh, I love Event Horizon. One of my favorite horror movies of all time. It's in my top 5. For me, the best horror movie of all time that I enjoyed is The Thing. So, okay, if I had to go in order... Ooh, man. The Thing would be number 1 for me, The Thing, with Kurt Russell. I love that movie. I don't know if I could do top 5, but yeah, The Thing is one of my favorites. I really, really like the second Alien movie, Alien. I mean, Alien is a masterpiece too, but I enjoyed the second one. So Aliens, The Thing, Aliens. I love good zombie movies. Like some of the Romero movies are really fun. Those are great as well. Yeah, The Thing is goated. Kurt Russell is just so awesome, man. The Thing, Event Horizon. Yeah, Event Horizon's amazing too. Yeah, 28 Days Later is in my top 5. And 28 Weeks Later too. I love those movies. God damn, dude, you guys remember the scene in 28 Weeks Later when they're when Jeremy Renner, I think it's just after his scene with the car, and then they go into the subway system, or in the UK, and there's like and then the zombie dad is like hunting the kids, and like it's in the dark. I was like, dude, holy shit. And in 28 Weeks Later, when like the outbreak first happens in the city, and like you see the snipers on the buildings, and like there's zombies going apeshit everywhere, dude, that is like peak zombie shit. Yeah, I'm so excited for 28 Years Later. Yeah, no, okay. So for me, it would be like The Thing, 28 Days Later. Event Horizon would be maybe in my top 3 horror. Yeah. I haven't seen Sinners yet. I heard it's pretty good. Yeah. Sorry about the downtime. You know, I'm not going to rush these guys because this is like a super sweaty event, and this is like the peak of competitive play. So I'm going to let them take their time. We could just talk about movies and shit. Yeah, there was some incompetence in 28 Weeks Later, but like, how incompetent was the army there? Have you seen how incompetent humanity can be in general? Just look at the world, you know? Of course that shit would happen, you know? you know humans would fumble the ball somehow. If we had like a zombie outbreak, we would fumble the ball, all right? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We just nuke everyone. Exactly. That's fumbling the ball. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 4 in the semifinal match of the top side of the bracket. Currently, the winner of this series is going to go to face Own Goal, a.k.a. Tim, in the grand finals. And, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the Tomb King's army. So, Oishi actually not going to be using Cetra. Going to be using Old Man Katep. So, Katep is a very, very ranged wizard. He's going to be using his Sandstorm ability to blast the heretics, and he does also have Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. Aside from that, we have some archers and melee Shopti. So the melee Shopti are going to be back here. We do have a couple of these guys. Very good against the Slaneshi infantry, and they look super badass. I run a brick of these in tabletop. Very, very fun. And yeah, just a Legion of the Dead. Skeleton Spears and Skeleton Warriors with Ushopti. Now, Anticity doing the same thing, more or less. We see a very, very similar build here, guys. It is going to be, influencers going past containment, yeah. Yeah, in the zombie apocalypse, the TikTokers would need to get some good footage of the zombies, and they would literally cause outbreaks, of course. Okay, perfect. Hey, Aussie, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. It's not Cetra, it's Grand Hierophant Katep. Aussie, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch, man. Yep, so we got Inkari here, a battle line of Marauders and Forsaken to rip apart these skeletons, and a lot of mobility on the high ground with Hellstriders, and more Hellstriders, and some Horsemen as well. Katep is the Cetra we have at home, that's right. Yeah. This is going to be good. I'm really excited for the grand finals as well. We're kind of just getting this party started. You know, we have a whole nother best of 5 after this, which honestly, best of 5s in Total War can go for like an hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes. If it goes to game 5, which it very well could. I mean, all these players are so good. You know, the players we have remaining are the top 3 players in the world. So, yeah, pretty nasty. And Kari's going to be moving up, and the battle's on. So, Anticity is going to be doing the same thing we saw earlier. Using the Rampage, Pavane, to drag Grand Hierophant Katep into the pits. If the Tomb Kings... Cetra is a good fighter. The Lord that you guys saw got killed earlier by this giant monster is like a good fighter. This haggard Harry Potter in the back, this character cannot fight is like a really terrible fighter. And much squishier. So, that could be incredibly cagey. So Slanesh is going to be getting the high ground objective. This is one of our new maps, by the way. It's called Norskin Rise. It's really, really cool. So you have this like high ground altar with this like little Norskin camp here, and then you got this and some woods on the other side. I really like this map. So Slanesh is going to be grabbing the high ground objective and getting all the points out of the gate. So Tomb Kings are going to be the ones who need to push up and do this. We do see Anticity with his horseman. Dude, he wants that bread so bad. Oh my god. And Kari, oh shit, you better run, Oishi. Yeah, okay. Rampage is going to be used on the Skeleton Horseman. So what he's doing is he's casting an ability on the Marauder Skeleton Horseman, which forces them to go berserk and attack you. And then he's just going to farm them, basically. So he moves in, and we are going to see some big damages, and Kari gets in there. And oh my god, those Horsemen got deleted by this Greater Demon and by those Hellstriders. Yeah, really, really nice catch right there. So, you know, just using Pavane, not necessarily to Lord Snipe, but just to value farm, you know, units is never a bad idea. So it's going to be Skeleton Horsemen coming out. A lot of Skeleton Horsemen emerging from the trees. It looks like they were lying in ambush back here. But Slanesh is going to be a little bit favored in this. It looks like Slanesh is going to be farming a lot of these Horsemen. So overall, a bit of a better fight here for the Kraken King for Anticity. In the meantime, Slanesh is farming. Look at that. They're already up to 166 points, having all 3 objectives. The Undead, the Tomb Kings of Nehekara, are going to be advancing up to try and contest the points now. But you see how he's parking units on the edge of the objective? All you need to do to count as contesting the objective is sit on the edge of the point like this. And it does count. It's really, really good. So the Undead are able to push off the forces of Slanesh in the far side objective. Slanesh doesn't want any of that smoke, which makes sense because these units right here, these Ushopti, are a hard counter against these units. So retreating away instead of taking a bad fight is very, very good. In the meantime, in the backfield, what do we got? We do have the Hellstriders of Slanesh duking it out, and there are some Ushopti back here. Is Inkari going to continue fighting? We'll find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. And now Forsaken are going to be engaging on the point here, so they do collide with the skeletons there, going to continue clashing. And we do have some supporting fire from the back as well. Where are the Fiends of Slaanesh to counter the Ushabti? We need to see those. Devoted Marauders moving up, and it looks like the Heretics are going to be holding on to Objectives 2 and Objectives 3 as well. Although Inkari a little bit trapped up back here, guys. This is not good for the Kraken King. We do see Inkari trapped, pinned in by the Ushabti, which have very good mass, so they can trap this Greater Demon with a surround. And then there's going to be 2 archer units teeing off into the frickin' 15 armor here. Okay, guys. Anticity needs to find a way to escape this. He's taking a lot of damage right here, winning some of the fights, but Inkari is super trapped. Some of the light horsemen going to be sacrificed into the archers to pepper them. But yeah, this is a disaster for Slaanesh. If Inkari gets peppered down by archers, it's going to be game blouses. Okay, Inkari looks to have gotten away from that. Some of the light cav able to get in there, and the fighting continues to rage on in the backfield. As some of these units are killed, of course, it will lead to healing on Inkari, but yeah, going to be tricky. So, how's it look here? Slaanesh warriors fighting, but the Ushabti are going to be piling in, and when the Ushabti get there, it's going to be a problem. We do see an Ushabti summon activated, so they rise from the depths, and they're going to start butchering these Forsaken. Forsaken, like I said, very, very hard countered. Like, Forsaken will counter the Tomb King's infantry, but they'll be countered by the Tomb King's monsters' infantry, is really how that kind of dynamic ends up flowing. So Slaanesh not liking this fight here, right? They see that, you know, it's getting a little bit sketchy, so what they're going to be doing is doing their speed and maneuvering over to the other side, which isn't a bad idea at all. Inkari able to flee the scene. Not the best fight for the Greater Demon. They've had a little bit of a tricky fight down there and have been forced back. Archers are also pursuing the Greater Demon to try and keep those things in check, and we'll see how this battle continues to unfurl. But yes, mass mobility coming in. Anticity is an insane micro player. He's always maneuvering around the map. And these skeletons are expendable units, so expendable infantry that have the meat shield or expendable attribute only have 2 capture weight, whereas the Forsaken have 5. Because they're so dirt cheap, so they shouldn't have as much capture weight as like more expensive units, right? Now the Forsaken going to be moving in, hunting down the skeletons, hot in pursuit with their high movement speed and their shock damage, and we see a lot of skeleton casualties emerging very quickly. While the Marauder Horsemen are encircling too. So these are ranged units. They're basically barbarians riding horses and throwing javelins. So they're pretty good at, you know, dealing with big monsters and monstrous units in general. So they're putting a little bit of pressure there. In the meantime, on the high ground, it looks like the Tomb Kings are going to make a play for that. Anticity is massively up on points. So what the Kraken King wants to do here to try and close out this series is he wants to get to the point where he can win on just one objective and then just, you know, bully the Tomb Kings there. Because currently the Tomb Kings are pretty close in value, and with healing, it's a little bit sketchy. So we are going to be seeing Pavane activated, but also the Tomb Kings using Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, which is going to do a lot of damage against these Hellstriders right here, guys. It's getting real cagey. But Inkari hiding behind the pillar from the archers a little bit. Oh, look at that. The pillar actually going to block some of the archers. But we do see the Skeleton Horsemen getting taken down, as well as the Ushabti are going to be threatened as by Inkari, so that's going to be something. On the other side, Anticity playing the objectives like an absolute heathen king of old, doing some great work. Ushabti able to clean up skeletons. Look, not Ushabti, Forsaken. Look how bad of a massacre it is when the Forsaken catch the skeletons. Like, look at the fight. It's not even close. They really put him in the business. Oh my god, chariots? Are we seeing Seeker chariots? We haven't seen these things in ages. So Slaaneshi chariots being used. Definitely going to be good at killing infantry, but if they get trapped by the Ushabti, that's going to be a hell of a lot of casualties. But I don't know how much I like this. They're really expensive and they die very easily. I don't think I like the Seeker Chariot call-in. The Tomb Kings have a lot of cost-effective cav, and chariots are going to get trapped up by all these light horsemen and by these constructs here. The Ushabti doing some heavy lifting. We'll see how it works out, but this objective does belong to Slaanesh, looking very dominant on this side as well. And on the other side, it's a bit more of a contested fight, but Inkari, the Greater Demon, is holding the hill and really causing quite a bit of havoc. And remember, the Greater Demon does have access to some healing. Oh, the wizard, Harry Potter's in trouble. We do see old Grand Hierophant Katep being attacked here. Oh my god, look at the damage. Katep is going to be forced to retreat. And man, oh man, Oishi was very lucky that Anticity did not have the Rampage ability, or that could have been a dead lord right there for sure. So the Seeker Chariot is dead. That's a really painful loss right there. And on the other side, looking very comfortable. So here's the thing, guys. Anticity is setting up for a Helm's Deep. He's going to fight a little bit over here for as long as he can with his big lord. And after he loses this, he's going to run his Greater Demon around, or, you know, even straight through the middle, and Helm's Deep on objective 1 for the win. Because he's so far ahead on points, his opponent has to get all the objectives to win the game, right? So that's pretty good. Yeah, the Seeker Chariot, definitely a potential for a throw. It's not a cheap unit. Losing that hurts. And now is Anticity going to play the high ground? He is. He's calling in some Hellstriders to buy some time. Tomb Kings are waddling over here, but the cav of Slaanesh are no joke. Uh-oh, Katep, the nerd's in trouble. He's in big trouble here. Okay, so do we see the Wit Stealer's sword? We do not see the sword. Okay, Anticity did not bring the power sword for the insta-kill, but he's still getting a lot of damage here, and we are going to be seeing a Rampage or a Narcissism activated, maybe to snare him down. Oh, man. Yeah, Fascination, the army ability of Slaanesh, another Rampage, so he's going to be out of control for another 11 seconds. Anticity needs to spam click here on that character. Yeah, and it seems like Hotep is actually, using some Matrix moves here. Oh, man, could this be the reverse sweep here? As he's missing a lot of attacks, and the archers have now zeroed in on the Greater Demon. So we are going to be seeing Narcissism. Okay, Anticity has a little bit of a hard-on for this. I think you got to maybe leave this backfield position. Sweet Sorrow activated. Kotep's getting very low. He's almost dead. 1 or 2 more attacks. Kotep is almost dead, 800 HP. Is the Rage Boner going to pay off? I think it is. Oh, man, Kotep is done for. He's done. The nerd is done. He's got 150 HP. He's crumbling, and the Greater Demon feasts, and that's going to trigger the healing of the Harvester of Souls. So when Inkari kills you in this game, it gets the heals. The Lord of the Tomb Kings is down for the count. Kotep is able to get it. Sometimes if you don't spam click, your hero will attack other things that are nearby, but if you spam click, it guarantees all the attacks are going to be going on one spot. All right, guys. DJ booth is empty, correct. And now Inkari's going to be heading up to the high ground to try and stabilize this point. We do see the skeletons slowly making their way over, but guys, Anticity actually manages to ninja the middle during all that shit, using all of his horsemen and some Hellstriders to get over here and using the speed. And that's one of the advantages of these very fast and furious factions, right? They can bounce between points. And now all the undead are going to be crumbling, right? So when the Lord of the Undead armies dies, the negative 16 leadership, you can look at the leadership modifier. It's literally the reason this unit is crumbling. If the Lord was still alive, this unit would be fighting, and it would be going strong. All right, guys. So middle objective here is going to be Objective 2. Objective 1 belongs to Slaanesh, and Objective 3. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, and some of you folks over from Lordaeron as well, I do suspect that this is going to be game blouses, and we're probably going to be seeing Anticity going to the grand finals, the Kraken King doing it, man. Taking down Oishi, powerhouse Korean player, very, very tough opponent, winning most tournaments. Crazy game, man. He kind of looked like he was in trouble. There was a couple situations, but this game's over now. You can see the Tomb King's army is just falling to dust. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the Kraken King advances to the grand finals. It is going to be Anticity versus Tim the Wilder, a.k.a. Own Goal now. And that's going to be awesome. So this is also going to be a duel between two of the best clans in the world. So Anticity is part of the ODM clan, which is very, very good. And Tim is part of RTK. So we have a duel between two of the most powerful clans and their respective champions as well, which is going to be uber hype. I'm super, super pumped for this. All right, that's a 3-1 victory for the Kraken King. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to set up those grand finals, and we're going to have some fun. All right, so Turin finals. Let me host the game. Set this up here. Thank you guys so much for joining. It's been a really, really fun set of matches today. And we're going to go ahead and get them going here. Cool. Finals. And let's go ahead and get Own Goal here as well. If you guys, these guys are going to be drenched in sweat. Hopefully they got some towels, because these are two of the sweatier players in the world right now. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. So let's reset the scorecards. Anticity's in the correct spot. So we just need to reset this. It's going to be 0-0. And then we're going to do the other name. It is going to be Own Goal. Anticity has the advantage of Canadian snow to keep him cool. That's right. All right, so let me get the maps, and they're going to work on their picks and bans. So now this is time for us to just chill out. And if you guys now have questions about the game, this is a good time for it. Imperial Road is going to be the first map, a really fun one. I love Imperial Road. It's a great Cathay-inspired map. Created by Sleepy Lion, so you can see the map makers' names. They're community members here. Okay, and let's chill out, man. Anticity doesn't sweat, yeah. He's live streaming his perspective too. Yeah, he's live streaming his perspective also. What Anticity did was bait out the Tomb King's passive healing at the start, or just a few units. Yeah, it was great, man. Will Tim break the curse? So Tim has won a major event. Anticity won some events in Warhammer 2, but he has not won a major event yet in Warhammer 3. This would be his first major victory in Warhammer 3, which would be awesome. I'm actually friends with both of these guys. I chat with them on the regular, more or less, over the years. So like I have no dog in this race. I like both of these guys a lot. They're both my homies. They're both my homies. And so begins. The tabletop gaming channel could happen someday. but not until I move somewhere where I have somebody to play with actively. Because where I live now, I don't really have people to record with frequently, so it'd be hard. Heartseekers and Seekers are banned because they're broken, basically. What's your top 5 horror movies? We already talked about this earlier, but yeah. So The Thing, 28 Days Later, Event Horizon, Aliens. I don't know about number 5, but there's my top 4. Hopefully that's good enough for you. What's the best kit build to supplement a Nakai Lord pick? So if you were going to play Nakai, you want to bring at least a Revivification Crystal to heal him, and probably maybe a Skink Oracle for the Earthblood and the Flock of Doom. Or, Nakai, Rev Crystal, and a Flock of Doomcaster. So maybe just a Skink Priest of Beasts. So you bring Flock of Doom, the Rev Crystal heals Nakai, and then, yeah, I think you're good. I haven't seen Dark yet. I do want to check it out. Is Aliens a horror movie? Oh, for sure. I mean, it's an action horror, but yeah. Just came back from Medieval Times. Oh, dude. Oh, I got to take Anna to Medieval Times, my wife. It's so haggard, but it is fun. Medieval Times is a good time. Can we watch the Dawn of War 1 opening cinematic? Oh my god. That's old school. Have you seen... Oh, yeah, Evil Dead is in my top 5 too. Sorry. Oh my god, how could I forget? Okay, Evil Dead would be my number 5. I love the Evil Dead series. I love all those Evil Dead movies. Someone's in my fruit salad. Remember Henrietta? Holy shit. And the new Evil Dead was actually really good too, the one in the apartment building. Who do you think is the least viable race? Oh, I don't know. Cathay and Dark Elves are kind of hard to play. I know Jay Phoenix is true. Yeah. I love the Evil Dead series. Army of Darkness is amazing. Army of Darkness is also kind of comedic though too. It's not like super scary. It's like, yeah. I have a Medieval Times pretty close to where I live. Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to get to it. Bruce Campbell. Oh yeah. He's a Chad. He is a beast. You gently forgot who Cathay is. Yeah, you're not the only one. It's funny how like unpopular Cathay is as a faction. They're supposed to be this like new hype faction, like barely anyone who plays them. No, I haven't played that, Grizz. I haven't played that. All right, so we're in the grand finals. Players are doing the picks and bans, and yeah, it's gonna be good. We have the top 2 players in the world right now playing for the ultimate spot. Yeah, Cathay's okay in domination. They're okay, but so are, like every faction is viable. Some are weaker and harder to play, but like every faction is viable. Hey, Ravioli, thank you for becoming a subscriber on Twitch Prime, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not going to be Britannia Chaos Dwarves. That's just what they're sitting on. It's not actually the matchup. I love Army of Darkness. Bruce Campbell's so good. Yeah, he's the man. What is a hype train just started? What is a hype train on Twitch? I don't know what that even is. Catterley, thank you for resubscribing. Thanks for the entertainment today. I'll be rooting for my fellow Canadian. Yeah, we have the Canadian-American duel of fates here, but we're all friends here. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. In Campaign, I really enjoyed the Dark Elf. Yeah, Dark Elves are fun. The whole Corsair and like the mobile, what are those ships called? The Black Arcs. Yeah, those things are fun. Oh, okay, interesting, Cadians. I wasn't sure. Well, thank you guys so much, Catterley. I appreciate that, and Ravioli as well. Yeah, Slaanesh is really good, but remember, like, you're watching the peak of competitive play, so you're going to see the meta. Slaanesh is really good, but also they can only play them each once, so you're not going to see Slaanesh every game. All right, let's see here. Okay, no questions from these guys. Looks like adminning is all good. By the way, I got a new web camera. Yeah, we're gonna like improve our streaming setup. I saw how like absolutely shit it looked on Grubby's stream, and I was like, okay, we gotta like at least put some effort into this. A little bit. Yeah. I was born in the sweat, dude. I was born playing RTS games, man. And I remember playing Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness on freaking AOL browser back in the 90s. So in the 90s, you could, if you had AOL online, you connect with dial-up, and I was playing freaking Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness. I think is what it was called. Not Orcs and Humans was the first one, right? Yeah, it was the second one. Dude, so freaking good. Hot Dub stream, let's freaking go, dude. Zero. Hey, thank you, Zero, for subscribing. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys. It's got a hot tub time machine. I love that movie. So funny. Dune 2, yeah. How was dial-up? Oh my god, it was so laggy. Full Spectrum, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Holy shit, you guys are out of control today, man. I remember the moment that my parents, well, my mom, I was raised by a single mom more or less, when my mom got freaking DSL internet. That's what it was called, DSL, yeah. So we had dial-up, which was the most haggard shit ever. Bacon Monster, thank you for subscribing with the tier 1. Thank you, man. Goddamn, guys. You guys are out of control. So, yeah, dial-up. Oh my freaking god. How many of you guys experienced dial-up when you freaking, somebody calls your house? If you were on dial-up internet and somebody calls your house and like your mom or your brother would like pick up the phone and it like would disconnect your shit. Oh my god, dude. It was just awful. Oh my god. The modem sounds, yeah. And then the other thing was when I got DSL internet, which was like the early like, you know, version of what we have now, I felt like we were in another dimension. I felt like we had unlocked science fiction technology. I was like, oh my god, it's not lagging. And my family was kind of like tech savvy. Like my stepdad was really like an internet guy, and my mom, they were very early internet adapters. So like I had DSL and a lot of my friends were on dial-up for a long time. Holy shit. Bacon Monster, Magdi, and Pepe, thank you so much, guys. Holy shit. You're out of control. Oh, dude, you know what the funniest thing was? Thank you guys so much for subscribing, man. It helps keep the old man going. Helps pay the prize pool for today, too. The best part about getting that freaking fast internet when my friends, the peasants, were still using the dial-up was when we used to play Diablo 2. You guys remember Diablo 2? How did the loot system work in Diablo 2? All right, what happens? You're with 3 of your friends. You kill Mephisto on Hell. All right. And then Mephisto drops one piece of loot. It's the spam click. Whoever had the best internet and could get that shit first. You know, so that was so funny. I remember with all my 12-year-old friends, you know, when we were all 12 years old, it was always like super cutthroat. It was like whoever clicked it first. The greed. And when I got the DSL internet, I was like just cackling so hard. Oh, God. Hey, Katarina and Professor Fritt, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, God. Those were the forbidden days, dude. I didn't start it though. I tried to share loot with my friends. They were the greedy goblins. It just evolved into that, you know? Yeah. I used to be able to click really fast too. Yeah, those are fun times, man. All right, so what's the matchup going to be? Oh my god, is it Slaanesh Tomb Kings again? Are we getting this matchup? All right, so it is going to be Slaanesh Tomb Kings. Tim, it's the same matchup we just watched, which is fine. You know, these guys are playing for the #1 spot in the world. We're not going to fault them. But Tim apologized to me, or own goal. He's like, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's so funny, dude. I love that. Yeah. You know, oftentimes great minds will gravitate towards the strongest thing. Revolver Bobcat's a great name. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch as well, man. Yeah, you're getting it again, guys. You're getting it again. But, you know, we're getting it out of the way. They can't play this matchup every single time in the series, right? Third time's the charm. Go back in all 30 minutes, yeah. And we're going back in time here, guys. Redo. But these are obviously different players. Anticity going to be on Slaanesh. Tomb Kings, it's going to be Tim. Let's go, Tim, for the glory of RTK. Loving the nostalgia trip. Yeah. Oh, dude. I can talk nostalgia all day. Yeah. Schoolyard Magic was fun, too. Oh, man. Did I ever tell you guys this? I had a friend. Hey, Shidoku, what's going on, man? It's been a while. Yeah, they're picking their factions right now. So, like, I'll give you a brief look. Because I know neither of these guys are cheaters. It's going to be fine. But you can see they're building their armies right now. So they're spending the money to like pick their roster and build their armies. Yeah, so that's the plan. I had a friend when we were kids who owned a freaking Black Lotus, the Magic card, which is worth how much now? Can somebody check? And his mom put it in the washing machine because he left his Magic deck in his cargo shorts, and his mom threw it in the washing machine. And the Black Lotus got destroyed. Yeah, I know. Isn't that pain? That's such pain. It's $53,000 in the washing machine. How painful is that? Oh my god. Yeah, isn't that rough, dude? I remember years ago a person had Black Lotus with a large Sharpie mark on it going for $800. Yeah, that was in the year 2000. It's probably even more now. It was an alpha one, yeah, because he was my... I was 14 and he was 19, so he was older. So he was born in... he was born in the early 80s. So he was like a kid buying magic packs and alpha packs in the early 90s, yeah. Pure pain, dude. Hard to find a buyer for a card at 50K US. Hey, you never know, man. I mean, freaking, what's his name? Post Malone bought the one ring for like $2 million, right? There's buyers out there for that shit, man. Yeah, no, it was on him for sure. It's on him. It's not his mom's fault, you know. He should have been more conscious of it. But back then, Black Lotus wasn't worth as much. It was late 90s, right? So, yeah. Hey, thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate all the support today. Yeah, so we got a decent little cash prize for the players. It's going to be fun. We got, I think, $300 on the line, which is pretty cool. And, of course, a spot in the Hall of Fame, which is going to be nice. And, yeah, life is good. Yeah, I actually, in the 90s also, I owned... So how much is the first edition foil Charizards worth? Hey, King Jellas, thank you for subscribing, man. Thank you so much. So this is my sad loss story. What are foil Charizards worth? The first ones that came out. Like in the first editions. I'm waiting for an answer here. Let's see. Does anybody know the Charizard pricing? I'm sure somebody's going to look it up. No, it's not $100,000. Don't say that to me. 6,900. Yeah, so I gave away all my Pokemon cards to my younger brother. My half-brother, he lives on the East Coast. And I had 4 foil Charizards of the OG edition. I had 4 of them. Oh, God, I feel like I need to go get those. I need to be like, I'm going to hit him up. Be like, hey, man, you still got those Charizards? Yeah, man. Pure pain. Yeah, I hope that he sold them at least and was able to do something nice with the money. Oh, man. Yeah, this is the grand finals, guys. This is best of 5. 4 of those would be $24,000, man. Yeah, that's like... that's a shitload of money, dude. Yeah, crazy stuff. You came at the right time. Mr. Mike, what's going on? Yeah, grand finals of today's tournament, dude. How's Warcraft going? You've been watching the show match today? I know Grubby was having a 2v2 show match, which is pretty fun. All right, and here we go. Loading into game 1. I missed your donation. Let me pull it up. I see Big JP donated $9.99. RTK Power? Where did you... Oh, Templar Knight. Just came back from Medieval Times. What did you miss? Nothing? Yeah, you're here just in time. If I missed it, shoot me a message in Discord and I can get to you, man. I don't know what I missed per se. Yeah, Warhammer is a whole different beast. It's a whole different beast. Oh, stretching out the old man hands. Let's freaking go. Oh, there we are. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the 3rd time we get this matchup here today. It is going to be Slaanesh facing off against the Tomb Kings. 3 objectives on the field. This map is very much like a fight over the middle kind of map. So we do have this one objective on the middle, and each player has a very safe home objective. So definitely good for the defensive faction, I would say. Now, for the Slaaneshi army, it's going to be the Forsaken. You guys have seen how brutal these kind of well, they're not demons. They're mutated. They're mutants, basically. Mutated humans. But you guys have seen how damn good they are at killing skeletons, right? And, of course, you guys have been introduced to Inkari. Absolutely brutal assassin character. Able to kill enemy lords within a matter of seconds. Incredibly fast. A bit of a glass cannon. If you blunder Inkari and get caught, Inkari can die very, very quickly. But yeah, at this level, Inkari is like a bit of a noob trap, like a trap for noobs, but high-level players can really make this character shine. And the rest of the army is going to be mobility, so we have Hellstriders and the light cavalry of Slaanesh, which are riding these Anteaters, which is pretty great, and some horsemen on the other side as well. This map's not super OG, but yeah, it's been around a while. Now, for the forces of the Tomb Kings and Tim the Wilder, own goal, he's going to be using Skeleton Spearmen, melee Ushabti. The meta is very defined in this matchup, and it's much like in Warcraft 3 when you're seeing the Coil Nova high levels, like very common, right? Similar here. But the Ushabti really good at killing the Slaanesh infantry. We got, this is a bit of a different build. So you guys are actually going to see some variants on the matchup now. Own goal actually using Chosen of the Gods. So these are basically giant constructs that have huge bows. And if you can sit them in the backfield and protect them, they can absolutely annihilate units. They have these like great bows and they can shoot from downtown. They're kind of like a siege unit, right? Which is very, very badass. That's going to be very fun. All right, guys, so the battle is on. Objective 3 taken by the Tomb King. Slaanesh able to get its home objective. Going to be advancing its infantry up towards Objective 2 right now. And the Heretics are looking to get some action here in the woods. Inkari creeping around, looking for rampage targets. Obviously, you guys have seen Inkari does have the ability to make your opponent lose control. And in doing so, you can pull them to their death, which is quite badass. So back in the woods, and now going to be bouncing back out. We do see Inkari creeping. The Ushapti Great Bows, have they zeroed in on any targets yet? No, they're just kind of sitting deep set. And it looks like, is this going to be an all-out rush from the Kraken King? Is he going to push into the spawn zone of the Tomb Kings? Okay, guys, hold on. I got you. Just give me 1 second. I know what you guys have been thirsting for here today, and I will oblige. Is Slaanesh going to be grabbing this unit and moving up and advancing into the enemy territory and then, spreading out the attacks everywhere? You guys know you wanted it. You guys wanted it so bad. It had been too long. All right, guys. And yeah, Rampage on the archer units is so good. So that forces them to attack in melee, which means they're going to be battling the Greater Demon now. The Forsaken also arriving, and the Slaaneshi Heretics have clashed with the Tomb King's line. Will the Ancient Dead of Nehekara hold? Now, in the back, the Lord of the Tomb Kings is going to be Grand Hierophant Katep on his chariot, so just a mobile caster with a little bit of anti-infantry utility. So there they go. But man, oh man, this is a full pedal to the metal Slaanesh aggression build. We do see Inkari here, the Greater Demon of Slaanesh, being pinned down a little bit by the Ushapti. And man, the Great Bows have gotten back. So Tim the Wilder, own goal, was able to pull back the Great Bows and get them away from the Greater Demon. And the archers are peppering in. We do see Inkari getting hammered down by the Skeleton Horseman archers back here. And the Great Bows they just need to turn around and start wasting Inkari. And that's going to be really, really brutal. But so this is a classic illustration of a stuffing strategy. What I mean by that is you send full tilt into your opponent's spawn zone, get all 3 objectives, and try and win on points. But in doing so, that means your opponent is going to be getting faster reinforcements from their spawn zone, which is very dodgy. All right, guys, Inkari getting very, very low. I think if Anticity can stabilize Inkari and keep him alive, that might be enough to keep him in the game. Sweet Sorrow activated, and going to be trying to wipe out the skeleton unit, because when Inkari fully kills a unit, that means that they're going to be healing. So do we see the Harvester of Souls? No, Sweet Sorrow, very close to dying, crumbling, and that's going to proc the heal. So now the Harvester of Souls is active, and that is going to be a fat percentage-based heal, which is going to keep the forces of Slaanesh in the game. All right, guys, objective number 3 is here. We do see some of the skeleton boys arriving. Tomb Kings are starting to get a little bit of momentum back. The Ushapti are chopping through a lot of the Forsaken units on the ground, getting a lot of damage in there, ladies and gentlemen. And on the low ground, what do we have here? Inkari getting very, very smashed up. Rampage activated on Grand Hierophant Katep here, but there's no follow-up. Inkari can't get back here, so that Rampage was actually completely wasted. That was Winds of Magic Reserve, which you're never going to get back. All right, having some water right now. And Kari's getting peppered again, though. The Archer Fire of Own Goal is very, very good. We do see the Rampage being used, Fascination Army ability, here on the Skeleton Horsemen, which are putting a lot of pressure on the Greater Demon. And the Greater Demon is getting hunted here by the Ushapti. Force back, only 1900 HP here, guys. Now, here's the thing. Anticity does have 500 points, and the value is close. It's only 200 or 300. If Anticity can maintain the status quo, that's going to be decent. But remember, the Tomb King's army has a lot of healing, so there's going to be healing on the undead, whereas the forces of Slaanesh will have a little bit less healing. Darude Sandstorm activated. That is the ability from the Tomb King's Lord, and it does create a sandstorm, which basically kills shit under it. It's very, very simplistic. And a lot of those heretics are going to be pushed back. Inkari retreating. Anticity still pretty deep in his opponent's spawn zone and has been able to hold the back objective here. So the aggression is paying off. Tomb Kings don't seem to be benefiting too much from having the home field advantage. That is for sure. So we've seen this objective won by the Tomb Kings today and lost by them as well. So clearly it seems to be a pretty even matchup that can go either direction. And this is a really good play as well. Using Inkari to go after the shithouse skeletons, kill them, trigger the Harvester of Souls is so good. Getting those perpetual heals, you know, to play Slaanesh, you really have to have like a predator's instinct, man. You really got to see like the low-hanging fruit in the battlefield and just kind of take those bad boys down. So Inkari getting another fat heal right here, and the Tomb Kings are pushing out a little bit, but they are down on points pretty heavily. We do see 670 points against 109 for the Tomb Kings, but are the Tomb Kings going to be able to get this back? We do see the Ushapti cutting through these units, multiple units of Ushapti. Katep going to be getting on his chariot as well. Probably going to see this pocket of Slaaneshi infantry bullied by these mighty constructs of the old world. So there they go, cleaving through. Inkari farming whatever they can in the middle. trying to kill some of the skeleton horsemen. And now the Tomb Kings are finally going to get their objective back. So we do see objective 3 is in flux here, and oh my god, Slanesh has a lot of fast cav in the back territory. Yeah, man, this is a really heavy-duty press. It's very hard for the Tomb Kings to escape here, but remember, Tomb Kings are going to be better in a long grind, so as the game goes on, Slanesh probably will weaken, and the Tomb Kings are going to be, starting to take some losses across the field. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance activated, a good spell from Grand Hero and Katep. This is one of the first times in this matchup that we've seen today that we have seen the Tomb King's Lord not be killed early on. A big pit fight here, but overall I think old Pimpin' Katep dropping his staff, dropping some bows here, and the Slaneshi cavalry going in the trash can, being slowly pushed back as the inexorable advance of the undead continues. Skeleton Spearman coming, Skeleton Archer's going to put some pressure on Inkari. Inkari using the Pavane of Slanesh actually to get a kill on the Horseman here, which is nice. That's going to trigger the Harvester of Souls again, so Slanesh harvesting souls, because Tomb Kings, they're undead, are actually sentient, whereas the vampire counts are usually mindless automatons. The Tomb Kings are actually like sentient dead. Like the skeletons like possess some of their former sentience, and so do the lords, obviously. Bit of an interesting caveat about that. But Tomb Kings do manage to capture their back objective, so objective 3 belongs to the Bone Daddies. And we are going to be seeing a resurgence. Slanesh looking a little bit narrow on the field. They don't have a whole lot left, but guys, he's almost at 1,000 points, okay? That means that the Tomb Kings are going to have to get all 3 of his objectives. So if Anticity can play really cagey and kind of just rat his way out in the late game, that's going to be pretty big. Yeah, so you don't build your army with bases in this. You spawn reinforcements in, so you build an army preemptively before the battle, and you fight with the army you build. And then you call in from your reinforcement pool as well. All right, so Tomb King's advancing up. The Greater Demon of Slanesh going to be trying to hold this position, clawing in. The Ushabti swarming. Inkari, not the tankiest lord in the world, but certainly not terrible. Oh my god, is that going to be another Dead Skeleton Horseman? The Harvester of Souls is going to trigger again. That's going to be another fat freaking heal. Yeah, like you have to be so cagey with this, but that heal is going to be big. When this unit dies completely, it's going to trigger the heal, and Harvester of Souls is active. That's a massive percentage-based heal, and I don't know, man. Tomb Kings are running out of time. Slanesh really on that full court press. The back objective has been taken here, and all right, Grand Hierophant Katep is pavaned. So the Lord of the Tomb Kings has been rampaged. It's been pulled into combat, and the Greater Demon of Slanesh with a full Rage Boner is going to be maybe sneaking around here. Yeah, wheeling about, going to be attacking in, and the Lord of the Tomb Kings could be killed here. We're going to have to see. Katep in big danger, both sides committing all their forces to this fight. Marauder Horseman going to be chasing into the archers back here. Katep is barely going to be escaping, ladies and gentlemen, so that is going to be fleeing the scene. And we do see Inkari on the hunt, but not quite able to get the kill, but even still, not a terrible fight. So 1,100 points here for the forces of Slanesh. So Slanesh just needs to hold for a couple more minutes, and they're going to be able to close the game out. But the Tomb Kings are pushing up, guys. They are on their way, and they're going to get going. What faction would I suggest figuring out? Tomb Kings are really good. Tomb Kings are highly competitive, and you only need one DLC to get them. It's just one and you get the entire roster. So I recommend Tomb Kings for beginners, but if it depends on what you like. You got to play what you like in this game. The flavor is very important, but once you tell me what style you like, I can give you tips. Ask me after the game, and I'll hook you up. All right. So objective 2 still in the clutches of Slanesh. Tomb Kings are slow pushing, calling in whatever they can. Inkari is being peppered a little bit. Oh god, Katep is so far forward. What's going on here? But Inkari getting very low. The archers back here, the Skeleton Horseman archers, are able to sit and shoot, and they're putting some nice firepower down into Inkari. Inkari's going to be sitting at 1,000 HP, so Inkari definitely wants to run back towards objective 1. The Tomb Kings are probably going to be able to wrestle this point here. Yeah, I think so, but will they do it quick enough? Oh my god, what's going on back here? Is Slanesh ninjing the back objective? This is such a good play. So using just some like shithouse unit that's like super tattered to threaten the capture. So by sending an injured, crappy unit to the back objective, your opponent has to respond. And that's going to be a victory. Tim the Wilder taps out, feeling as if he does not have enough time to get all the points. And he is correct. He would have lost that game 100%. GG, well played. Man, Anticity drawing first blood in the grand finals here today, guys. First blood to the Kraken King. All right, so let's adjust the score, get this all set up here. And yeah, it's going to be 1-0 for Anticity as we're going to be going to the second map here. The RTK versus ODM Civil War. Well, not Civil War, they're not the same clan, but you guys get the idea. It's going down. Yeah, even though we've seen that matchup a couple times, it's actually a really fun matchup. It's like fast-paced, intense, they're sniping. It's very, very good. So Greenskins versus Waka next, it could totally... You know, there is a high likelihood that we see that matchup again from the other side because it's a very, very meta matchup. Vampire Coast is played. Yeah, Vampire Coast is harder to play, but they're good. They're good. They're a solid faction. Yeah. The Great Bows were too close. He should have kept them deeper. They got rampaged. If you keep them far away, Slanesh can't rampage them like that. Own goals on old nemesis, the finals. Yeah, so there is a running gag with with own goals, the RTK player, who used to go by Tim the Wilder. He has been in the finals of like 5 major tournaments. He's won one of them, but I'm pretty sure he's gotten like second place in like 4 tournaments. Yeah. So he's kind of a gatekeeper of the grand finals a little bit, but we're gonna see if he can break the curse today, guys. Will he break the gatekeeper curse, or is he gonna join me in the forever gatekeeping realm? How's the learning curve when new to the game? It's pretty high, but if you have a good coach, you can learn pretty quick. Like Mike, I feel like if I worked with you for like 2 or 3 days, I could show you the basics, and you would understand the basic fundamentals of the game after a couple days. But the hardest part is the knowledge check. It's knowing what every faction does, because in competitive play, there's 24 factions. So like you wouldn't know all the abilities and spells and like synergies. That would take the longest. The win conditions are either the objectives or obliterating your opponent's army. Yeah, like you don't like. There's often games where people just lose because their armies get beaten down super hard. The objectives are mainly there to make you fight. Because without the objectives, what's there to fight? There's no bases, so there's no base to kill. There's no way to finish somebody. So the objectives are like what make you fight is the idea. Yeah. All right, I need to get some water. I'm very thirsty. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back in business. What's cracking? Yeah, Lizardmen are a very user-friendly faction, too. They're very good for beginners. Because Lizardmen are just tanky and high leadership, and they have cool monsters. And they can play wide, they can play kiting, they can play aggression. Lizardmen are pretty good. Pretty well-rounded faction. So Tim is like Jerry West. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know who that is, but we'll roll. Okay, making sure they don't have any questions. I need to switch the map right now. The map for the next round is going to be what? It is going to be the Rift at the World's Edge, which is a fun Norskin kind of snow map. So there we have it, and the map is set for the next round. And now we just kind of hang out and enjoy each other's company while we wait for these players. Yes, yes. Yeah, I think actually the regular Bo Shopti would have been better than the Chosen of the Gods. If you know your opponent's bringing in Kari, yeah. What's a good race to try out after you played a lot of Lizardmen as your second main? So Lizardmen have a pretty tanky front line. Okay, Alex, what do you like best about Lizardmen? Like, what is your favorite element of their roster? And I'll answer your question. Aztec Dinos, yeah, they're awesome. Lizardmen are good. They're a solid mid-tier faction. Is there a map-specific advantages? Yes. The maps dictate a huge element of the meta. Like the objective placement, the terrain, it changes your entire build. Like in an open field map, you can bring cannons and artillery, but if there's a lot of trees and rocks, your cannons are going to be shit. So like it changes a lot. Empire are very good. Yeah, Empire are very good, Pepe. Very strong. What gives you points? So you get, by owning objectives, every objective you own gives you 1 victory ticket per second towards the total goal of 1,500. On that same coin, in terms of how you bring an army, every unit has a set price tag, and you get 15 supplies per second, which build up over time, and you can use that to bring in units. So you can spend it early on a bunch of shitty units, or you can save up for like a big powerhouse monster, right? There's a lot of tactics. But sometimes if you save up for too long, you're not going to have enough units on the field to capture the objectives. It's the aesthetic. Okay. You want something that requires more micro. I mean, dude, I can never recommend the Empire enough. Empire and Lizardmen are both kind of similar. They both have like a lot of a dynamic roster. They can play a lot of styles. Oh, dude, please. We We want new people to come to the Total War competitive community. So I am more than happy to answer your questions all day. Yeah, there's more than... Yeah, that's right. If you're enjoying, make sure to drop a like on YouTube. I know you guys can't do that on Twitch, but regardless, I appreciate all the support. We got 2,700 people watching on old YouTube, 630 on Twitch, and the good times are rolling, man. Thank you guys so much for joining today. It's been fun. I bet you we're going to see the reverse. I bet you that's going to happen. Let's see. They haven't told me the matchup yet. Yeah, so what they're doing now is they're doing picks and bans. So they're deciding what the next matchup is going to be by filtering out the options. It's a process we've explained. Does killing units also give you points? No, it doesn't. Nope. The points are static the entire game. Both players get 1,500 or 15 resources per second for the entire game. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, Nakamura, we're going strong, man. Yeah, Slaanesh is really... Khorne is the most Unga Bunga faction, probably. If you just want to be mindless and charge forward with a bunch of melee units, then just Khorne. Khorne's really fun and actually very competitive, too. Slaanesh needs a shit ton of micro. Yeah, they're one of the most micro-intensive factions, Morning Light. Because their cavalry are very squishy glass cannons, so you need to be very careful. Yeah, this is the top 16 of last season, correct? Of season 9. We're on season 10 right now, but the finals are usually a month or two after the season ends. Because, you got to coordinate with 16 people's schedule and a couple things. Yeah. I'm watching your YouTube channel from 2016. At the tournament, I contemplate seriously joining the ladder grind. Andrew, you should join our Discord. Don't play the ladder. The ladder sucks in this game. You need to join our Discord and join our new player tournaments, which are super welcoming. Everyone's super friendly. The hosts can answer any questions. And then, just see how it goes. Play some new player events. We have a ton of them. I think, let's see. Let's look at the schedule. Warriors of Chaos versus Greenskins. Oh my god, who nailed that in chat? That we're going to get that matchup again. That's so funny. Hey, I'm down, though. We saw Archeon beat the brakes off the freaking Greenskins earlier. Let's see some adjustments here. Okay, guys. So, yeah, this is... Yeah, Lichlord new. Norska's a really good starter faction too, agree. Norska's really good. They're like an S tier faction and they're very easy to play. Okay. Let's go to the desktop capture here. There we go. Okay, this is our website. So we have a new player tournament with, it's actually happening today. Okay, cool. So this is a single faction tournament for new players being hosted and it has 32 people playing right now. This tournament's just going down right now. We have another new player tournament, we have 2 new player tournaments going on today, I think. Oh, but that's Conquest. Okay, that's a different game mode. You want to look for Domination. Yeah, so here's a new player tournament scheduled for, that's the top 4. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can see all the upcoming tournaments. Here's another one tomorrow that just got posted. So Space Pope is hosting a Swiss tournament tomorrow. So if you wanted to play, you just go here. You click sign up for the tournament, then it's going to add you to the signups. And then you just got to check in before the tournament starts on the website. There's a check-in button. And you need to be in the Discord too. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff going down. All right. Nurgle's my main faction. Nurgle, so Alex, Nurgle is a little tricky to play, but I put up a video on YouTube, which is a Nurgle guide. So I give you a build for every single matchup that I've used to win tournaments and compete. So if you go look at my Nurgle guide on YouTube, it's like a hour and a half long podcast style video. So I don't know if that's for you, but you can skip between the different fat matchups and just see what you need. Yeah. Grom versus Archeon again. It could be. I think Tim likes to use the Goblin Great Shaman. So Tim is going to use the big Spider Rider Goblin guy. Yeah. I mean, guys, we're at the peak of the meta. And these guys all kind of have similar playstyles too. That's for sure. Nurgle's okay. I wouldn't say Nurgle's strong. Nurgle is an okay faction. They're like mid-tier. Yeah. Will I do other factions? Maybe. I don't have that same encyclopedic knowledge of other factions, but maybe I will. Yeah, Nurgle's really fun. We could see Nurgle. Tim is actually good at Nurgle. We could see them. Yeah. You've been playing for Total War Warhammer 3 months and I need a coach. Join our Discord. I'm telling you, man. There's people in there who will help you. And join the new player events. Join RTK's Discord or Rat Clan or any of those great groups. Kislev is really good in PvP. They're a solid A-tier faction. They're very, very good. No, Kislev is very good, Volpara, at Domination mode. They're Beast mode. Yeah, you just need to know the meta and know what to do with them, but they're very good. Yeah, RTK has like a collegium, yeah, a practice area in their Discord. Yeah. Shout out to Puling for the link there. Hell yeah, hope you're doing well. I can't make myself play evil factions. Hey, I respect, you gotta lean into the flavor. Do you grow tomatoes? No, I do not. I do not grow tomatoes. I have a lot of environmental allergies, so I'm not super into gardening, You want to learn Cathay? It's possible. Cathay's hard to play, but there are people who win with them. They're just a little bit on the weaker end. Can I put a link to the RTK Discord? Yeah, Jay Phoenix, you can send it to one of the mods in Discord, and they can do it because they might flag you. Yeah. Is there? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of good factions in this game. I mean, they're not being. We saw the Empire earlier. There's the Empire. There's Dwarves, Bretonnia, Wood Elves. Yeah, there's a bunch of good guy factions. Cathay, Kislev, all good guy factions. I mean, of course, they have evil elements within them because they're humans But yeah, no, they're mostly good. I have to get back to work. Take care. Yeah. Oh, I've seen that movie. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. 5 for Biting. It's good. I've seen that one. Yeah. Dark Age Rush is very good at Cathay. Yeah. Oh, the missile mirror against the Rattling Gun is very cool, but it's a hard thing to pull off. At the very peak of high level play, if you use missile mirror, they're going to stop shooting. Yeah. Cathay will get easier when the DLC comes through. Oh, they have another DLC coming up? I don't think there's anything on the books yet, but yeah, ogres are neutral for sure. There are some neutral factions. Tomb Kings are neutral too. All right, guys, game 2 of the grand finals. Currently, Inticity is up. I personally want to see this go to game 5 because here's the thing, guys. If we go to game 5, you're going to see more diverse matchups. If they get forced into deeper waters, yeah, you're going to see more diverse matchups for sure. Yeah, so Inticity is using the same build he won with earlier, right? We watched him beat Oishi pretty badly earlier using Archeon, Skirmishers, and a Hell Cannon. And Tim is a little bit different, though. He has pumps, but he also has a Goblin Great Shaman on a Spider. So the Spider is really a good fighter. It can actually fight off Archeon a little bit, so this is going to be a much different matchup here. Yes. All right, guys, let's get this party started. Let's have some fun, and let us freaking get it. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be Inticity, the Kraken King with Archeon, Spirit Leech, and Burning Head. We have the Hell Cannon again, so the Dildo Cannon is back to drop some fat loads on the faces of the Orcs. And on the other side, no, Demons of Chaos are not banned. They're totally on the table. They're just not being picked. And a shitload of Marauder Horsemen. Oh my god, he's playing like the Mongolian Warriors of Chaos tactics. He's got... So these are all skirmish cav. All these guys are ranged harass cavalry. They're okay in melee. But basically, he just rides around with him and throws javelins at you and pokes you. Oh my god. Holy shit, that is a lot of units to micro. All right. So, looking at Tim the Wilder on the other side, Tim is going to be changing it up. He does have a Goblin Great Shaman. So, he does have the Shaman here, who's going to be using Vindictive Glare to blast Archeon in the face. And don't even try it. His other sniping ability, which is very good against Archeon as well. The rest of the Orc army is going to be pretty diverse. We got some archers and chaffline infantry with the Boar Boys and some Orc Boys as well. So Tim is going to pull his whole army back. Oh, he sees the kiting. He doesn't want any of that smoke. So you guys are about to see something that is extremely unorthodox, okay? Extremely unorthodox. What Tim likes to do, he likes to pull back, let his opponents have the objectives out of the gates, and then he builds up a huge-ass army, and he waits like literally 4 or 5 minutes, gets as big of an army as possible, and then tries to swarm his opponent. Yeah, so this is a tactic he's known for. It's very risky, but there's some very deep tactics in this game where some armies become exponentially stronger the more units they have on the field. And Orcs are a very good swarming army as well. So it looks like he's just going to build up a big-ass army, and he's going to hang out. So hopefully you guys got your tea and you got your coffee. Just kind of sit back, enjoy the podcast for a minute, because it's going to be very, very chill here for a while. He also doesn't like the fact that his opponent has so many skirmishers, like all these Marauder Horsemen, and he doesn't want to engage them until he gets what he's looking for, right? Okay, so the cannon, direct hit. We see the Goblin Great Shaman getting hit by the Hell Cannon. It doesn't do a ton of damage against like big lords like this, but it adds up over the course of a long game. So there they go, and Soul of Damnation is pressing. You can see it moving forward. The little crew is pushing it, so they are pushing the Hell Cannon here. It's actually possessed by a demon, so it can kind of move on its own. The dwarves just kind of fire it when it's needed, right? But the horsemen are doing a little bit of poke. Oh my god, another burning head. Dude, Inticity is so good with the burning heads. Those Savage Orc Airboys just got cooked by fire. And now Archeon, the Lord of the End Times, is going to be pushing in, and the Orc army is going to be forced forward very, very early. Yeah, he's a beast. Uh-oh, but don't get trapped here, Anticity. If Archeon got surrounded by these Baconators, that'd be very bad, and it looks like he's going to get away. Oh, he needs to juke away. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, he's fully surrounded. That is a surround, ladies and gentlemen. Archeon might be able to get away. It depends on how Tim micros this. He needs to give an attack order on Archeon to get the surround. Oh, is he going to find the way out? He might be able to find the way out, guys. He's trying to run. But yeah, Tim is hot on his tail. The Spider is heavily in pursuit. And now the Orcs are sounding the horn of war. They're going to be moving forward. The Hell Cannon can continue dropping. And Archeon slips away. Oh, dude. He was able to get away from the Bacon. He is faster than them. He has 80 movement speed. They only have 67. And they didn't get the proper surround. They should have given the attack order. Anyways, shots still blasting in. And now the Skirmishers, the dreaded Mongolian Cav here, going to be throwing a lot of javelins. I guess Mongolians would be using bows, but yeah, close enough. Hellstriders versus Baconators. The Hellstriders will probably lose this fight, but if Archeon helps, it's a bit of a different pie. And Archeon's going to be going after the Spider Lord now, so we're going to have a duel between the two lords in the army. The Lord of the End Times doing it. Burning Head going down somewhere. Where's it going? Oh, Burning Head down the pipe. Going to be cooking a bunch of those boars. So he is a wizard as well as a fighter, and the Burning Head going to be flying past him in a very heavy metal fashion. And it looks like Archeon is able to get back, but the Spider is an anti-large fighter with poison. So what poison does in this game is when a poison unit hits you, it lowers your stats. It lowers your damage, your speed, and everything. So the Spider is actually really good against a big, expensive Lord because it's percentage-based, right? So on the outside, we do see the objectives being taken by the Orcs because the Warriors of Chaos have a skirmish army. So it is going to be the Orc Boys grabbing this, Orc Boys here grabbing that. And it looks like Tim is on the counterpunch here. So own goal moving up, the Orcs getting a little bit of momentum as the Warriors of Chaos are pushed back. Hell Cannon still shooting in. And it is shooting into the Orc Warboy Biggins here, trying to keep those guys routing. And are they going to break? They're sitting at 21 leadership. They do rally. Hellstriders being forced back as well. And we have the Duel of Fates once again. Archeon trying to take down the Giant Spider. And all the Javelins are throwing some nice fire support as well. Oh my god. The Forbidden Tech. I love this from Tim. God, he's so clinical. So, you see the Hell Cannon right here, how it's getting damaged? What do you guys think is damaging this? If we go to the Orc side, they have one of the best sniper artilleries in the game, which is the Doom Diver Catapult. Oh my god. So he's launching his little goblins. Look at that. They literally load a goblin up here. He gets in there. And yeah, there he goes. See you later. I love the animations. We got to watch this for a second. And there they go. Come on, fire it. Fire it. Fire the goblin. I don't know if he's shooting at the same target. He might have switched targets, and that's probably why it's not firing. Yeah, he switched targets. That's why. But the Hell Cannon actually gets freaking destroyed. Holy shit. That is a huge grab. So the Dildo Cannon is down for the count. The Wiener is limp, ladies and gentlemen. And Archeon, the Ever-Chosen, is getting surrounded. Oh, no. He gets surrounded by the Boar Boys. And it looks like Own Goal is taking over this game. Absolutely crushing it, guys. As we do see Archeon the Ever-Chosen sitting at 41 leadership, 32 leadership. He's getting very, very low because these Bacon Cav right here, they're anti-large. They actually trade pretty well into Archeon. So Spider character is almost dead as well. The Goblin Great Shaman fled the scene. He got almost killed by Archeon, but he pulled back and is using his long-range magic to try and snipe the Lord of the End Times. As it currently stands, contested game, Archeon going to be squeaking away as well, getting away from the Orc Brick. You guys ready for a Burning Head? Warriors of Chaos going to be sending in some elite units here. So we do have their Special Forces, the Aspiring Champions, which are pretty good fighters, and they can definitely bash through a lot of the greenskins. They're like super elite units. There's only like 10 or 12 of them in a unit, or 16 actually. But yeah, they do some heavy lifting. So Archeon, a Burning Head. This would be the most erect Burning Head in the world. If he goes like right here and just draws it right through there, that's just going to be so brutal. That would decimate all those units. I suspect he's maybe going to do that soon. We'll have to see. But looking around, Doom Diver Catapult, we do see a Vindictive Glare from downtown. Goblin Magic nails Archeon, so he does get hit right there, guys. Currently 1,400 HP. Both Lords are in the danger zone. They have like the exact same amount of HP as well, guys. So it's getting very, very cagey. Objectives, though, still owned by the Orcs. So the Orcs are on the board currently as it stands. He's down on points, but he's getting 3 victory tickets per second. And a lot of Bacon Cav on their way in. Warriors of Chaos do have a scary, the Mongolian Horde, the Cav. They can come and grab these objectives for sure. So they can move to Objective 1 and Objective 2, and the Orcs aren't really nearby to respond. And yeah, maybe the mobility game of Chaos is going to be able to get them back in here. If Archeon can find a way to take down that Goblin Great Shaman, that's going to be pretty huge. But this is still anybody's game, ladies and gentlemen. This one could go either way. 100%, as we do see the Marauder Horseman. Oh my god, is he going to go for the kill on the Lord? He's circling around to go hunt the Goblin Lord. I think that's what's going down, guys. It looks like the hunt is maybe on. Okay, never mind. He doesn't want to dive too deeply and too greedily into the greenskin lands, and he's going to be heading over here towards objective 1 to grab this. So each of these cav units has 4 capture weight. Infantry have 5, but they can still capture objectives very quickly. So now you can see the objective belongs to the greenskins, but it is going to be flipping to the Warriors of Chaos. Value is like dead even, guys. 6.9 against 6.8. These guys are having a knockdown, drag-out game. Super, super close. And where's Archeon? Archeon is hiding really deep set. Neither player wants to lose their Lord because of the penalty that it does bring. And now the Greenskin's going to be calling in one of my favorite units. These guys look like my dog, the Wookiee. Oh, we have the freaking River Trolls. So Trolls are really strong fighters. They also regenerate. But the downside of the Trolls is they have terrible leadership. So if they get surrounded or anything bad happens to them, they run very easily because they're incredibly stupid. But yeah, they're good fighters. They're sustainable and they hit really hard. All right, guys. So outside objective belonging to Anticity, he's pulling back, but you guys see this little orange bar underneath the gray bar? That is the ammunition they have remaining. So a lot of the horsemen are going to be running out of ammunition. It doesn't mean they can't do anything. They can still fight in melee pretty well, but it's going to be much, much weaker there. So yeah, tricky stuff. All right, so Archeon the Everchosen is going to be fleeing the Spider waiting on the backside. Chaos actually pressuring the outside objective. You do get the Aspiring Giga Chads. These guys are so Chad. Aspiring Champions are so incredibly cool. They're very tough to kill. They have really good stats, but I mean, maybe the Greenskins can swarm them with the Pump Wagons as well as the Boar Boys. We're going to have to find out here today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so objective number 1 does belong to the Warriors of Chaos, but it looks like the Troll Toll is going to get paid. The Trolls are hunting down the Chaos Heretics in the woods as the snow does fall, and I think Greenskins are going to get this objective back. They have some Goblins with Spears, so these guys will be able to wrestle the objective. They're cheap. They have anti-large, a good kind of holding unit, just kind of crap house Goblins. They tried their best. But yeah, currently as it stands, Greenskin's probably in a more commanding position, I would say, but I don't know, man. It's still really close. The ammunition of Anticity is running really low. Archeon at 1,000 HP. Oh, Doomdiver catapults are coming for Archie. Oh, they're coming. Yeah, so the Doomdiver, the heat-seeking Goblins are trying, but he's able to dodge those and get out of range. And you can see this is the remains of the Goblins after they land on the ground. So these are the Doomdiver catapults. Very, very comedic indeed. But nonetheless, will the Greenskins endure? Spider hiding in the back, launching magic from downtown. And Objective 3 does belong to the Warriors of Chaos. Objective 2 to the Greenskins, and Objective 1 to the Greenskins as well. Points are very, very close as it currently stands. 706 for Anticity, 800 for own goal. So Tim the Wilder a little bit up here. And yeah, Warriors of Chaos are getting a little bit of ground back. They're Forsaken and the Horsemen. That's what's really cool about these Horsemen, is even though they're a ranged unit, they're also pretty good in hybrid. And you can use them to rear charge and route things. And yeah, the Heretics are pushing forward, guys. They're making a little bit of ground here. Moving on up. Objective 2 belongs to the Greenskins, but probably will flip back to the Warriors of Chaos here soon. And now Chaos is getting a bit of a second wind as their Forsaken do move forward. These are their mid-tier kind of shock infantry. So those bad boys are moving up. But the Trolls are coming. Will they pay the Troll Toll to get in the Chaos business? We'll find out here today. So River Trolls will annihilate Forsaken. They'll be able to take them down really, really quickly. Archeon pulling back in. Objective 2, still, like I said, under Greenskin control. So as long as the Greenskins can maintain a double cap, they're going to get comfortably ahead. Tim is sitting on 900 points, Anticity at 760, and currently Tim is getting more points. So he's going to be getting 2 per second against his opponent's 1. Here comes the Troll Toll. It's going to be paid. So they're going to be attacking in. Where's Tim's Lord? Oh, shit! The Goblin Lord got hunted down by the Horsemen! Oh, no! That's a disaster and a half. Because Greenskins are a really low leadership faction. So if they lose their Lord, they start panicking, whereas Chaos is not. So this is really bad. Oh my god. So he got his light cavalry back here, and he sacrificed them to break Tim's Lord. Oh my god. This could be the comeback for the Kraken King. You're going to see what happens when the Giant Spider dies. The Greenskin army is going to start running all across the battlefield because their leadership value is going to get a negative 16 modifier from the Lord having died, which will then stabilize at 10. Okay, the Goblin is running to the edge of the battlefield. Here's the edge. If he runs to the edge, he's gone. And that will apply a leadership penalty, which means your Lord flees the battlefield, negative 16 leadership down to negative 10 after a period of time. We're in the grand finals, Ethan. All right, so Goblin Great Shaman is fleeing the scene. There he goes. And oh no, he could rally. There's a small chance he comes back, but oh my god, look at that. Anticity on the hunt. He pulls in his fast cavalry. He sacrifices them to get the enemy Lord off the battlefield. So the Goblin is going to be gone. Good night, sweet prince. And now he's gone. And with that, Tim taps out because he started losing the objectives as well. All of his shit starts running. You see that like banner, like the Trolls would run. Oh my god, GG, well played. Damn, dude, Kraken King with the snipe closing. That was super close, honestly. That game was... Tim could have had that game, but losing your Lord as greenskins is one of the worst things that can happen. All right, so now if Anticity wins this last game, he is going to be the Season 9 Grand Champion. #1 ranked player in the world if he wins this. Holy shit. That would be a big accomplishment for him. That would be a big one. Like a feather in the hat. That's a huge win. Tim is super sweaty, man. Defeating him is incredible. All right, guys. So now we're in the next one. Let's get this. Check this out here, and let's see what the map is going to be. So we're at Borderlow Landing, one of our classic, most popular maps. It's a beautiful map, created by Bob That Builder, who's also one of our best map makers. Yes, yes. You have no idea what you're watching, but you like it. Yeah, good. Just watch the units fight. Just watch the beautiful animations and the violence, and you'll enjoy it. You'll learn over time if you hang around. All right, guys. So I bet you we get Slaanesh. I bet you we get Slaanesh Tomb Kings, but the flip. So the factions that these guys have played so far, they cannot play again. So Anticity cannot play Warriors of Chaos, and he cannot play Slaanesh. Tim cannot play Greenskins, and he cannot play Tomb Kings. Those are the factions they cannot play. You love Warhammer armies? Oh, for sure. I got to do a video of all my armies. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll get some nice filming, and we'll show you guys. I got 4 armies in tabletop. 5 actually. 6. Yeah, 6. I have Chaos Dwarves, Tomb Kings, Empire, Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos. Then I have a Death Guard army in 40k, and I have a Gondor army for a Middle-earth strategy battle game. Yeah, Nakamura, we're trying, dude. We're trying, man. Yes, yes. For Gondor. I picked Gondor because they're super easy to paint. I don't have a Mordheim. I don't have anybody to play Mordheim with, so unfortunately, no. I remember being a youngin' and painting miniatures. I played some Warhammer 40k for a bit. Yeah, it's great fun, man. Painting minis is great. If I didn't have my damn hand problems, I would do it more often. Old World is, I would wait. Old World is fun. If you like collecting minis, Old World is great. But honestly, the game itself is kind of haggard right now. The monsters are just disgustingly dominant in Old World. Like every list is like some bullshit ass like Chaos Dragon or, you know, something like that. Like it's either a high elf person cheesing you with Star Dragons or like, I can't confidently recommend the game to you right now. The miniatures are amazing. The armies are beautiful. So if you like collecting miniatures and just doing that, you know, and rest assured there will be balance in the future. They will balance Old World eventually. I just don't know when it's going to be. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't played Trench Crusade yet. I've heard some people like it. It's more of a skirmish game though. I like big armies on the field. Yeah. Yes, yes. Old World is S tier decorations. Yeah, basically. Basically. One sec. Like, I paint the minis just because I love Warhammer Fantasy, you know? 100%. Yeah, or goblins are really good. Night goblins are one of the best units in Old World. They're super good. Like, if you want to make a night goblin-based army, dude, you'll be strong and you'll be able to compete. Fanatics are, like, broken. They're really good. I'm not going to collect Cathay myself when they come out, but one of my closest friends, who I play with every couple weeks, he is going to collect Cathay, so we will have them, like, in the family. Yeah. We will. They need to nerf big monsters in Old World. They're so stupid. Like, I've seen a 600-point Chaos Dragon literally solo 2,000-point armies. It's just such bullshit. And the Star Dragons are the same BS. Bretonia is also very imba, like Green Knight. There's a lot of glaring balance issues in Old World. It's really bad. Infantry are absolute trash. Yeah, solo. Like, what a lot of Chaos players do in Old World is they know their army is such OP shit that they send forward like a 700-point Chaos Lord, and they leave the rest of their army back, and like they're just like, okay, can you deal with this dragon? Does your army have literally teched into killing dragons? And if it's not, you just can't kill it. Because they're too fast to target with anything. They insta-kill all your shit. They have like a freaking 2-up, 5-up, 5-up save, and they can like reroll. It's like so gross. Yeah, it's so gross. I really don't like playing Old World right now. It's a shame because I loved it in the beginning, but once the meta developed and people realized how bullshit monsters were, it's like mounted monsters. Regular monsters are fine in Old World, but like characters mounted on monsters are just nonsense. Because all the items you buy for the character benefit the monster's stat line. So if you have like, you know, you get a ton of extra wounds, and the items you buy for the monsters, like giving like A friggin' Star Dragon shouldn't be able to get a 5+5 save. It's so stupid. They already have like 10 wounds. Jesus, man. Like, you're going to make it, like, when you finally slip through one wound, they just save it. Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. And infantry are just trash. They just can do nothing. Because if a dragon charges a formation of infantry, it's going to kill the entire front row, and then the infantry don't even get to fight back at all. It's awful. Don't get me started on Old World. I'm so disappointed with it right now. I still collect the minis and paint them because I love the universe, but the game needs a lot of milk. 40k is much better. 40k is much better. Yeah. I'm enjoying 40k again, actually. I've been having fun with it lately. Especially with the new Death Guard Codex. Oh, it's so good. If Anticity wins, can we get an interview? Maybe I would like record like a podcast later on or something. Yeah. Yeah, I run Steam Tanks in the Old World. Yeah. Save stacking is bad. It is. It's bad for the game. They should just be like, you should be able to only have one save beyond your armor, if anything. Yeah. And monsters, like mounted monsters, like they need to, the fixes for Old World are pretty easy, honestly. Like right now you can bring 1,000 points worth of monsters or characters in your army, which is really, it makes it into a Hero Hammer game. They should limit characters to 500 points or something. So if you bring a big ass dragon character, then like that's all you get. You're not going to get a mage. You're not going to get other shit. Like there's so many things you could do. Yeah, we can talk to Anticity afterwards. Sure. I'm down. I'm super hungry though, dude. I'm fiending, dude. I had like a bowl of Cheerios this morning. That's freaking it. Yeah, I had a bowl of Cheerios at like 9 a.m. Yeah. All right. Oh, a classic matchup. Yes, this is a good one. All right, guys. We have the freaking Empire versus Beastmen. I love this matchup. So it's the main characters of Warhammer Fantasy, the Empire versus the Beastmen. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Oh. Yeah, I think if you want to if you're talking about Old World, if you want to bring a dragon or a huge behemoth character, you should not be like, it should severely punish your magic and your other elements of your army, right? Because that's like your whole character slot. I would love to see 25% or 33% limit on characters in Old World. That would be so good. Yeah. One sec here. Oh shit, this like microphone is tumbling. One sec, guys. Sorry about that noise. Okay, should be good now. Yeah, but it would be so easy to just fix the changes, man. There's so many people in the Old World community that like know how to fix it, and just like there's so many easy fixes, or just add objectives. You know, add objectives to Warhammer the Old World. That would be a good fix as well. No, oh no, I've got to root for the Beastmen, but I want Anticity to win. Well, it sounds like you got quite a conundrum there, buddy. Yeah, this is a fun matchup. It's super fast. It's super aggressive. Yeah, it's going to be great. Any chance for some AoE 4? I'm planning on it. I'm planning on AoE 4, yeah. I love Baldur's Gate 3 is like the only single player game I've played in years, and I enjoyed it. I played the first 2 acts, and then I lost interest because I was like, everything just kind of got like very, you know, I kind of figured it out. Yeah. But it's a great game. I do plan on doing Tempest Rising, I do. Rogue Trader? Nah, probably not gonna play Rogue Trader. Oh, Bannerlords. Yeah, I played Bannerlord single player. Yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, I love the Bannerlord Warhammer mod is so goddamn good. It's so funny because I was playing the Warhammer mod for Bannerlord, and I was like, this is, if you guys haven't seen that, if you're new to the channel, go to my YouTube channel and look up the Bannerlord playthrough for Warhammer. The Empire one is so epic, and so is the Vampire one. They're so goddamn good. And then you go back and play the original Bannerlord, and you're like, wow, this sucks. This sucks bad. Like, the modded game is so much better. It's insane. Yeah, it's so good. Who's good against Slaanesh except Tomb Kings? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'm kind of out of practice, to be honest. I've been playing a ton of Warcraft 3, so my Warhammer knowledge it's there, but it's a little rusty on like the extreme meta. Yeah, I'm not sure. Slaanesh has a couple matchups that are tricky. But like, it's also about what these guys practice. Like, they can only really be good at like 5 to 7 factions at the peak level. Yeah. I played Warhammer Conquest and Mountain Blade, and yeah, there's a mod for Mountain Blade Warband too. Yeah, it's called Old Realms or something. It's so good. It's so freaking good. Yeah. I could show you guys. Well, probably not today, but I don't have it installed right now. I don't have it installed. Yeah, check it out. It's really fun. I honestly loved it. They added magic to Bannerlord. There's like all sorts of crazy mounts. There's monsters, like there's trolls and or Minotaurs and Treekin and stuff. It's really fun. Yeah, the mod is pretty far along. It's very playable. It does crash for some people, but you have the Empire, the Vampire Counts, the Wood Elves, Bretonia, Musion, and then there's neutral Dark Elves who attack you. There's neutral Warriors of Chaos. There's Beastmen. There's like Empire Rebels. It's so good. You can sink a lot of hours into it. Yeah, it's great fun. All right, guys. Oh yeah, Marcus Wolfhart. Oh, the Huntsman hunting the beast is great flavor. I love this shit. Oh yeah, it's the Mantide. So what you guys see? Spearmen, swordsmen, a bunch of archers, one elite greatsword, a couple halberds, and spears. And so yeah, pretty well-rounded army. And the Beastmen are going to be going a great Bray Shaman, 2 Gorbals. So Gorbals are hero characters. They're like elite anti-large fighters. Really good against Empire Heavy Cavalry if they can catch them. And yeah, let's see how this goes. So Tim is down 2-0 in the series, guys. Is the Kraken King going to close it out with the Sons of Sigmar? You know, both of these guys are my friends, but I am a big Empire fan. It is going to be tough, man. I'm rooting for them both. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be Tim the Wilder, or Own Goal as he goes by now. He's going to be using the Gore Herds with Corn Gores on the outside, so a lot of aggressive infantry. And like, if the Gore Herds just get an isolated fight versus Empire infantry, they will beat the brakes off them. These guys are nasty. But check out the Giga Chad Doom Bull, or Gorbull. Oh, Al Gorbull. Shout out to Heir of Carthage. Let's frickin' go. So it is going to be Gorbulls to fight the Empire Heavy Cav, a couple archers, and in the woods, we're going to be getting sneaky. So Beastmen have Vanguard deployment on like all their units, most of them. So if they have this little icon here with the arrow, that means they can deploy outside of their initial deployment zone and get a rush on the battlefield, which is very, very fun. But in the trees, it is going to be a Bray Shaman on the outside, so he is there. And he's going to be using Shadow Magic, so we do have Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, which is a direct damage spell, and Enfeebling Foe as well, with some Unga Bunga Spearmen on the outside, Gore Herds, and that is going to be some Corn Gores as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Beastman army. The Empire is just classic Steel Faith and Gunpowder, or Steel Faith and Arrows in this case, although there's Gunpowder here too. But it's going to be just a brick of formation. Empire loves to fight in formation. They got Spearmen protecting the flanks, Swordsmen and Spears in the front, presenting layers and layers of like lower tier troops to try not to get, run over. We're going to have to see. But going to be very fun. The Lord of the Empire Army is going to be the Hunts Marshal himself. It's going to be Marcus Wolfhart. Badass hunter. He has a net. He can snare things down. And he's going to be leading the Free Company Militia over here. So he's leading the militia in the front. And yeah, it's going to be looking to snipe the Beastmen Lord if you can. In the meantime, though, the Beastmen are one of the most annoying factions in the game to play against, for sure. They're so fast, and the ambushes are so hard to deal with. So we see the Beastmen actually Vanguard deploying in the woods and moving out to steal the home objective of the Empire. So this is very, very cagey here. Very, very cagey. All right, guys. So on the other side, we do see the Free Company Militia shooting in, and now the Unga Bunga Raiders. They're very crappy. I mean, they're good. They're cost-effective, but they don't have good range. It's very short-range archers. They have, like, short bows. But they are able to pepper into the Free Company Militia, who are going to be forced to retreat. And the Doom Bulls coming up with the full erections are going to make sure that Marcus is forced back. So Marcus is forced to retreat. So the big thing for the Empire here, their win condition, guys, is they need to secure their back objective against the Beastmen back cap and then slow push the middle. And basically they have enough time to do it. They just got to make sure they get the objectives before they are in a triple cap situation, as we do call it. So Bray Shaman lurking in the trees, Swordsmen and State Troopers going to be advancing up. The Empire calling in the first of its cav. So the heavily armored Knights of Sigmar are out, so it is going to be the Empire Knights with that golden armor. Looks sick. What color scheme is this? Oh, I think it's just the reflection of the lighting. Oh, yeah, it was just the sun. Yeah, pretty nice looking stuff. All right, guys, so this objective is taken for Sigmar. The back objective is going to belong to the Empire. And now the Empire is going to be wrestling the middle objective as well. The Beastmen pulling back, being very, very cautious here and preparing their tools, calling in Corn Gores. So these are Beastmen who worship corn specifically. They're called Corn Gores, and they have halberds. So they're fast, really good at killing cav, and pretty good against most armored units in general. So those are the Corn Gores. Yeah, the Beastmen have god-specific units, too. So they have like a Corn Gore, a Pestigore, a Zongore, and a Slongore, which hasn't been added to the game yet, but they will have those in the next DLC. All right, so a lot of heavy cav coming out for the Empire. So this is a classic Empire. They plant their feet in the ground. The Mantide is going to be claiming the objective, and they're like, come at me, bro. Come see if you can break the will of Sigmar. And we'll find out today if the Beastmen can do it, if Tim the Wilder, or, God, I'll get his name, Own Goal. I'll get used to it eventually. I've been calling him Tim the Wilder for like 4 years, so it's going to take some getting used to for me, guys. I apologize. Okay, on the backside, we do see the Halberdiers coming in for the Empire. So Halberdiers are pretty weak against arrow fire, but they're really good against big beastmen stuff like Minotaurs, Centaurs, and some of the bigger threats that get presented on the battlefield. They definitely do some good work indeed. And yes, will the Empire endure, or will Sigmar's Chosen break before the onslaught of the Bray Herd? Will they be trampled under hoof, or will they do the trampling? We do also see Pestigors being called in. So Pestigors are the Nurgle-afflicted beastmen. So these are the worshippers of Nurgle. You see how they have like horns and they're all like green and nasty looking. Oh man, those guys are freaky. God, imagine just being like an Empire trooper and having to battle one of these things. Not only are they carrying disease, but they literally are just like 7 feet tall, huge battle axes, just bite your face off. God, screw that shit. All right, Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma actually used. So the Shadow Wizard casting a bit of a spell right here on the Korngors. Doesn't do a lot of damage. It was actually a misplay by Anticity because Korngors have really good spell resist, so you'd want to use it elsewhere. But now the Bray Herd is going to be sounding the Horn of War. The Empire Archers putting a little bit of peppering fire in. They do have shields though, so it does mitigate some of the damage coming in. And yeah, the Empire just needs to hold the onslaught. Beastmen emerging from the woods. I love this matchup. It's so good. And the Gore Herds are going to be charging in. Gore Herds will dunk on State Troopers. They're going to do a shitload of damage. They have dual weapons. They have a bonus versus infantry. And the human soldiers are not going to have a good time with this. They're fighting in formation, doing their best to hold this back. And the Bray Shaman also running through on his chariot, cackling quite evilly as he does that. And we got more Korngors coming around the outside. Melkoth's being used on the Empire Knights to try and slow them down. Meanwhile, in the middle, the Empire seems to be holding. The Beastmen not getting as much pressure here. And a lot of firepower going down to the Pestigors. As these guys advance, they're going to take a lot of casualties. You can see them dropping models. Archer's going to be unleashing another salvo here in a second, and that's going to drop a couple of these bad boys as they advance. And now the State Troopers are going to be engaging against them and trying to hold while Gorbals penetrate into the secondary line. The two Gorbals actually going after the Wizard. So we do see the Grey Wizard right here of the Empire. He kind of looks like Gandalf, getting bashed by these two giant bulls, which is going to be very, very scary indeed. We're going to see if he survives. Yeah, he's losing HP. Very sketchy. Now, in the back objective, the Empire endures, they hold, and the heavy cavalry of Sigmar have arrived, and they're running down the filthy Beastmen archers in the woods. So they're going to get some nice damage. Archers obviously being run down by heavily armored barded cavalry is not great. So the heavy cav able to stabilize the backfield. Empire Knights coming in, and we get Free Company Militia reinforcing as the Empire Knights are sweeping around the battlefield. They're kind of like the save, the carry, right? Like your troopers hold and the cav are going to be your hammer. Greatswords also in the fight as well. Floppy hats will trade very well. So greatswords do have 95 armor, which makes them very durable against these type of units because the weapons that these Gores are wielding are not very good against armor. It's going to struggle to get through the armor, right? And when the greatswords swing back, they're going to be able to really do work. So they collapse this direction, chasing the Bray Herd. Objective number 2 being held onto by the Empire. The Beastmen aggression continues though. Value trading does favor the Empire a little bit. Neither side has healing, so it's going to be a pretty even metric. In the meantime, we do see the Empire Knights actually getting run off the battlefield by the Halberds. The Korngors are able to chase those guys back. And objective number 1 still belonging to the Sons of Sigmar. We do see the Beastman Lord on his chariot charging. A little bit of Last Samurai action as the militia draw their pistols. I love it. So cool. And they're going to be putting some firepower down into the Bray Shaman as he does try and retreat here, which is very, very fun stuff. Retreating away are the Gore Herds here. Firepower still putting in some work. Great Bray Shaman in a bit of a precarious position as he is being shot. Gorbals hunting down the Lord of the Empire, Marcus Wolfhart, the Hunts Marshal. Where is he going, and what is he shooting at, by the way? Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, used by the Beastmen Lord to try and snare down the Empire Knights. And Marcus, what is he going to be shooting? I think he's going after the Bulls. Yeah, okay, he rips the side shot there. It looks like he missed. The Hunts Marshal, not always the most accurate. But during all this fighting here, by the way, the Empire has been pushed back. We do see the Beastmen actually claiming the middle objective, so you see it has gone red, which means that the Beastmen do have it in their clutches. Although now that the green arrow has appeared, that means the Empire is going to start wrestling that back. Actually getting some swordsmen on top of the archers is going to be uber cost effective, so we're going to see if the floppy hats of doom are going to be able to push these guys back. And the Beastmen are going to be retreating away right now. In the meantime, Anticity getting a lot of crossfire here. He's got halberds and a lot of gunfire shooting into Al Gorbal. So the Gorbals are going to be trying to charge in to compromise this. They're not very good at killing infantry. They're more of an anti-large unit, but they'll still mess you up. That's for sure. But yeah, the regiments of powder fire is so freaking cool. Fire, reload, fire! Are they going to rip some shots? Is the Gorbal going to go somewhere else? It looks like he's opting to go chase something else here. We do see the Great Bray Shaman is trapped, so the Lord of the Beastmen is in a very dangerous position, surrounded by Empire Knights and Spearmen, potentially in danger. 1700 HP, 1769, 1737, getting very, very low in the HP department. And Marcus Wolfhart is coming in, the pistol fire of the Empire saturating in, getting a lot of value, but Steel Faith and Gunpowder is holding together the Empire as the Spearmen fight valiantly to try and kill the Lord of the Beastmen. 1700 HP. Centaurs being called in. So Centaurs are Centaurs, and they're going to be calling in some ability to try and free up the Bray Shaman. Oh, and the Bray Shaman barely escapes out of the flank, ladies and gentlemen. He's able to get away because of the support from the Centaurs. All right, intense fight. We do see a net going down from Marcus Wolfhart. That is his Hunter Snare ability. So he does net down the Gorbel, potentially going to be able to snipe him. And now the Halberdiers have formed ranks, and they're going to be slow pushing forward. Oh, dude, that's so cool. The Halberd's going to be trying to fight the Dread Beast here, and we're going to see, oh, shit, okay. A couple of them got punted off stream. Very, very classic stuff. And during all that fighting, the Empire did also get the middle objective back. So the Greatswords and the Spearmen putting a lot of work. Heavy Cav of the Empire swarming around the flanks. Anticity playing like a man possessed today. 7,000 value against 5.5. The Empire, the Sons of Sigmar are taking over. And the Empire is actually considered to be a mid-tier faction, whereas Beastmen are considered to be an S-tier faction. So this is like a very impressive thing, for sure. Yeah, he drew his bows and got punted by those guys, yeah. So one Gorbel is very injured in the tree line. The other Gorbels are going to continue hunting, but the Gorbels are a bit of a strange choice. They're only really good against, like, big armor. They're not great at clearing out mass amounts of infantry. They're kind of like a duelist against big things. They won't even kill Marcus super quickly, especially if he hides among spears. But yes, looking around, we do see the Beastman Lord lurking in the shadows. This is a do or die for Tim the Wilder here. Centaurs charging into the Free Company militia. But what's cool about Free Company is, even if you charge them, they're respectable fighters. They draw their pistols in melee. It's super badass looking. And they're going to be trying to fight off the Centaurs. They got their, all Centaurs, yeah. Generic fantasy slang. Centaurs, as they're called. And the heavily barded Knights of Sigmar are not going to let their militia stand alone. The Empire stands together as the heavy Cav collide in, using their armor to fold those Centaurs up. Folding them like a lawn chair right there, ladies and gentlemen. And how are the Gorbels looking? One Gorbel is very, very close to dying, being shot by the militia. The other one is over here. So you can see the Free Company militia here going to be shooting away. And yeah, they're big targets for sure. That pistol fire will add up. Gorbels do have a fair amount of armor at 100, but negative 14 leadership. He is broken, and that means he's going to run for the edge of the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen. The other Gorbel is going to be chasing here, and we do see the Archer fire shooting into the Gorbel here. Gorbel is snared again. The Hunts Marshal showing his cunning, as once again he traps the beasts in his snares, and he's able to slip away, where he's going to reform the ranks and get that bow fire as well. Is he going to turn around and shoot? Oh, dude, he did the 360 no-scope shot as he was running. Beautiful stuff. So 9,000 value against 7. The Sons of Sigmar are going to get it, and ladies and gentlemen, it does look like that is going to be a victory for the Empire. The Beastmen are in tatters. The Hunts Marshal has outfoxed the Gorbels, and I think the Lord of the Beastmen is also in death's bed too. Is he back here? Oh, shit. The Lord of the Beastmen is on the run. Oh, man, Anticity gets him again with the Empire Knights and had some Spearmen back there as well. So the Great Bray Shaman is being harried by some Spearmen, who I have no idea how they even got back here. We kind of lost track of things, but yeah, they're spearing him down, 97 HP. The Bray Shaman is trying to get away on his chariot, trying to fight, but I think he's not going to make it. The Spearman, oh, the Man-Tide drags him down with the Empire Knights. GG, well played. That is going to be game blouses for Sigmar. The floppy hats, the great swords, despite only having 17 models, going to be fighting. And that is a tournament victory for Anticity, for the Reichland. GG, well played. Always good to see some Chaos Heretics getting banished. Although I do feel for my man Tim, because once again, he is going to be taking second place. The gatekeeping curse continues. But he is one of the best players in the world. Always a pleasure to cast his games. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a victory for the Kraken King. Anticity with his first major event win in Warhammer 3, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely clinical showcase. You know, absolutely clinical. That's right, Eurethron. We can do it together. So Anticity is going to be winning the cash prize. Tim will also win a cash prize as well. He'll be winning the second place prize. And that is going to be a victory for Anticity. GG, well played. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. A super fun tournament. Yeah, good times indeed. So what we're going to do is, I don't know if Anticity is going to continue streaming. Hey, also, guys, to be fair, Tim the Wilder did have a fever today. He was playing with a 100-degree fever. So, and he got to the freaking grand finals. That's not easy. All jokes aside, like, a fever doesn't help you in this game. Oh, I love that Anticity emoji. That's really good. The Giga Chat Anticity one. That's really funny. Yeah. Oh, man. What a great one, man. So unit value, Marcus got 800, 600, give or take. Greatsword's performing very, very well. Yeah, Empire Knights. Like, the Empire didn't get a lot of value in any one unit. Is mainly just shared value across the board, right? The Beastmen Doom Bulls, oh, man, they did really bad. Yeah, 390 right there and 490 there as well. All right. So I'm sure Anticity's tired as well. What I'll maybe do is I'll record a a podcast with him like during the week talking about this. I think that would be fun. But Lich Lord, thank you for giving out 5 community subs. Man, you guys have been way too generous today. Thank you guys so much for your support. It definitely makes paying the prize pool out of pocket feel a lot better. So thank you guys so much. Yeah, Anticity deserves a break. Is he still streaming? Because what we could do is we can do a little raid on old Anticity here. Let me tell if that works. So we can go over to his stream and give him a big shout out and say GG to him. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you're welcome. Go enjoy ladder, man. Go enjoy ladder. Perfect. And let me say GG to these players here. Very well played. I'm checking to see if he's closing down. Yeah, so that's going to be the final road, guys. Well played to Tim. Well played to Anticity. What a great match. And hopefully for all of you guys joining for the first time today, you got a fun look at Total War Competitive to kind of see what it looks like. We have these major events like this every couple months. We do have casual tournaments in between, which are the qualifiers for these events. So basically the top 16 players in the world on the tournament leaderboard qualify for a spot. We can do an interview if you want. Okay, I'm asking Anticity for a quick interview. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do it. We're going to call him right now, guys. You're getting the post-game show. We don't do it super often, but, you know, I've talked to him quite a bit. Yeah, we'll get this going here. An interview with the winner. All right, let's get it going, guys. Okay. So pulling it up. I'm going to call him right now. And we're going to do it.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, congratulations on the victory, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good. I've been stressed all day.
Was it hanging over your head or what?
Yeah, no, man. Every opponent I was stressed. I think it makes me play better though, because when I get confident, I start losing terribly.
Oh, I get you, man. It's the confidence can be quite a curse. I think your audio is coming through your webcam mic, by the way. So you should.
Let me get some earbuds.
If you go to Discord, it did the same thing to me with the recent Discord update. It was capturing audio from my webcam instead of your it's using your microphone from your webcam. Yeah, he's orbiting Earth. Yeah. So yeah.
All right, let me get.
Yeah,
let me get my thing in a second.
Yeah, because your stream will be fine, but because of OBS, but it's using your mic for Discord chat. That's why I'm hearing you sound a little bit wild. Yeah, the dial-up connection. Yeah. He's in Davy Jones' locker, that's right. Okay, let's get the score updated here. Make it official on screen. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, guys. Welcome. No worries, dog. Take your time, man. The Tyler 1 microphone, yeah. A little bit. Yeah, we'll get there in a sec. Yeah, it kind of sounds like early. Yeah, it's like an Xbox Live microphone.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. Oh, dude, you sound so much better. Holy shit. Yeah, night and day. So you were saying you were pretty nervous before the event?
Dude, I was so stressed, man.
It's funny, man, because like I never realized, like, having played in this recent Warcraft 3 event, like I felt the stress of a competitor. Normally I just sit back and chill and you guys just put in all the work and, you know, the stress, right? But I really can empathize with you, man. And this is your first major event win of Warhammer 3, right?
I think so.
Yes.
I think so. There were a couple times I got a little close, but yeah.
Yeah, dude, you freaking crushed it today, man. Like, I think you dropped 1 game today in the whole series?
I dropped 2.
You dropped 2. Okay, so what were the matchups that were a little bit tough for you?
Let's see. I dropped 1 Empire into Vampire counts.
Yes.
So Oishi got me there.
Yeah, I did see that. And then earlier rounds too, yeah?
Yeah, and then 1 versus Outer Region, where he beat my Beastman with Norska. That was pretty spooky.
Yeah, Norska's very...
I won every Slanesh game, though. Every game where there was Slanesh, I won.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think your style is very conducive to those type of factions, like that mobility, and like even on Warriors of Chaos and Slanesh, when you get Marauder Horsemen and Hellstriders, I feel like that's pretty hard to stop you for sure.
Yeah.
Now,
although, like, I've been playing Charix a lot. If he was in this tournament, I'd be so terrified versus Cav Micro.
Yeah, he's very good as well. He's got that. I don't even know if he's Gen Z. He's got that Gen Alpha micro going on. I don't know what it is, but Yeah, he's very good. Now, what factions did you prepare for this event? Like, I don't know two questions. How did you train for this event? Like, what was your preparation? And what were like the 5 factions that you prepped and had in the books? If this had gone to game 5, what would your tech have, like, what would you have been whipping out? Do you have some like Chaos Dwarves or some weird stuff in the background? Kislev maybe?
So I knew Kislev was going to be banned. I think they're my best faction right now, so everyone was banning them.
Yeah.
So I had Beastmen Slanesh Empire, which I was playing a lot.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's just a mix of like maybe Bretonia, maybe Wood Elves, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, Ogres, Tomb Kings, and Norska.
Yeah.
And then like I kind of just use them as counter picks.
Man, you have like great range. Great range there.
Cause like on my streams, I play like a new faction every day.
Yeah.
So it actually helped so well. Otherwise, I would have just gone like my main faction banned.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, you just named like 7 factions, and including some incredibly off-meta ones. Now the real question that everybody wants answered is, when would you have whipped out Bretonia? Like, what was the one circumstance when you would have been like, oh yeah, I can like win this tournament grand finals with Bretonia?
Probably against Wood Elves. Also, my chat can't hear you. Let me just get that fixed.
No worries, man. No worries. Take your time.
But yeah, Bretonia, like only against the elf factions, I think.
Got it.
Like if someone played Wood Elves.
Yeah, we didn't really have too many elf players in the tournament. I think, we didn't have some of the usual suspects. I feel like a lot of the people in the top 4 ended up playing like the same kind of factions. We did also, aside from Slanesh, I don't think we saw any marked gods. We didn't see Khorne, Nurgle, or Tzeentch at all. I mean, Tzeentch is pretty weak these days, I think, but yeah, we didn't see too much there. Let me know if...
let's see here. Yeah, no Tzeentch. I think they're pretty like... Because like everyone was playing Beastmen and Slanesh, man.
Yeah, they're very strong factions, man. There's a reason they have the highest win rates. I mean, total Tavern's data on win rates isn't like perfect, but I think for like the top couple, it's pretty accurate, you know? So what do you got on the docket, man, coming up? You going to be playing in some more tournaments? We got some fun stuff on the horizon. We're going to do some something I want to do, which I think would be very fun to have you involved with, would be I'm going to be pulling in some people who stream on who I met through Grubby's Invitational, and having like a one-day Warhammer showcase kind of thing. So if you wanted to like coach one of them, I think that'd be fun. So basically you would collaborate with them, and then I would find another coach to coach the other person. Then we would have like a best of 5 at the end of the day. So
I would love it.
Yeah, you're down? Okay. I think that'd be a lot
of fun. 100%, man. Dude, that'd be so hype.
Yeah, so you'd be one of the coaches, because I think you have a pretty good range of factions, and I feel like, you have a StarCraft background too, right? So you're like a high master StarCraft player?
Low masters. Very low masters.
Low masters, got it. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I think you could like kind of correlate a lot of the knowledge to other RTS players coming in the community as well, which would be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Dang.
Well,
that'd be so hype.
We'll plan it, man. I'm going to be traveling the first week of May, but when I get back in after May 10th, we'll schedule it. We'll get you assigned to somebody, and you guys we'll see if they want to do a one-day thing or maybe a couple days of coaching with an event. I'll work with you to figure out the format, but it'll be great, man. And again, congratulations, solid win today. So I'll be sending you over your cash prize, and yeah, GG, dude, well earned, man. Big major event win, and any words of wisdom to everyone before we hang it up today?
GG's, it was very fun, and if to any new player out there, I have a new player that joined Karavdir, that joined like a month ago, and he's already getting to semifinals in SFTs.
Yeah.
If you want to get into multiplayer, hit me up. I love talking about the game.
Yes.
I will get you so much free training, man. Because like, I think a lot of people might get overwhelmed by seeing like the full sweat tournament today.
Yeah.
But please join in. It's actually crazy that new players can actually do well.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, there's people who've come in, like your buddy Karavdir there, and he's playing Grand Cathay. He started like a month ago, and he's already almost winning tournaments. And we had Orange Pest as well. He was the best Company of Heroes player in the world, and he came over and it was like he's already winning tournaments after like a couple months. So it's very possible. And what we're going to do is, after the stream ends here, Inticity, we're going to raid you and send some folks your way. So if you want to, and if you do players want to join Inticity's community, you can do that. You can also join our Discord, and there's a link to his Discord from there. So yeah, we should be all set, man. So GG's, congratulations on the win, dude. Very well earned. You were an absolute Terminator today, man.
All right, GG's.
All right, take care, brother.
Peace.
And we'll see you in your stream in just a minute.
Sounds good.
Cheers. So there's Anticity, great guy, real pillar of the community. Yeah, so if you want to hang out on his streams as well, you can ask a lot of questions. He's very, very skilled, and he also talks while he plays too. So he'll narrate what he's doing while he's winning, and you could literally give him any faction in the game, and he'll just win tournaments with even the shittiest factions. So yeah, it's very impressive. All right, guys, that's going to be it for today. Once again, I want to thank you all for joining. Big congratulations to the Kraken King Anticity, who we just spoke with. We're going to raid him over on Twitch, and if you guys on YouTube want to head over to his stream as well, we'll drop links on both platforms. So go say congratulations. Go give him a big shout out. And yeah, that's going to be it. Congratulations. Once again, adios, do widzenia. Season 9 is in the books. We have our grand champion, and that is going to be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. Adios. And yeah, also thank you guys so much for all the subscribers and members on YouTube. Jesus, that was insane. All right, folks, we're going to raid the Kraken King. I'm going to go hang out in the stream a little bit, and we'll see you guys there in just a second, all right?